Good morning, everyone. Greetings to the Capacity Building Hub session on United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change Bodies, Entities and Processes Day. Our first session is organized by my organization. It's IAAI, International Association for the Advancement of Innovative Approaches to Global Challenges. We are a partner of the PCCB network with a focus on youth. And today's event is a presentation of the ACE-AT project, Action for Climate Empowerment Innovation Project. And yes, thanks very much for the slides. And it has a focus on resource mobilization innovation for action for climate empowerment in Africa, and with a focus also on youth. And being here today at this Bodies, Entities and Processes Day of for the UNFCCC is for us a big privilege and very nice fitting, because we are building now a new structure for action for climate empowerment for non-party stakeholders, which is rooted in the UNFCCC process, and it's complementing the UNFCCC family of bodies, entities and processes, and really delighted to have the chance to present this here. So let's look into what we are talking about. So climate crisis, everyone knows, and the only way to respond to is through action for climate empowerment, really reaching everyone, everywhere, and empowering them, first inspiring them, educating them, but then also empowering everyone to engage in climate action. And within the UNFCCC process, this is the focus or the governance area where this is being dealt with is the Action for Climate Empowerment program. And we have, it has 6 components: education, training, public awareness, youth participation, public participation, access to information and international cooperation. And we have here very often a limited focus on education, and but in the field of public engagement, so really looking at what can the non-party stakeholder contribute in terms of new ideas, expression of preferences, bringing in knowledge, and also resources that's very often overlooked. But in the UNFCCC process, the ACE program team is very small. They have 2 people, a few $100,000 of euros of budget, and this should be enough to engage and empower 8 billion people. It's, we have a systemic problem here, and this needs to be overcome. And our message is non-party stakeholders want to take action. They have unlimited resources, really, with the power of the non-party stakeholders. We can raise trillions if we have the right setting, and we are going to do this. And this has been recognized also by the Austrian government and the Austrian Federal Ministry for Climate Action. And a key person in this leadership of Austria as regards action for climate empowerment is Talie Wögerbauer, who is the national focal point for ACE, and also an ACE ambassador for the UNFCCC. And Talie has led the efforts that there was a conference in Austria in 2018, and there was then a Burgenland declaration to strengthen ACE within the UNFCCC process, and there she has worked already with non-party stakeholders like ECOS, the education, communication and outreach stakeholder community that Tim will present later, and also IAGYLE, the International Council on Local Environmental Initiatives, and this led then later to the formation of this project, ACE-AT. And the Austrian ministry provided 300,000 euros of funding. 230,000 of this went to the UN Climate Change Secretariat to work on ACE topics. And there are two associated partners, one ECOS, represented through my organization, IAAI, and AGYLE. And the idea here is really to look what can be done for a strengthened action for climate empowerment within the UNFCCC, but especially also beyond. And the work program has been structured such that my organization is leading the efforts on putting together a feasibility study and a business plan for a global ACE non-party stakeholder support structure, and focus on resource mobilization, innovation for ACE, and outlining a digital global ACE platform. And so we have worked on this topic of ACE resource mobilization based on the input that was collected for the future of ACE discussions by the UNFCCC process. And it's really a very well elaborated document about options and ways for future work to enhance implementation of ACE, prepared by the UNFCCC. And we have also worked on these topics already since 13 years by putting together ideas for a global challenges action empowerment network, which we now bring together with these efforts and the needs of the ACE process. And then we have got inspiration and knowledge also from research efforts in the context of the Austrian Climate Research Program, where we looked at multi-stakeholder climate action coordination and empowerment as an innovation system. So what kind of data and knowledge and resource flows are needed so that we get really enhanced impact and systemic transformation. And we've had several events. I would like to highlight also that we've had an event in the context of the African Regional Climate Week in September. And we've had already before activities in Ghana, a regional workshop for global challenges, youth and ICT with the National Youth Authority of Ghana. And it's also important for us to show that we have the connection with the UNFCCC process. And here's an image from the COP26 in Marrakesh. We have launched our Give Youth a Chance call for resources for youth climate action as an official project of the COP26 presidency, recognized. And you will see also in the center Tim Damon, who we are very happy that he is with us, and also some of the youth that we are now looking on to develop actions for COP27 are on that photo already. So we have several ways of resource mobilization developed and already started. One initiative is Digital Art for Climate, where we invite creative community to provide us with artwork. We turn this artwork into digital assets, so-called NFTs, and there's a big auction planned on the 5th of June. We have presented the artwork already on the 5th of November at an ACE reception in the UNFCCC pavilion. And on the now is also, we've received 208 submissions to the art competition. We have created now a COP26 collection, 30 artworks, and there now is a public voting where everyone is invited to participate to identify the overall winners. But the big thing will be then on the 5th of June, where we are going to sell it. And proof of concept is that there was a carbon drop auction of NFT related to climate, organized by our cooperation partners, Open Earth Foundations, where they have raised with 7 NFTs, 7 artworks, $6.6 million US. So we really aim at least to have 1 million euros on the 5th of June raised for ACE. and we want to use this also to support ACE activities in the context of COP27. And another stream of revenues is the voluntary carbon footprint compensation, crypto stamps. Somehow the idea is the planet wants, global community wants to become climate neutral, European Union wants to become climate neutral, there are national commitments and city level commitments. This will all only function if the individual person will commit himself or herself to climate neutrality. And an average European has now a carbon footprint of 9 tons per year. And if we develop together a new ethical standard or a community standard to have people investing in local and global action for climate empowerment, that these communities are able to handle the negative consequences of the carbon footprint, then with this money there can be built the common infrastructure as a public good, institutional infrastructure, technological infrastructure, educational infrastructure on the local and global level. And with these crypto stamps, if you look there on Glotcher and crypto stamps, you will find videos where we explain it, how people then with these blockchain-based unique identifiers of their contribution can channel their funding towards projects in their local communities or thematic communities that they want to see supported. And we are working with IAGYLE, with this network of cities, and the cities that aim for climate neutrality. We are trying to find cities which will issue with us this crypto stamps as kind of local global tax for climate action. And if 10,000 citizens agree to do this with this European footprint, it would be already 4.5 million euros. And this is really a lot of money for local action, for global action, for ACE action in Africa. And to get this resources then properly administered in a transparent, accountable, and collaboratively way, we are now setting up a United Citizens Organization for Action for Climate Empowerment, which will be organized as a blockchain-based quasi-international organization. And this structure will then offer resource holders the opportunity to contribute resources with this blockchain-based initial coin offering, DAO structures, digital bonds, and these crypto stamps that we've had, digital art for climate, and there are several other streams of revenues that we can generate. And this we will present in more detail on Wednesday at 12:30 in a press conference. And also Tim's organization is one of the partners, ECOS is one of the founding partners, IAGYLE. And it will be an open structure where also anyone who wants to contribute can contribute and gets also governance rights, governance tokens to participate in the administration of the whole structure. So, and potential beneficiaries of this resource mobilization efforts, on the one hand, the United Citizens Organization and its programs for building the intellectual, technological, institutional infrastructure for global all-of-society action. The ACE marketplace will be a mechanism to receive and distribute resources. Tim will tell more about it. And then the idea is also that there could be a COP27 ACE co-presidency, because we have seen now in the context of COP26 the innovation that there is Italy as a co-presidency, and the added value it brought was to have this youth focus, these youth activities, and this can be expanded. And we are looking now for partners, and we've had first very promising conversations with Ghana, but open also for further discussions, that there would be a country volunteering in the UNFCCC process to be COP27 co-presidency. focusing on youth engagement, non-party stakeholder engagement, digital innovation, virtual participation, innovation, and that our resource mobilization efforts will finance this. So to say, if you open up the doors for non-party stakeholders, and non-party stakeholders will provide the resources that this will happen. So that's the logic, and also ACE Youth Fund very much connected with the work of Delphine Magero from Kenya, from the Global Youth Climate Action Fund, which should have her presentation now. I don't know where she is. She has sent the slides, but is not here yet, and therefore I would suggest that we have the next presentation or thoughts, comments, and insights from Tim Damon, co-focal point of education, communication, and outreach stakeholders, community, co-chair of the YOUNGO ACE working group, and founder and director of the Global Youth Development Institute and partner of GLOCHA since Marrakesh 2016. Tim, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Miro. Good morning, everyone, or good evening, as the case may be if you're joining us online. And thank you, Miro, for the warm introduction with all the various hats that I'm wearing. It's always a pleasure to keep making progress on all of this work. And I think it's very appropriate that we're here, what I'll present specifically on the ACE Marketplace concept, that we're discussing this on the Bodies, Entities, and Processes Day, because the marketplace would be another body which is embedded in these processes, helping us to address the chronic lack of financial resources, which are going into capacity building and ACE-related activities, and especially which are difficult to access for young people. There are actually some updates. We had talked about this back on the Finance and Technology Day before the ACE negotiations had concluded, so I'll give a little update that from the ACE negotiations, there were some parties that were supportive of having an ACE marketplace included in the next work program to guide action for climate empowerment, which will be the Glasgow work program. Unfortunately, that did not get elaborated into the final text, which concluded over the weekend, but we did get, overall, it's a good text, and it did mandate that parties should establish an action plan for ACE, which we've never had before. And so there's room now for us to include a proposal for an ACE marketplace into this further elaboration of one of the activities under the action plan. And all of that will be taking place next June for the subsidiary bodies meeting. So not all the way there, but as is often the case, it's a few steps forward, a step backwards. There's a lot of complexities with the process, but overall, the general trajectory is still that parties are moving closer to where we needed to go. So if you wanted to see the full presentation that we made, you can look back from the Hub website. You can find the presentation from the Finance and Technology Day on, just put ACE Marketplace. So to explain a little just more what that is in this context, we know that there's this chronic need for financial resources, but how do people get them? And so the idea here is simply to create this space that would allow us to link up those who are in need of funding for projects, specific projects that they have, with those who could provide funding. And specifically, when we think of who would be providing this funding, we're looking at private sector or other sources of finance. This is because, again, going on beyond the broader context just of ACE and capacity building, public finance for climate action is also not where it's supposed to be. $100 billion per year has yet to materialize, and so forth. So this is a much broader problem where ACE and capacity building are a smaller subset that's even more neglected within that. So specifically, and parties that had invited these other sources to provide finance for this work in their past decisions, and even the most recent one that will hopefully be gavelled at the end of this COP, that nothing disrupts that. But they haven't created a body, entity, or process to facilitate the flow of those resources. So the marketplace, again, you have a project, you get that proposal uploaded onto this platform. And again, there's different levels. This is a very scalable concept of the marketplace. It can start out at the most basic level. You just need a place where people could upload their proposals, and then you attract these different potential funders to come and peruse it like a catalog and find projects they align with. But it should be ultimately much more than that, and this is where it would have synergies with a lot of the other bodies, entities, or processes that Miro was just describing, whether that's a United Citizens Network or GLOCHA, parties, like all these other structures. This is not existing in a vacuum. So what the marketplace would do is easily synergize with any of these other other bodies by being the financial piece of it. But suppose you have a concept for a project, but you don't know, what do I do? Well, you could have, as part of these other structures, sort of an incubator or a capacity building mechanism that would support you. And you need to create an NGO in your country. Well, they have legal people and they can help you with that. How do I do a budget for a project? Again, so all the experts that you would need in order to help guide you into that. And this would be especially useful for youth, because they're oftentimes, they don't have a legal entity yet, or they may not know how to set one up, or again, there's more barriers for them to overcome. So the idea to make this fully inclusive and accessible would be that you have also within the structure a way to provide that. And we've talked about it as well, having a global platform for ACE, which was something that also did not make it through the negotiations this time. But again, there's room for that to come in during an action plan, in June next year. So these ideas are still very much on the table, and they're individual parties or groups that were supporting them. Just not enough time in this COVID COP for parties to get all the way there. So that essentially would be the marketplace. And again, just the last sort of key piece of this where it synergizes is we know that there's not enough monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of all of these different activities for ACE and climate change, and especially for finance and tracking where the financial flow is going. And there are 6 elements of ACE, and as Miro noted, mostly it's been siloed into education. But what about the other 5 elements? And it would be very, right now you can't really say, how much are we funding public participation or access to information versus, education or another element. So if we were using this marketplace, then you not only have a centralized place for all the other reasons, but now for monitoring the financial flows, you would be able to directly report on that. Because say, GYDI has a project, we get funded through the marketplace. Well, because we did that through the marketplace, we now have an obligation to do some reporting back into that process, so that then you would be able to say, okay, well, look, we're really neglecting, public participation, for example, because it only had, 10% of all of the funds that went through the marketplace, and education is, 85%, and it's like, okay, so then this gives useful, necessary information to parties, to everyone, to be able to figure out, how do we leverage everything that needs to be done, balance all of the areas. So this really would be, I think, a necessary innovation for how we move forward, and certainly hope to carry that forward.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Tim, and congratulations. It's really an example how an individual can develop ideas and co-shape the future of the world, because you have been the champion of this topic, and it has been really taken up by very many ACE stakeholders, demanded for, and also Austrian delegation is very much in favor of it, and I'm sure it's only a matter of time that it will become part of the UNFCCC bodies, processes, and entities. And and our task will be to show that it can deliver. With our United Citizens organization, we have the plan on the 5th of June when we will really have the big party and resource mobilization effort that we will raise at least 10 million euros and to channel it also towards ACE-related activities in Africa in the context of COP27. And I'm delighted to have Romy, so Maria, with us, who is a social impact investment expert and also born in Kenya, and can bring in some perspectives from resource holders and also the need to build bridges between those who have resources and the processes, who know where resources are needed, where impact can be made, how connections can be made with the official UN process. Romy, please take the floor.
Thank you, Miro, and thank you, Tim. You guys are doing some incredible work, and it's needed. I guess the press the last week has kind of zoned in on the fact that the youth are clearly being left out of the conversation, and Africa as a continent is even further behind when we think about who's being left out even more. What I think is really interesting about the way ACE is approaching it is this idea of transparency, using data, and also the fact that a lot of the people who are doing incredible work are not documented. They can't prove the work they're doing. They can't prove the results. And I think Tim mentioned that, you know, one side is to show where the funding is going, but the other side is to show where the funds are being, where projects are being completed, where results are being created. And I think that's what this kind of organization will help with, because especially for the kind of less quantifiable or more qualitative projects where we look at social change, it's very difficult to kind of say $10 million achieved X or the return was Y. What we need to look at is other ways and metrics of measuring that. And in Africa, where there is definitely a lot of capacity building to be done, we also forget there's so many incredible projects being done on the ground. So what I want to see and what I hope the global community will look at is this is a great chance to open up to use this incredible technology, using the blockchain, using open source, using the activism of younger generations who, you know, may not have the same resources to put the millions and billions into it. But when you look at 450 euros as an investment into this project, that's doable. Now there's a platform for somebody to actually input that money. They can find a project that they're mission aligned with, purpose aligned with. They can then also see the results. And what I think could be incredible is then you build yourself as an individual, a transaction record of I have participated X towards climate change, but not just the money, these are the results. And you can be happy to know that they were verified, they were documented. And I think you talked about equity. That's some of the work I do a lot about, is how do we create inclusive leadership across the board? That access in the capacity building has to be there. Are all the individuals getting the resources that they need? Some countries don't get the chance to have these legal frameworks. They don't get to have the protection. They don't get to have even the access to a bank account to receive the funds. This is where I think this kind of institution is really important. And if we, with the advent of internet, with the digitization of the world and the economy, it's a great chance to now give those people who are excluded from the global community, and especially around climate change, because let's be honest, they're being affected a lot more from if we look at deforestation, we look at desertification, we look at population growth, food supply, water. These are all factors related to climate change, and they're affecting a lot more people in some of the developing countries, in particular Africa. So yeah, it's exciting. I think the work you guys are doing is really empowering, and I can't wait to be part of the projects going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romy. And we are still waiting for Delphine from Kenya. She sent half an hour ago that she is nearby and is coming. I'm quite sure she will show up. But till then, I would give the floor to the audience to express your thoughts on action for climate empowerment in the context of Africa, COP27, youth. What are your perspectives or your suggestions? If you want to take the floor, please take one of the two microphones there and on the sides and share with us your views. Please.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I'm from the United States. I'm new to COP this year and fairly new to the ACE Coalition. I'm wondering how we keep the momentum going at home, wherever we are. And I know we haven't achieved everything we wanted with ACE so far at COP, but how do we keep public empowerment, public engagement, education going and build it up despite the advances that we may not have made at this COP?
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Any further questions that we put things together? Please.
Good morning. My name is Nelson Ewemedu from Nigeria. My question is, I want to know why most of the money that comes to Africa and poor countries are mostly loans and not grants. And how can we assess those grants and not loans? Because it's very bad for poor nations.
Okay, good question. Yeah. So, one thing that I would say, perhaps in terms of rethinking action for climate empowerment, is that we have to have a climate action impact market ecosystem. Because we need, if somebody is really contributing measurable, verifiable, certifiable impact, then this should be rewarded. If it's the impact primarily local, we have to create mechanisms locally that the local communities reward this common good generation, and for the dimension that is for globally, there have to be set up mechanisms that connect globally relevant, locally generated impact with global resources. And so in terms of grants, I see them also like a marketplace. If it is verifiable impact generated, then this should be bought, financed with a grant. And if it's an activity which can generate income and has a strong private sector component, that's the way the world functions. Nobody gives something just away without getting anything in return. So, and it's also really a lot of homework to be done in African countries. I have to say, just this attitude of waiting and seeing. I have 4 friends from the African community who I had expected today to sit with me here, and they are not here. So, I don't know. There needs to be more taking action, taking responsibility, not waiting to get anything, but to do your part, and then things will function. Not only about thinking about grants, is give and get. What are African countries? If you think of grants, what will the one who receives the grant do for it? What will be the added value it generates? This kind of logic I like. I would not give just money in a one-way street. And it's really, in Africa, I have my problems. I really have to say, we are talking about action for climate empowerment and Africa. And my understanding is that action for climate empowerment, any structure, any global structure that we build here has to deliver in Africa. And I've tried really several times. The example that I've shown there with Ghana, regional West African workshop on global challenges, youth and ICT. And I've worked there, had local partners, not the National Youth Authority, it was a young civil society leader. And he then tried to, started to sell my visa invitations letters without me knowing that I was inviting people. And then I said, hey, this I don't want. And he said, Miro, you don't understand Africa. So I would prefer to go on a journey with Africa where things are functioning better. And this, I cannot change that. But we are looking for partners who are trustworthy, who are really, because it's needed. And if we will have a good partnership, reliable partnership, delivering things and impact in Africa, there will be huge amounts of resources available. And really our structure will deliver, starting, I'm sure we will have by the end of next year at least 10 million euros. And then COP27 is a big opportunity to show leadership, but we need the right partners and open for conversations. Perhaps it was a little bit depressing. Yeah, please.
No, I think on a more positive outlook, I think that's one of the challenges is, like we said before, is documentation of results. And I think that's what's been tricky in the past. So loans are the most, they have the best framework for verification, and obviously the interest coming back is how, you know, someone can guarantee the money they're putting in goes somewhere. I think now with the technology that's coming out, maybe there's hope to change that, where maybe it's not grants we look at just as the word, but it's about investments, and that can be non-financial investments. It can be returns that can be actually measured. And what's interesting is when you look at then the youth and the generation that really wants to make a difference, they're going to be, they want transparency as well, and they haven't had access to get into this system. So I think hopefully now, with the digitization, we can move to a point where the individual can be empowered rather than having to wait to go through the various blocks. And I guess, you know, sometimes the individual feels, where is my resources coming from? Now they can get them directly from people who believe in their mission. So I think on a positive side, maybe we can completely look beyond the grants and be a much bigger, broader and more equitable market where people invest in projects that they don't want to see a financial return, but they want to see an impactful return.
Yeah, exactly. To build on that, I think that's, again, part of what we would see with an ACE marketplace, is that it's moving away from a loan-driven model, but there is still obviously an impact expectation, because again, like, it's bad to invest in something that doesn't generate positive impacts, but it would be more leaning on the corporate social responsibility or the philanthropy side of things to provide the funding, which is, again, a different dynamic, a different model, and not necessarily a grant per se or what that would be called. But again, it's not expecting a monetary, you know, return on investment from supporting the project. So I think it would help to address that problem a little bit, to make it a bit more accessible. And just to make sure we follow back on the previous question as well of, you know, how do we keep the momentum going forward from here? You know, again, I am, you know, speaking for myself, I'm happy enough with the outcome that we were able to get. I'm not concerned that we will be unable to keep the momentum going. I mean, we have so many of us, I mean, of these communities that will stay active, you know, not only here, but, you know, throughout the year. There's ECOS, there's the YOUNGO ACE working group, there's GYDI and our delegates who, you know, we'll keep working with them after this COP, you know, and have a delegation again. So like, there will definitely be a continuity from now into the June session, and that's where we'll keep alive all these proposals. And I mean, it's actually going to be a very exciting year next year to keep carrying this forward. And you can come and join and be part of that, and, you know, pick which space you identify most with. If you're a youth, maybe you gravitate more toward, you know, the YOUNGO side of things, or if you're a youth or a non-youth, you can certainly, you know, join the intergenerational space, which is ECOS, or, you know, again, GYDI. While we focus on capacity building and support to young people, you know, we are very much intergenerational and, you know, enjoy partnerships, for example, with Miro and his organization and many others. So find the place that you feel most comfortable or able to plug in. And we do a lot of onboarding. So even if you're intimidated by, oh, what's this, you know, subsidiary bodies you're talking about in the text and the decision, I don't know these things, therefore I cannot contribute. No, ACE and capacity building starts within these groupings. And so we are always doing a lot of onboarding and support to bring people. We have some of our delegates who are here for the very first time. It's their first COP, but people have been thinking that, you know, they have much more experience than that because they very successfully prepared and had capacity building and have made amazing impacts for your first COP. My first COP, I was like lost, even though I had a lot of, you know, a whole semester of preparation because I was going as a senior undergrad to do research, and it's like nothing really prepares you for that first COP. But so there's very welcoming, you know, communities here, and like that's where the momentum will keep coming forward. And so please feel welcome to join those.
Thank you very much for these positive comments. Any further questions, please, or comments?
Hello, good morning. I'm Samuel from Sierra Leone. We see climate empowerment action for youths interesting, and it's new to us. And so, as you rightly indicated, a lot has to be done in Africa to get there. My concern is how do we create the linkages and networks to continue in this engagement? And secondly, how do you promote continuous capacity building after we shall have left?
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Samuel. Yeah, so I think that there's huge power in non-party stakeholder organizations. And this is something that is missing for the time being. We have for the intergovernmental work, we have the United Nations, which is built on nation states, but somehow the nation state is not delivering very well on the climate front, and it's even less developing on the global climate front. And as I said, ACE has several €100,000 of euros, 300,000 for 2 years, and that's nothing. And so also you can not expect money to come from national governments anywhere to the UN and down to another country. I think there are very limited potentials in this space. The UN has the convening power and it can help developing certain visions, but for really resources and structures that will on a large scale provide resources for youth climate action empowerment in Africa, we have to think about structures like the ones that we are setting up now, the United Citizens Organization for Action for Climate Empowerment, and this new mechanism with this voluntary carbon footprint compensation crypto stamps, which can be regarded also as some kind of voluntary global tax, and that we will. Once we will deliver results, we will also speak with national governments to say if somebody has invested in this global ACE empowerment, that this investment or this payments should be subtracted from the national tax-paying obligations. So, and this is really a big pool of resources that we can open up here, and we will exchange contact details afterwards, and we can have perhaps workshops or whatever to really look at strategically developing mechanisms for cooperation between your national and local programs in the field of ACE and the resources that the non-party stakeholders are generating now, going to generate through this United Citizens Organization, and really to develop mechanisms that are new. It is not really something that has yet, that is comparable to anything else that exists. It's a new quasi-international organization in Austria and in Switzerland. There's this legal framework of different stakeholder groups coming together, so not limited to the national governments to set up such a structure. And this is the new kid on the block of the UN system. It is really the next generation of the UN system by non-party stakeholders who have much more resources than the national governments. And we have to build the bridges between what is being done on the national level, where the mandates are, where the structures are, with the schools, with youth centers or whatever there is, and the interests and the resources of global citizens.
After you.
Yeah, just quickly to add on to that, I think a lot of the way that we make some progress is going to be better connecting the stakeholders, as you were saying. And I've been hearing from some of my African colleagues that they really want to take advantage of COP27 coming back to Africa. And these are in particular sub-Saharan African colleagues. And I want to make sure, I think they need to make sure they're not being left out as well, just because the COP is happening in North Africa. So this again, again, you mentioned, Miro, the model of the UK and Italy teaming up. It might be very interesting to have Egypt team up with, whether it's Ghana, who we've been in conversations with, or another, a sub-Saharan African country, so that, they're able to have better representation in that sense. But they're talking about having some bigger youth mobilizations within Africa, because again, this will be the Conference of Youth happens each year and is organized within the host country or the host region. So I think this will be a chance for them having the home field advantage to be able to scale up the kinds of connections and international partnerships, international collaboration that will be happening. And that can apply for the rest of civil society as well, not only for youth, and that's going to help us to keep advancing this work, advance the momentum, and hopefully get some more concrete impacts that are happening. And again, a chance to really invest in a lot more capacity building, especially among youth in Africa, so that it's not just about hosting the COP. It really is a chance to build up the capacities of those who are hosting it and the broader actors, not just the government.
And one effort that we also want to make is to build places where there is good and stable internet access. Because, for instance, we've had with the Austrian government and the Climate Change Secretariat an ACE event on Earth Day this year, 28th of April. And we tried to bring in the minister for the environment from Ghana, but the internet connection was so bad that we couldn't speak with him. And so we really want to invest also resources in, we have technology partners for satellite-based internet access, and so we want to create places where those who are working on these climate topics will have really access to the internet, access to technology, access to funding, and happy also to speak with you about creating such pilot centers. In the end, there should be Global Challenges Center, a GLOCHA Center in every city and every local community. Somehow really physical space and social network where people who want to work on these topics come together, get education, get technology, get funding, get inspiration, where they can connect locally and globally so that they don't feel so alone anymore. Because one of the problems of climate activists is that they are very often quite isolated and stranded. So, yeah, these are some of the plans that we have, and June the 5th is the big party in Klagenfurt in Austria with satellites events around the world. There we want to raise 10 million euros. On the 6th there starts the intersessional in Bonn. So we will go from Klagenfurt to Bonn, confidently showing our accomplishments and our potentials. And then between Bonn and COP27, we want to have on massive scale really roll out non-party stakeholder climate action empowerment. Romy?
No, I think those are great points. And the last one I'll just say is the young generation, especially in Africa, the digital boom is inspiring. There's so many people now who are connected that never were connected before. And I think what we can do to keep the momentum going is encourage individuals to share their journeys, their stories. And the more they start sharing and seeing responses, it will push others to do so. And that will keep the momentum going until frameworks and the processes can be more formalized and the technologies can be set up. But right now is a time where the youth, their voice is finally being recognized. I'm not saying it's being heard, but it's being recognized at least. And now we get them heard, we can get them seen, and that's what I think is going to change the way. And also, I grew up in Kenya, and now having lived it out for over 10 years, when I look back, the individual empowerment and entrepreneurship it's crazy. It actually makes me think, wow, this is a continent that is innovating without a fraction of the resources of the developed world. We need to tap into those individuals and make sure that they have that voice. And if that's as simple as saying, let's look for who are the top 25 influencers for climate within like a city like Nairobi, for example. How do we get them connected, talking and sharing ideas? That's what we can start doing. And from a very small level, bring small groups into one slightly bigger one, which then has a larger sphere of influence. So it's all about how do we stage it to the point where when institutions and processes like what we're doing with ACE can be more formalized, how do we get them to that point where when that's ready to go, they're ready to join, and we can really, go with a big bang.
Mm-hmm. Any further questions, comments, please?
So thank you very much for the great work you guys are doing. My name is Ambe Emmanuel Chio, and I work with the United Nations University in Bonn, Germany.
Very good.
I mean, we talked about monitoring the finance. We also talked about reporting progress. I was just wondering if you are also thinking of having long-term program, because often the challenge with project is that there is no follow-up. So I don't know if you're also thinking of having maybe long-term program instead of having project. Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of funding, it will be primarily the first years this marketplace logic, so that people come with their suggestions of activities which provide a certain impact. And then in a collaborative process facilitated with blockchain technology is what we are going to offer to the marketplace. We will see which technology then really will be taken, but then to a lot of collaboration, collective intelligence, but also artificial intelligence will pick the programs, and depending also on the amount of resources that there are. Then there will be digital bonds also with citizen-centric finance, where renewable energy projects and other initiatives which are income generating, or also water, healthy water provision. So these are urban services that are also income generating, and there can be put together programs that are fitting for digital bonds. So this kind of things will work. But as regards really institutional programs, and so it will be our network of Glotcha centers. They will succeed an institutional grant, so to say, to operate. There will be educational activities, capacity building programs, but not in the sense that we will give money away, but it will be organized by our network, but programs that will reach the people on the ground. This is a little bit of the logic, but it's not everything yet elaborated out. It will be, once we will have our financial rounds, we will then have the necessary stuff to develop the details and to connect with partners in all countries, and especially in Africa, as I said. I think if we don't deliver results, if we don't function from our institutional logic in Africa, then we have failed.
Yeah, I think just adding on to that, certainly we need a long-term sustainable impact. And where the marketplace initially will help is by helping to highlight projects which are in a position to then be scaled up and evolved into a long-term program. Also from our own GYDI perspective, having done projects that were a one-off funding opportunity, again, we've seen that while that is useful, it does not generate the most efficient use of impact. It's not the most return on the investment that was made there. So our own thinking is as well to have long-term programs ultimately that are better able to be planned, be executed, and ultimately generate a greater impact. But of course, it's again, how do you have the body of evidence, as was mentioned, to justify a funder who's going to be willing to support that longer commitment? So at the very least, the projects give a starting point, and then you can pick out those bright spots to be scaled up and turned into something more sustainable. And since I'm noticing just on the end of time here, I'll wrap this into my closing word, which would be, in this context of Africa, Global Youth Development Institute is very much here as an ally. Please let us know if or how it's useful for us to continue supporting you, and we take that same approach with all of our African friends and colleagues. And for example, like our delegation, we had 10 badges as GYDI, and a majority of those all went to ensuring that delegates from the Global South had access to come here and be in the blue zone. I'm actually the only person from the United States that we put on one of our badges because, well, I needed to be here to coordinate it.
Sure.
But we focus on making sure we had all the regions represented. So someone from SIDS, from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, and we carry out that ethos through all of the work that we do. So please reach out and inform us whether or not or how we can support.
Thanks for your concluding remarks and for the great work that you're doing with GYDI. Romy, any concluding remarks?
No, I'm just really glad to be part of this team, and it's my first COP, so excited to see some positive stuff. I know there's a lot of skepticism about what's going to come out of this session, but I hope that we will see some of the results, and what you guys are doing is great. And particularly back to Africa and the Global South, we run a podcast with my company, The Oblique Life, and one of the main objectives is to really show that the Global South is a solution driver. It's not a receiver, it's an innovator, and we need to get those stories out there because the way people innovate should be thought of more of a systems mindset. And I think we have more collaboration, more sharing, more knowledge, experience, and with platforms like what ACE can develop, there's a chance to actually put your ideas on that place, and we can start seeing the linkages and then that community that develops. And then, as you said, once you've achieved some results, there's a stage 2 where you can scale that up and you can work with other people. So it's an exciting time, and I think the road to June 2022 is hopefully a positive one, and if we all work together, we'll get there.
Wonderful, thanks, Romy. And to building on this note of the Global South Africa being solution provider, and also connecting with Sarah's question, how to get further on this, is really that we Action for Climate Empowerment needs to be to lead people having fun, enjoying to be engaged in climate action. And with entrepreneurship solutions, locally appropriate solutions, locally developed solutions, but also with culture and music and this kind of things, and community building as a key element also. And about these topics we will speak today at 3:30 in the UK pavilion, UK COP26 presidency pavilion. We have an event with youth, culture and digital innovation towards climate neutral cities and citizens. And there we will talk also about the Digital Art for Climate initiative, and we have a Music for Climate initiative that will present an initiative, Dancing for Climate. And I think this kind of dimension to the whole climate efforts will really bring hope, bring the necessary social energy and also the necessary resources. And GLOCHA and the United Citizens Organization for Action for Climate Empowerment has come here to stay, and it's to become esteemed and appreciated member of the UN family. And next year at the UNFCCC Entities, Bodies and Processes Day, you will hear more what we have achieved by then. Thanks for being with us here today.
in the slides, please. Okay, hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to this event in the Capacity Building Hub. Are SMEs ready for climate action? Sharing global experiences on capacity building. My name is Alejandro Kilpatrick. I'm the manager of the Capacity Building Subdivision at the UN Climate Change Secretariat. Today's event builds on a series of studies that have been conducted by the Climate Change Secretariat and in cooperation with the International Development Research Center for a couple of regions and another study that was supported by the UNFCCC Secretariat in another region. These studies, the main focus was to provide an overview of what are the capacity building needs and gaps of small and medium-sized enterprises for them to be able to engage in climate action. So what is missing in terms of knowledge, skills, capacities for SMEs to be more active in climate action and to be able to address the risk and opportunities that climate change brings, imposes on small and medium-sized enterprises. These studies were conducted, as I mentioned, in partnership with the International Development Research Center of Canada for the Asian Pacific region and the Eastern and Southern Africa region. We also conducted a similar study for the Middle East and Northern African region. And we have also been supporting a couple of consultation workshops after the development of these studies. The event is structured in the following way. So let me show you a bit the program. So we'll have some introductory remarks from key stakeholders and key partners that will be working on these issues of capacity building and engagement of SMEs in climate action. Then we'll have a panel session, will be the presentation by my colleagues on the different studies in the three regions for Asian Pacific, Africa, and Middle East and Northern Africa. Then we'll have a panel session to hear reflections from some regional partners on how to move forward this work. I hope also we'll have the time to entertain questions from the audience here and joining us virtually. We have several of our speakers joining virtually, but we have the pleasure also having speakers here in the room. Hope the technologies will work for all of us. So without further ado, I would like to go straight into the first session, which are the introductory remarks from these key partners. And first, it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague and friend, Mr. Kabe Sahedi, who's currently the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, UNESCAP. He oversees ESCAP's substantive programs on finance, trade, energy, transport, environment, natural disasters, social development, and statistics, all in support of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I would like to kindly request Kabe to share with us, as one of the regional institutions engaged with us in this work, what are the best ways to collaborate to enhance the capacities and knowledge of SMEs in order for them to engage in climate action, and how can they better address potential climate risk? So now we'll hand it over to Kabe. Kabe, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alejandro, and I hope you can hear me.
We hear you very well.
Wonderful. Well, Excellencies, distinguished co-panelists from our sister commission, UNESCO, as well as from SEDA, from IDRC, from UNIDO, my dear Bangkok-based friend Stein. I believe you have there also Madam Sanda Ojiambo, CEO and Executive Director of UN Global Compact. And of course yourself, Alejandro. Thank you so much to you, to the UNFCCC Secretariat, to RCC colleagues for helping bring this event together and for your partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to take part in this high-level side event on behalf of UN ESCAP. We appreciate your invitation to bring some perspectives from the Asia-Pacific region into this conversation. And I say that because we are keenly aware that the eyes of the world are on the Asia-Pacific region at COP26, and rightly so. Our region's growing affluence and economic growth has clearly come at a high cost, including to the planet. The Asia-Pacific contributes over half of the world's total GHG emissions, is home to 6 out of the top 10 global emitters, and 5 of the top 10 countries with the greatest historic responsibility for emissions since the beginning of the 20th century. At the same time, our region of Asia-Pacific is also the most disaster-prone and vulnerable region in the world to impacts of climate change. So this makes our role as a region so vital, including for today's conversation. Now, while our region generates something like 38% of global GDP, and is serving in some ways as a global center of manufacturing, it really is the small and medium enterprises, that segment of the economy that really drives much of the region's economic growth, its exports, and its employment. SMEs account for more than 90% of all Asian businesses, contribute to over 50% of GDP, and provide 2 out of the 3 private sector jobs in the region. So the economic reset needed for deep decarbonization and climate action in Asia Pacific has to bring SMEs to the very center of action. So, Alejandro, to your question, what would it take to ready this vast, this diverse, this sprawling, and this critically important sector for climate action? I think first and foremost is knowledge. This really means raising awareness among the millions of SMEs in Asia Pacific, not only about the importance of climate action, but also about the benefits and the costs. Cleaner production, resource and energy efficiency, the use of renewable energy, adoption of circular economy principles are all proven ways, not only for SMEs to reduce their climate footprint, but also to reduce their costs. And to do this, SMEs need support through the sharing of knowledge and best practices to really help them identify and capitalize on these opportunities, on these processes, on these technologies. Secondly, we have to acknowledge that going green has upfront costs that many SMEs simply cannot afford. SMEs are going to need support to access digital finance for implementing the required transition, be it through grants, loans, equity, or other forms of capital. Sustainable activities and production processes can, of course, enhance the ability of SMEs to access funding, including green and innovative financing solutions that are targeted at climate action. But governments also have to play a part here, and they have to play an important role by de-risking or allocating additional funds to support energy efficiency measures and initiatives to support the greening of SMEs. And the fiscal space right now is more open than ever before if governments choose to direct greater finances from the recovery packages, from building back better from the pandemic, to SMEs, many of which have actually been driven to the brink in the economic fallout from the pandemic. And this investment in MSMEs, both as a segment that has been severely affected, as well as a segment that can be used to incentivize and drive sustainable production and decarbonization in the region to ensure a green recovery. And all of this, of course, brings me to the third point, because even when there is knowledge and there is finance, capacity remains a major barrier, something that the panelists will be unpacking in this session. SMEs' lack of specialized skill set and knowledge of alternative technologies can make it difficult to adopt green and low emission production processes. But capacity building efforts must recognize the differences that exist among SMEs in terms of skill sets, in terms of sectoral specificities, in terms of the market environment, and their opportunities and motivations for greening, as it were. So a one-size-fits-all approach just won't be able to serve the needs of the wide range of enterprises that make up the SME segment in Asia Pacific. And the success of capacity building efforts will also depend on the extent to which SMEs have access to green knowledge and innovation available in the wider economy, and of course how they can tap into that knowledge and those resources. And here we believe that the private sector can play a role through knowledge sharing, through its value chains. For instance, large companies can provide support by sharing best practices and experiences with SMEs and by developing more sustainable and green value chains as part of their own net zero pathway commitments, into which these SMEs can then become integrated through buyer-supplier linkages. And really that's exactly what we're trying to do through ESCAP and through our activities, to address all three of these major enablers to help make SMEs ready for that climate action. So for example, the ESCAP MSME Policy Makers Network provides a sort of a ready-made platform for knowledge exchange and peer learning to help MSMEs in their decarbonization and climate action transformation. Or similarly, our recent policy guide for SME development provides actions including green public procurement frameworks and green supply chains to help make SMEs more robust, more agile, more resilient, and of course, more green. Our country framework on SME access to finance is now being used by countries for analyzing the SME financing landscape and for developing SME-specific climate action-related financing instruments. And the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network and its task forces are supporting climate action in industries dominated by SMEs, including ways to reduce and utilize CO2 in the textile and garment industry, for example, reducing water consumption and changing consumer behavior in the resort industry, all of which are so important for our Asia-Pacific economies. And lastly, the next Asia-Pacific Business Forum that we're organizing is going to be held under the banner of a Green Deal for Business. And that forum aims to identify a set of activities for a zero carbon future, for decarbonizing energy, the circular economy and green finance, and accelerating climate action by businesses and SMEs. And in that regard, Alejandro, let me welcome really all the companies, big or small, who are joining this event, to also come and join the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, because that is the sharing of experiences, the raising the bar. That really is an integral part of the capacity building journey that many SMEs have ahead of them. What we do know is, in spite of all of our efforts, despite the ESCAP initiatives that I mentioned and the many other initiatives that we're going to hear about today by UN and other partners, SMEs in Asia Pacific still face many capacity and other challenges in reducing their carbon footprints and in taking climate action. And really that is why ESCAP remains so committed to engaging SMEs in climate action efforts and to addressing the many challenges that may prevent them from doing so. And in that regard, of course, we truly welcome partnerships with the co-organizers here today to advance work in this area and to deliver really a strong call for action and tangible follow-up together in support of SMEs and their green journey. Alejandro, thank you again so much to you and colleagues for organizing this, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Kabe, for your statement. It was very enlightening, very interesting to see the perspective from the Asian Pacific region, but I think some of those enablers and challenges you presented, based on what our findings of these studies, are common to other regions. But it struck me the numbers you mentioned when we were talking about millions, SMEs in the millions in Asian Pacific. So, and that's a great opportunity also for, and highlights the importance and relevance of SMEs in climate action, in terms of the risk they face, but also the opportunities they present for them to engage more actively. And you did mention the wonderful work being carried out by ESCAP, and that's very much appreciated. And the key words I take away are collaboration, sharing experience, knowledge. It's all the aspects that we're looking for in the follow-up actions out of these studies. Thank you again, Kabe. Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Sanda Ojiambo. She's from Kenya and was appointed CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres himself in June 2020. Ms. Ojiambo brings to the UN Global Compact more than 20 years of experience in the public, multilateral, and private sectors. including as head of sustainable business and social impact, Safaricom PLC in Kenya, and capacity development work in Care International and UNDP Somalia. Throughout her career, Sandra has cultivated and managed relationships with key business entities and civil society organizations and led the implementation of several public-private partnership initiatives. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Sandra. And I would like to hear if you can share with us what is the vision of UN Global Compact as regards accelerating and scaling the global collective impact of business on climate action and the SDGs. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much. And to all the distinguished guests here, and certainly my panelists. I think it's a very important question, that we face today, really around the question of resiliency and business. Let me begin by just talking a little bit about the UN Global Compact and who we are and how I'll approach my remarks. So the Global Compact was set up in the year 2000. It's the largest corporate sustainability initiative in the world. We have about 14,000 companies that are with us. And I just want to spring off the commentary on SMEs before I expand over to larger businesses. Previous speakers spoke about millions. I think at this specific point in time where we are, the SME sector is really at the cusp of where I think urgent action is needed. SMEs face a number of challenges that the previous speaker has alluded to in terms of having to make some difficult choices, knowledge, technology, financing. But I think what makes it most pertinent is the fact that over the last year and a half of the pandemic, SMEs is where we've seen the highest challenges around resiliency, around job losses, around the need to bounce back as we talk about building forward better, as I'd like to say. I think the specific challenges that are posed are also reflected in a recent leadership survey that we did. And we surveyed about 1,200 CEOs from the Global Compact family. And all of the CEOs said that, first of all, they felt that the climate crisis was here and now. We might be speaking about trajectories of 2030 and 2050, but they truly did feel that businesses were being impacted at this point in time, and they were equally having to make difficult decisions on financing, on technology, on impact, and on people. So the challenge is in the present. Having said that, and just talking back about SMEs and where they stand, significant figures, yes, they do contribute to 80 to possibly higher percentages of employment, of economic activity in many economies around the world. SMEs are responsible for 50 to 60% of jobs as a whole. We can only look at large economies. US, Japan, and others are significantly driven by the SME sector, which is important. But I think also to highlight that SMEs of their own are economic drivers, but they are also inputters into MNCs and large businesses' supply chains. And I think that's a very important factor when you look at issues such as mitigation. We're setting enormous and really ambitious goals for businesses in terms of what they should do all along their supply chains. It's not only what happens in the center of a business, at the core of the business, but certainly what happens within supply chains. Now, the fundamental question to ask is how ready SMEs to respond. And again, my previous speakers spoke to that. We're looking at questions of, do they have the technology? Do they have the know-how? And can they access the financing? I think those are key pillars to look at when we look at the SME sector. Speaking specifically around climate action, and I think we all heard the UN Secretary General's urgent call to action this week, calling for urgent multi-stakeholder and multilateral action for climate. I think it's a bold ambition that has the private sector at its core. And indeed, there are a number of initiatives that we have undertaken to enable private sector to make these transitions. Earlier this last week, we announced the Science-Based Targets Network and a standard that we put in place for companies and businesses to truly assess their commitment to the 1.5-degree trajectory, the ability to validate those targets, and also to look at how companies are really making the transition to 1.5 trajectory. As we know, because I believe we've all read the IPCC reports, we are not doing well globally, and I think urgent action is required, including of the private sector. I think a couple of issues I'd like to add also is that it is truly important for SMEs and beyond to really understand the importance of decoupling their growth and their rebound post-pandemic from climate action. The two can truly go hand in hand. You can build a successful business as well as be mindful of your footprint and your contribution to the trajectories we wish to set. I think it's very important as we look at building forward better to understand the importance of resiliency, to understand the fragmentation that we've seen within supply chains, the fragmentation around access to natural resources and how that plays out for businesses. Previous speaker also talked about the challenges around access to financing and what that would look like for SMEs. In the broader context of where we are in the discussions, we know that there's urgent and key discussions on financing between the global north and the global south, and how that also plays out within businesses, I think, is very critical. And my last point would be, as we look at businesses and the overall trajectory, between mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, I think it's to realize that the three elements are a firm continuum. And for businesses positioning themselves, it is really important to understand, if you are in a large emitting sector, what role do you then therefore play around setting targets and working towards those targets? But we also must start thinking forward, because many SMEs will rely on natural resources. They'll want to know what new technologies can they adopt and adapt to be more resilient and ultimately play a longer-term sustainable role. So for us at the Global Compact, what we're doing in terms of working with businesses and with SMEs is to provide them with the toolkits and the skill sets to be able to address the climate challenge. I've earlier spoken to the Science Based Targets Initiative, of which we're a founding member, and continue to be proud of the fact that over 2,000 companies have signed up and continue to set and have targets validated by the SBTi. But our urgent call to action truly would be that it is important for businesses, both large and small, to pay attention to the work that they do and how they are impacting our overall climate change and climate change trajectory, because truly the private sector is a key focal area and a key part of the overall climate debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanda. As you say, the Global Compact is an important player in supporting the enhancement of the role of the private sector in climate action, and it's been doing a lot, like the standards, I think they're an important element, the promotion of standards, the targets. And I think you mentioned something very important, is the consideration of the supply chain, how SMEs, the role in supply chain, and also how their business is changing, because they might be more being demanded to green their business as a supplier of as a provider to those supply chains. So I think that's a very important point. But thank you so much for that. And now I would like to, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Karim Hassan. He's the Executive Director of the UNFCCC Technology Center for Development in Jordan. Before that, he was the Director of Youth and Innovation Program at the Global Institute for Water, Environment and Health, and the Managing Director of BENA Foundation in Egypt. Besides, he has had an intensive academic career as a lecturer and researcher with several universities. Karim has led more than 50 projects in the fields of technology and sustainable development. Karim, I would really welcome if you can highlight your work as one of the regional institutions to enhance the capacities and knowledge of SMEs for them to better engage in climate action and better address potential climate risk. The floor is yours, Karim. I hope you are online. Welcome.
Thanks, Alejandro. Your Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to represent the voice of the Arab world in this valuable event, which brings hope to the world for building back better after the COVID-19 pandemic. Actually, in the Arab region, green entrepreneurship in the fields of water technologies, renewable energy, energy sufficiency, sustainable transportation, sustainable agriculture and food production, in addition to green building and waste management, are viewed as economic sectors that pave the way for a green economy transition in the Arab region, and delivering win-win solutions for job creation, poverty alleviation, and environmental protection. However, there are a number of obstacles and barriers that may prevent these industries from making a significant contribution to greening the Arabian community. These include a lack of information and awareness about green economy, green jobs, policy, and regulatory gaps, in addition to insufficient financial incentives to promote green initiatives, and associated awareness and skill shortages. So in the Arab region, most countries are increasingly acknowledging the importance of diversifying their economies and fostering greater private sector participation to address national and regional environmental challenges. For this regard, the UNFCCC is coordinating a regional capacity building program to improve the performance of small and medium-sized enterprises in the Arab region. This program actually focuses on building the capacities of regional SMEs that are participating in achieving regional SDGs and supporting their growth journey, in addition to empowering government agencies and the enabling environment to be able to support local SMEs to achieve higher growth and sustainability during and after the pandemic. Under this program, let me elaborate the outline of this program for you, so this could also inspire other regions as well. Under this program, ESCWA is working on facilitating, first of all, the understanding of the national and regional demands and needs. It's very important for entrepreneur or a green entrepreneur to understand the national and regional needs. So we are helping governments to build this understanding and elaborate that to future entrepreneurs. Secondly, inspiring future green entrepreneurs. And this we are doing online platforms and knowledge platforms and capacity building programs to inspire young people on green technologies and green entrepreneurship options. Thirdly, we are supporting the innovation facilitators and solutions development in the region. These solutions are targeted to enhance and promote investing, producing, trading, distributing, and consuming not only environmentally friendly, but also environmentally enhancing products and services. Fourthly, we are making sure that the business development ecosystem is well structured and strengthened across the Arab region. We are working with different ecosystems in different sectors where we can support them and empower them to be able to take the lead in the region. Fifthly, we are building efficient, supportive business registration and certification, one-stop shops for SMEs. All of that should be online. We are aiming at bringing or enhancing the informal sector also as well in the business and make them involved in the pipeline and to be registered officially in the region. So we are supporting member states in that. Sixthly, we are connecting the ecosystem and establish a pan-Arab network for business enablers. We mapped all the ecosystem actors in the field of entrepreneurship in the Arab region, in addition to the WASH technologies, water, sanitation, and hygiene, agri-food, and renewable energy. In addition to also, we mapped all the women empowerment in business and technology across the Arab region. Almost 106 maps compiling thousands of business enablers for supporting Arab SMEs in the Arab region. Seventhly, we are helping in scaling up an internationalization of green SMEs by mapping also international opportunities that can fit with Arab SMEs and establishing, and now we are establishing an annual regional SMEs summit to bring together Arab entrepreneurs with policymakers and international business leaders. This SMEs forum or this SMEs summit, it will be the SMEs Davos forum in the Arab region. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to our unique, inspiring, and first of its kind in the Arab region event next year in Beirut. ESCWA and its member states are looking forward to cooperating with other regions and global actors to increase the impact of green innovation and entrepreneurship in the Arab region and worldwide, to pave the road for SMEs to be ready for an enhanced climate action. Thanks a lot, everybody, and looking forward, maybe next year we'll see all of you in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karim, and thank you for the invitation to the event in Beirut. Hope we can meet you there. And thanks for all the great information of what you're doing in the Arab region. I think the concepts of green entrepreneurship are great, and the fact that you're also engaging youth and also looking at the informal sectors. I think those are very important points too. We're running a bit late in the agenda, so I will now go directly to the next point in the program, but at the end I'll hope we have enough time to entertain questions from the audience here and from our virtual engagement. So if we can have the slides, and then I'll just like to move forward and introduce a bit the studies that we have conducted in partnership with IDRC and other partners. I think all our speakers have already mentioned about the importance of SMEs and how they're affected by climate change, and the importance of understanding also their capacity building needs and gaps, and how to better address them in partnership. I think based on what we heard from colleagues, there's a lot happening, there's a lot being done, and it's a good opportunity to strengthen what has been done and also strengthen partnerships. So those are, in a way, the key ultimate aims of this work we started. So this initiative also has an important component on how to also promote a greater engagement of academia and research organizations as potential providers of both knowledge, skills, and capacities for SMEs and, of course, for other actors. So these studies were conducted in a way that they used information from literature, desk review, but also conducted targeted surveys using small SMEs, business associations, or other networks to try to reach as many as possible SMEs in the 3 regions. We also conducted targeted interviews with key stakeholders in the various regions, from associations, also from academia, research organizations, and look at what is the supply, if you wish, of training and research programs in each of the regions, which provided a wealth of information. Again, the ultimate objective is to have an overview of what are these capacity building needs and gaps in each of the regions, and my colleagues will be presenting the outcomes in each regions. There are commonalities, but there are also specificities. Context is important. So having said that, just a quick introduction, a snapshot of this initiative. I think I will now start handing it over to my colleagues to present the findings from the studies in each of the regions. So I'll start with my colleague Suri, who's working at the Regional Collaboration Center in Bangkok. And this study for Asia, we also carried it out in partnership with IDRC. So Suri, over to you. The slide here, please.
Alex, I think there might be some confusion. Shall we do Jens for RCC Bangkok?
Yeah, sorry. Let's ask Jens. I think there was another with the slides. So, Jens, are you online?
Thank you, Alejandro. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alejandro, and very warm welcome to distinguished speaker, delegates, and participants also from my side. My name is Jens Raczynski, and I'm the regional lead of the UNFCCC IGYS Regional Collaboration Center for Asia and the Pacific, the RCC Bangkok. And I will make the start of these 3 presentations from the regional collaboration centers. As Alejandro said, Bangkok, Dubai, Kampala, and I will start with the ASEAN region. I understand that we are really short in time and we still have some very excellent speakers coming. So I will cut a little bit short on the outcomes and maybe focus on 2-3 recommendations. So maybe the first slides, I don't see the slides, but I have to assume we are on the first slide from RCC Bangkok now. So following the common approach of the studies, which Alejandro has already introduced to you, Besides the desk review and interviews, RCC Bangkok conducted an online survey amongst SMEs in the ASEAN region, and we received 854 responses. Of 67% of the SMEs indicated that they do not know any available training program to help SMEs managing climate change. And the survey respondents also overwhelmingly indicated that managing climate change and engaging on climate action requires new skills and highlight a strong demand for capacity building efforts directed to SMEs in ASEAN. So while growing business is their first priority, many respondents have indicated that they want technical knowledge and capacity building activities on climate actions. So I'd like to just summarize a few key outcomes, 6 key capacity building gaps and needs that have been identified in the ASEAN region. Only to mention a selection of such gaps from the study. First is the access to markets. So market access really plays an important role. Markets are changing and consumer behavior and demand is transitioning to more climate-friendly business practices. And preparing a small business for market access is an intense and demanding process, and therefore there's really the possibility to neglect and overlook climate-driven principles. Secondly, knowledge empowerment. The survey respondents of the online survey indicated really a lack of knowledge and understanding of even climate change, and then also, of course, many important aspects of climate change. So creating information portals for education and raising awareness would be an important action. Third, engagement and entry points. So as I mentioned already, there was really a high level of interest to strengthen skills on manage climate change. So this is really an important entry point, and it's crucial in mandating support, especially by governments and agencies and development partners on climate policies and strategies. Fourth is green business and value chains. So system thinking has a large part to play in green business and green value chains in balancing short-term and long-term perspectives and in recognizing the complex and interdependent system of nature. So it's really important also to help SMEs understand and evaluate cost effectiveness of adaptation and mitigation measures. Another aspect, digitalization, it is a link for certification and standardization and unlocks opportunities to integrate clean technologies and to improved industrial standards in production. And lastly, system thinking approach. So capacity building and climate action should take a system thinking approach to solving challenges faced by SMEs. The multifaceted nature of climate change challenges that impact SMEs need system approach that address the needs of different stakeholder groups at the national and provincial level. And with that, I would like to go to the next slide. You notice I'm rushing a little bit to give my colleagues enough time. Recommendations from the RCC Bangkok study. First of all, the use of entrepreneurial learning as an approach to promote climate action by SMEs in various ways in ASEAN countries. Second, highlighting the growing role that digitalization will play for SMEs in the future. Thirdly, financing climate action for SMEs will need to be incentivized through policies and regulations or cost sharings. And yeah, with that, I would also like to highlight the two emphasis or 2 points, overarching points, is the balancing sustainability and profitability. So for climate change capacity building measures and actions to be effective, there must be a clear business case for sustainability, and really the link between business increasing and maintaining profits and balancing environmental and resilience gains must be clear. And secondly, I mentioned already in the points above, really the need for innovative climate finance access arrangements is also needed. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention and hand back to you, Alejandro.
Thank you very much, Jens, and sorry for the confusion. I confused Bangkok with
That's no
Kampala and
problem.
Dubai. Sorry, apologies. So now we'll hand it over to my colleague Supriya, who is in the RCC Dubai, to present the outcomes of the MENA, the preliminary outcomes of the MENA study. Please, Supriya.
Thank you so much, Alejandro. So I'm a technical expert and coordinator at the Regional Collaboration Center for Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia. And we did a similar study as our other colleagues. And the study was done in coordination with consultancy firm Climate Cause. As Alejandro mentioned, we did a desk review, but also a survey, and we'll just present a couple of results from that today. So in terms of the survey results, when it comes to climate change awareness, we found that SMEs generally have a basic knowledge of climate change. More than half of them reported doing some sort of sustainability reporting. However, when it comes to actions, they might be doing some reactive measures, but they didn't have any strategic measures or risk assessment strategies which were in place. Also, when it came to just climate policy and targets and regulatory requirements, over half of the respondents were not aware of any, and in some countries, these frameworks were not even existent. We also looked into the carbon pricing systems and understanding and knowledge of SMEs in this area, and only 50% of the respondents knew the term, and then did not know so many of mechanisms that were under this framework. In terms of capacity building needs and gaps on the next slide, as previous speakers have alluded, technical capacity for risk assessment, product development, and just how to make businesses and processes and products more resilient was definitely one of the big needs or gap that was identified. Also, sound information bases on impacts on risks, and this being the basis for strategic planning and assessment. And then from there, also identification of the most impactful climate action measures and strategizing it in a more impactful manner was one of the capacity building needs that is required, especially in the region. Also, another one that I'd like to highlight is just understanding of business relevant climate policies in terms of targets and regulations is also an emerging need and gap. And then finally, I think everyone has alluded to this point in the beginning, but as mentioned, innovative funding sources and accessing these financial opportunities is something that the SMEs in the region need information on and access to knowledge, really. Finally, on the next slide, we have some concluding recommendations. I'll just mention a few of those and highlight some of the results that we have. First of all, one of the recommendations is to improve private sector capacity to contribute to higher climate ambition and collective action, and them actually understanding their role in the implementation of NDCs and NAPs. Also, we saw that one of the recommendations was on harnessing platforms and other engagement means to enable private sector climate action. I think also academia and research platforms, UN platforms, as we've heard from UNESCO and UNGC, they are providing these kind of platforms, but we need to keep drawing them into these initiatives and communicating these initiatives to them. One of the interesting things that came in from the region is also promoting champions, that is countries within the MENA and then the organizations within those countries for engagement of private sector and climate action, some of the countries in the region were Morocco, Egypt, Jordan, Tunisia, Lebanon, which seem to be doing a lot already. And so we could harness on their experiences and learn from what's going on in those specific countries. And then finally, building on the state of play and understanding of the private sector on carbon pricing instruments as well, and fostering an appetite for exploring those instruments. Again, when we talk about some of the countries that are doing work in this region on carbon pricing instruments is Morocco, Tunisia, and Jordan. So looking into those examples as well. And then I'll just lead to the last point, which is establishing coalitions or consortia for increased private sector action in the MENA region, which will also cover different sectors and exchange of knowledge. So I think we already heard a little bit about it, but we need to do more in this specific sector. So I'll just leave it to that and hand it over back to Alejandro. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supriya. So now, last but definitely not least, we'd like to hear the insights and findings from the study in Eastern and Southern Africa, and I will ask my colleague Suriya to please go ahead.
Thanks, Alex. So my name is Suri Muse. I'm the regional lead at the RCC Kampala, and we're a collaboration between the UNFCCC and the East Africa Development Bank. And we cover 19 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. So similarly to Jens and Supriya, we did a similar study in our region with also the support of IDRC. I'm not sure if that has been mentioned yet. So one thing I think that singles us out a little bit from the previous two speakers is there's some challenges around information in the region. So there was very little information to go on when we started with the study, and also soliciting responses was quite challenging as compared to when I hear from Jens that he got something over 800 responses and this is quite a different response rate as compared to our region. There's challenges around internet access or getting information, SMEs with information about themselves on the internet that you can even approach them. Maybe there's just sometimes a telephone number. So there was a lot of challenges just getting the information in the first place. And from several countries, we didn't even get a single response, despite various follow-ups and trying to get information. So, but yeah, based on what we did, we have some results. Most of our respondents were from the kind of the farming, like agriculture, livestock sector was really most prominent. Then. Also, many of these were aware of the impacts that climate change poses to their business, so over 90%. And I would kind of interpret this to mean that, in that part in Eastern and Southern Africa, you have a lot of people still engaged in farming, and they rely a lot on rain-fed agriculture. So the impacts are quite keenly felt, and people still have really a close association with the land. So the process of urbanization is starting, but most people can trace back their roots to the countryside, and they understand very well whether the rains are coming or if it's flooding or if the seasons are somehow not the way that they used to be. So yeah, that brings me to the next point about the previous slide about the impacts. So it's around water stress, reduction in crop yields, and also delays and disruptions to supply chain, and also changes in the cropping season. So a lot to do around the agricultural sector. Then what drives the response to climate change? So most people, or most of the respondents, were talking about enhancing resilience. So it really brings out the importance of adaptation in the region. So it was less about the mitigation measures, but responding to the change in the climate. Then there was corporate social responsibility measures, and also incorporating lessons learned from their peers. And then finally about access to finance. So we asked this question because we anticipated it was very important. We already heard from previous speakers about financing and funding, how this is an important element. And I don't think it's listed there, but actually one of the answers was that around 34% had actually not had any access to any support. And then, but nevertheless, the main kind of avenue for support was through NGOs. So next slide, please. So then we had an open-ended question asking about the needs in the region. And so we had to group all of these open-ended answers, and there was many, but the top 5 were around these 5 areas. So it was about tax incentives, using the tax system to incentivize actions on climate action. Then there was something about financial support on financial support to SMEs on climate to enable responses to climate change. Financial and technical training on climate change issues. Then specific and relevant awareness. So while awareness was quite high in general about climate change issues, what was lacking was the more specific and tailored regional kind of information. Particularly, I think it's understanding what the impacts will be, how the medium and long-term weather forecasts are, and having that kind of information to allow better planning. And then finally also around policy guidance and support was the last one there. Finally, we ended with some recommendations, and these are around policy reforms. So to give the incentives and direction through policy signals, and here's also to include as well capacity building programs as part of the policies. Then developing of guidelines on capacity building that identify key entry points and expectations. Support for the development of collaborative capacity building programs. And here I want to also mention part of the study included a big mapping of the academic institutions and research organizations that relate to that have programs around capacity building on climate change. So the study, when it comes out, it has really identified hundreds of these. So it shows that the offers are out there, and it's but just to highlight that as well. Then the identification of SME-specific needs for capacity building, so going a little bit deeper and beyond what we've done so far. And then finally, it's around access to finance. This came through very clearly. So with that, I'd like to hand it back to Alex. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supriya and Jens, for those presentations. We're running a bit of time, but there's a slide I would just like to show very quickly. I mean, we find out that, of course, all of these findings are, context is critical. So each region has its specificities. We also find some common challenges in all regions, and we try to summarize them here in these slides. I won't go into details, but you can see the slides. It's the issue about access to finance. It's about specific technical capacities. It's how to understand and do risk assessment, climate risk assessment, and also recommendations about a more systematic identification of the needs, development of collaborative capacity building programs, coalitions, partnerships, strengthen them or establish them. So there are a lot of commonalities, but these also need to be taken into context, in the context of the different regions. Just I wanted to mention also that these 3 studies are being finalized, and they will be published soon in our webpage. We're in the process of finalizing some of the content and some of the layout of the reports, so they will be made available soon. And the intention is that each report has recommendations for each region. The intention is to make these recommendations available to partners and stakeholders to continue the dialogue, but to also see how to find complementarities and synergies with an effort to really better understand these capacity building needs and gaps of SMEs, but more importantly, address them. So that's the ultimate intention of this work, and we had heard very, very interesting insights from our partners, global partners, also regional partners. Having said that, let's go to the next part of the program. Let me go back, which is the hearing from insight from regional actors, and I will start with our colleagues from UNIDO. So I will ask Mr. Stein Hansen, who's an economist, he's been working in international development for 28 years. Since February 2017, he's the regional director and representative of UNIDO's regional office in Bangkok, Thailand, where he also represents UNIDO in the UN System Asia Pacific Regional Directors Group. So I would like to hear from Mr. Hansen your perspectives from Asia and the Pacific region on how to address the capacity challenges that enterprises face in investing for climate action. As we heard, access to finance is one of the key barriers identified. So I hope Stein is online, and if so, I will hand it over to him. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, and dear co-participants in today's meeting. I also see my dear friend Kaveh participating. Pleasure to see you. I know that we are short on time, so I will just go to some important findings. As Asia seeks to grow its economy and remain a key source of growth for the world, the climate is a critical challenge that the region will need to manage. We have heard from previous speakers how crucial it is to bring private sector and young entrepreneurs on board with us in the fight against the changing climate. Our experience has informed us about barriers of enterprises in investing in climate action can be similar to those reported earlier by our previous speakers, namely revolving around addressing the capacity building gaps and needs for climate action. In addition, a number of those barriers cannot be influenced by the enterprises themselves. However, those barriers could also be influenced by secondary stakeholders. This group of secondary stakeholders includes, for example, service and equipment providers, financiers, policymakers. Now, these secondary stakeholders may themselves encounter barriers to facilitate energy efficiency measures. So I'm going to walk you through these barriers. First, policymakers, suppliers, and financiers might lack the motivation and commitment to change the market conditions. Secondly, they may lack awareness. Some secondary stakeholders, such as the financial institutions and banks, might not even be aware that they have a role to play as enablers of climate action. The third is the lack of expertise in tandem with the fourth barrier on lack of access to relevant technologies. Finally, the last two barriers embedded on financial attraction are either that climate action measures are not cost-effective enough for the enterprises to put up the investment, or they're not affordable to them. UNIDO has worked with both enterprises and the secondary stakeholders to remove these barriers. Due to limited of the time, let me just go to a couple of achievements. from our energy efficiency program. One of our flagships on climate action is the Industrial Energy Efficiency Accelerator Program, phase 1 implemented during the 2011-2019 in Southeast Asian countries that was funded by the Global Environment Facility. Funded with some $16 million US, UNIDO worked with countries and achieved the following. The gross greenhouse gas emissions reduction target from lowest of 44,000 tons of carbon dioxide yearly in Cambodia to 1 million ton yearly in the Philippines, to the highest around 3.4 million tons yearly in Malaysia. In short, despite small interventions in these countries, our achievements are encouraging and contributing towards improvement of industrial productivity and competitiveness. Secondly, we have provided a series of capacity building to both enterprises and secondary stakeholders. More than 1,600 enterprises and nearly 10,000 personnel categorized as secondary stakeholders have benefited from the capacity building series. The capacity building series included system optimization, approach for energy efficiency and energy management standards. Let me emphasize that at UNIDO, we are cognizant of the fact that climate action does not mean only the reduction of the emissions, but also adaptation to climate change as well. Last year, the World Meteorological Organization launched the State of the Climate in Asia. The report shows how every part of Asia was affected, from the Himalayan peaks to low-lying coastal areas, from densely populated cities to deserts, and from the Arctic to the Arabian Seas. Realizing these challenges, UNIDO is entering into a new work stream: smart urban agriculture through adoption of digital technologies. By promoting smart food production in urban and peri-urban areas, we aim at enabling the food supply chains to be more resilient and adaptive to climate change impacts. We will pioneer this new work stream in Cambodia, Vietnam, and hopefully Laos, PDR as well. So back to you, Alejandro. Thank you.
Very much, Stein, for all the great work being done by UNIDO. In the spirit of time, I would now like to introduce our final panelists before the closing session. Mrs. Rema Kasule, founder of SIDA International. She's a Ugandan serial entrepreneur, a social innovator, and international award winner with a mission of empowering young people. Ms. Kasule, we would like to hear your perspective from the African region and elaborate on what are the perspectives to enhance capacities and knowledge of SMEs in your region. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon to the delegates and everyone that is watching. I'll start with this. As in Africa, we tell stories. So I'll start with an African proverb that says that when the beat of the drum changes, so must the step of the dance. I start with that because more than ever, COVID-19 has shown us that the crisis is much bigger than we thought. But it has also given us this crucible moment for us to reflect on our actions as the planet and how we impact it, especially the SMEs and the private sector. So allow me at this inflection point just to point out a few opportunities, and then later on I'll share what we've done as my organization. So looking at SMEs in most of African countries, everyone says we are the backbone of the economies, but the backbone is not strong enough because SMEs lack the resources, the tools, and the information, and I'm going to emphasize a lot on the information to drive climate action. So for me, I speak as a scholar practitioner, but mainly in practice, not research, but what the things I've done during my 10 or 15 years of work in this ecosystem. So when we talk about investing in the SMEs, I'm going to give you a few opportunities before I go into challenges. I know most speakers spoke about the challenges. I'm going to speak about the opportunities that we've seen in Africa. Number one, and most especially, is about collaborative action and collective voice. Today, more than ever, SMEs compete instead of collaborating. So we need to, first of all, break the silos so that they realize that with a systems thinking and action, we are in this together. It's not about my business or my neighbor's next business. It's all about all of us. That's number one. Number two is the issue of communication. I think there's a lot of communication gaps within climate change and action. When you speak to SMEs, for example, my neighbor who owns a kiosk or the industry down the road, they know nothing about climate change. You may tell them about flooding and the temperatures rising for those in agriculture, but communication is really lacking. So what I suggest is for us to break the narrative and we change it to business sense so that we speak to them in their language. For us to build a business case for them to say, I need to take action. Because when people hear about this, they think, oh, that's scientific or is for the elite. We need to build compelling case for action with SMEs. That's number two. Number three, for me, I've seen this is SMEs need to embrace the change. They need to embrace technology and innovation, whether in their production or distribution or procurement. And I refer back to COVID-19 because it has shown us people who didn't have the digital economy, they couldn't do any business. So think about that and investing it into your business. Number four, and also important, is shifting the power. Today, the conversation is mainly in the West. However, we need to shift the power to the proximate leaders and local change agents, but also build it in local knowledge, which people understand and can work on. Lastly, and also very important in Africa, is investing in the youth demographic. We hear the statistics, more than 75% are below 30. So we need to invest in them to be the change makers and the champions to lead us to another level. For us to galvanize efforts, we really need to invest in young people so that they know that they are leaders of today, not leaders of tomorrow. What have we done as my organization? I'm going to share a few of the work we've done. I work as an independent consultant, but I also own CEDA International, the organization that I founded many years ago. And my fellowship at Harvard emphasizes the future of work. So through Plus Africa and CEDA International, we've seen paradigm shifts that happen when we invest in SMEs. Number one, what we do practically, we look at the leadership and talent development. We develop the pipeline of leaders so that this conversation doesn't stand on only the SME, but their system, their business management systems, and the whole people around them. That's number one. Number two, we build capacities of SMEs through strategic planning, looking at their scaling, sustainability, resilience, because we can't just talk about recovery. We need to think about sustainability, but most importantly, scaling. How can we scale the actions we are doing today? Number three is about communication and storytelling. I won't say much about that, because if we don't tell the right story, 2030 will find us much worse than where we are now. So we really need to build stories and build case studies of what was worked before so that we take that into the future. Because people need to understand and do what someone else has done. So we really need to build case studies from Africa, and I'm glad to see that Jordan is already doing it. The rest of the sub-Saharan Africa, we need to embrace that and build our case studies in the knowledge and things that people know. Number 4, and also important, is gender mainstreaming. We can't talk about resilience without talking about gender. How can we mitigate whatever is going on by building gender forces, by investing more in gender mainstreaming for sustainability? Number 5, what we do at SEDA International and Plus Africa is mentorship of the small and medium enterprises, especially the social entrepreneurs, because social entrepreneurs have another mindset altogether. So we do mentorship for them so that we give them the tools and also connect them to resources and also give them the platform so that they speak. Lastly, my final remarks are about collaboration. Collaboration is the new normal. We can't do anything now more than ever without collaboration. So when we collaborate and we invest in the proximate leaders and use the local resources they know, we are going to shift the power to them to know that they need to take action. I'll still end with another African proverb, which says that the night sky is never lit by one bright star. It's lit by the billions of stars that come together. And if you walk alone, you go fast. When you go with others, you go far. So for me, my call to action today and in the next 10 years is for the private sector to collaborate. Once we collaborate, we shall lead this movement, because it can't be any more about programs. This needs to become a movement, but that movement is going to become a movement if we collaborate together and have a collective voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kasule, for that inspiring call for action. I think that summarizes quite well what the discussions we have so far. And unfortunately, we're really over time, so I would like to take this opportunity to also thank the International Development Research Center for the kind support and collaboration from the beginning of these studies. And in that sense, I would like to now invite to the stage Mr. Santiago Alba Corral. He's Director of IDRC's Climate Resilient Food System Programs, for him to deliver some final closing remarks. So, Santiago, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alejandro. I will not do a full summary of the whole panel because I don't think we have time, or I could. But I think I want to take a couple of key messages that we have here today to the question if the SMEs are ready. And I think we have here a couple of things. One, that they must be ready because they are the center of the crisis. We also have here how the crisis, the climate crisis, is not a thing of the future, that they are already facing it and they already need to adapt and prepare for adaptation and mitigation, that they are at the core. I think we have here as well the potential of the impact that they have by the millions of small and medium enterprises that are facing the climate, and the potential impact if they really adapt to the crisis. We also have here the role of women as entrepreneurs at the front of many of these enterprises, and both in leading and working. And in terms of what is needed, I think what I think we have here is the need of the local solutions. How we don't have a silver bullet for everything. We really need to look at the different needs that are going to be very specific. And those are going to be both in the spaces of tools, in the spaces of information, collaboration, and spaces for policies. We have here a lot about gaps in the risks assessments, the need to understand how the impact affects the different enterprises. But also, I was very happy to hear about how many opportunities are on the table from green economies, green jobs, networking, collaboration, sharing. It is happening. It is happening already. I think I would like to take one thing from that first comment at the beginning, the first presenter, about the millions of them, because that talks about something that is really important in the crisis that we are facing, is the need of scale. And the scale, when you change anything, even if it's very small in one small company, when you multiply by millions, the impact both in the mitigation and adaptation is huge. And I think that's what we are here today. That's what IDRC, the International Development Research Center, is supporting, and we are so happy to be part of this initiative and continuing during the next years. Thank you so much, Alejandro, and the rest of the panelists, and I'm looking forward to hear about the future.
Thank you very much, Santiago. And indeed, we're looking towards the future. As I mentioned, these mapping studies are just an input that can stimulate discussion, that can stimulate further collaboration. And I think, Santiago, you raised a very good point. I think it's about scaling up. There's so much good efforts happening. It's time to scale them up and promote a real impact. So thank you very much. Apologies to our participants here and virtually. We don't have time for Q&A, but if there's any question or comment, please send us an email at the UNFCCC Secretariat. You have the information in the Capacity Building Hub. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very nice day. Thank you.
And I guess you are familiar now with the capacity building hub, and hope you are enjoying the side event and activities that are taking place here. And I'm sure most of you know already the PCCB, but just let me recall a bit how it was when it was established. The Paris Committee on Capacity Building was established in 2015 at COP21 with the aim to address gaps and needs on capacity building and to enhance coherence and coordination on capacity building activities. And in 2019, CMA decided that the Paris Committee on Capacity Building as institutional arrangement will serve also the Paris Agreement. And today's technical session will focus on the recent and future work of the informal coordination group that we established under Working Group 1 of the PCCB together with constituted bodies under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and again, enhance coordination among capacity building activities that these bodies also undertake. And so we will have informal coordination group, or ICG in short, members here to share their views with us and to discuss future possible collaboration. As well, we would like very much to receive feedback from parties, from you, on suggested activities for the informal coordination group, on ways to enhance coordination on capacity building and inform our work. So you are also very welcome to share best practices and lessons learned. Last but not least, there will be a post-event survey. We would very warmly invite you to fill in after the event, again to collect suggestions and ideas and lessons learned on how to improve our work, our activity at the informal coordination group. I think there should be the link on the screen now for the survey, and you will also be able to provide your expectations on the informal coordination group, and again, any kind of suggestion will be very, very welcome. Now, before I introduce my distinguished panelists and guests, now we have Paola here, but other will come, and so let me just set the context for this discussion, and we will have also a Q&A session at the end, but please. You can stop us any time with question or intervention. So just to set the general context on the informal coordination group, as you know, enhancing coherence and coordination of capacity building under the Convention and the Paris Agreement is one of the 3 priority areas of the PCCB. And while the PCCB is the only constituted bodies in the UNFCCC process fully dedicated on capacity building, there are, of course, other constituted bodies and processes like the Lima Work Program on Gender and also the Action for Climate Empowerment process that include training and capacity building activities in their mandate. As well, the operating entities of the financial mechanism, the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility also work in developing capacities of parties in climate-related activities. So over several years since its establishment, the PCCB held regular roundtables and dialogues with the other constituted bodies in order to share ideas and especially to avoid any duplication, to enhance coordination among activities. And so there is, beside these round tables, were very positively welcomed by everyone and very effective. There was at some point the need for a regular space for constituted bodies and processes relevant to capacity building under the UNFCCC to have meetings and exchanges. So the informal coordination group was established and it held its first official meeting in June after an informal gathering that we organized in May to socialize with the members and to really encourage everyone to be very active in these exchanges and to support any kind of synergies and avoid duplication in our effort to enhance capacity building activities. So it was a very successful meeting, the one in June that we had, and we have now 15 UNFCCC constituted bodies and processes and operating entities joined the coordination group. I would like to highlight that all relevant information on the ICG, its members and its meetings can also be found on the dedicated web page under the UNFCCC website. And again, the link is shown on the screens that you can see. PCCB work plan 2021-2024 sets out the regular coordination meeting of the ICG in the margin of existing sessions. So the informal coordination group will meet every year in June and at COPs using the space of the Capacity Building Hub, and we will have, in fact, our next meeting before the end of this week here in Glasgow. Again, the full outcomes of meetings that we already had are available on the website for everyone. And just to highlight you some particular collaboration and potential synergies identified. Let me mention, for example, the Standing Committee of Finance, which is a member of the Informal Coordination Group, represented by Mr. Matthias Frumery, who is going to join us this morning. Hopefully, I hope he will arrive on time. And we discussed with the Standing Committee of Finance specific aspects related to collaboration with between the PCCB and the Standing Committee of Finance Forum and the findings of the needs determination report of the Standing Committees on Finance. Furthermore, the ICG members from the consultative group of experts identified opportunities for coordination with the PCCB in their work related to needs assessment, and the ICG member from the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage noted opportunities for collaboration and coordination through the work of its expert group on action and support, of which is a member of of which the PCCB is a member, by the way. In addition to this, we also had identified further possible synergies with the facilitative working group of the local communities and indigenous people platform. And I would like to highlight that once again on the website you can find an overview document with all the future activities related to capacity building and realized by constituted bodies. And I think it could be a very practical and useful tool where to look on what it's ongoing with reference to capacity building, what it is ongoing, and any tool or activity developed by other constituted bodies will be on this document, which will be regularly updated by the Secretariat and the PCCB members. Now, after the meeting that I mentioned we had in June, where we identified possible collaboration and synergies, we had follow-up exchanges, in particular with the facilitative working group of the local communities and indigenous people platform and the Standing Committee on Finance forum representative to really concretize the identified coordination and collaboration opportunities. So with regard to the FWG, this includes exploring together the co-production of guidance to the ICG members on how to strengthen the integration of indigenous people knowledge into capacity building related activities, and with reference to the Standing Committee of Finance, I hope we will be able to discuss more with Matthias later the follow-up discussion we had after the meeting in June. Another coordination activity undertaken after the first meeting was the provision of comments by the ICG members on the PCCB draft annual technical progress report in order to have the recommendation integrated and addressed to COP and CMA. The recommendation were integrated in the report, and the report, by the way, has been adopted this week. We discussed the decision on the adoption of the report of the PCCB for this year and 2020, actually. For the special COP, we had to discuss and review both the annual technical progress reports of the PCCB, not having had the occasion in 2020. And so we aim to establish this practice every year, having the ICG members active in providing their recommendations that will be then integrated into the annual technical report of the PCCB. And the PCCB also, after the meeting in June, circulated a survey to identify efforts by the ICG members to address capacity gaps and needs in their areas of work, with a particular focus on identifying lessons learned and good practices that could be applied by other bodies, entities, or processes that are represented in the ICG. And as a PCCB representative and co-chair, I would sincerely like to thank one more each ICG member for joining the group and for being so active. Now, concluding these introductory remarks, I would like to move to the panel discussion, even if not everyone could join yet. We are waiting for Ms. Flor Newman from the Action for Climate Empowerment process, and she's also leading the work on gender at the UNFCCC. And then we are waiting also for Matthias Frumery from the Standing Committee of Finance, who I already mentioned. And we have here already with us Paula Fuentes, who is a lawyer and negotiator of Chile on either capacity building and gender. So another very important guest for us. And then we are waiting also for Mr. Makoto Kato, who works at the Overseas Environmental Cooperation Center in Japan and is also a negotiator on capacity building for the UNFCCC process. And he's going to join us as soon as possible. So I guess I will start then with my questions to Paola. And so I would like to ask you, what are your expectations on the ICG, the Informal Coordination Group modalities, and your views of the work undertaken so far by this working group? And by the way, thank you again for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you to you, Roberta. Thank you to everyone and for the invitation. I already see that Fleur is coming already. Thank you for this invitation that allow me to share some idea of the work that has been done by the ECG, and which is the expectations and the view of the work. Firstly, congratulate that the establishment of the ECG is a really good piece in this capacity building puzzle of different efforts of having PCCB, the PCCB network, and already the ICG. Of course, that is a really shift of paradigm. I mean, after the Paris Agreement and the constitution of the PCCB, there was this change of the approach of how to address the capacity building issues, from insulating efforts towards a more whole and comprehensive and overview scheme of seeing capacity building. And that is really key for the work that we need to do under the Paris Agreement, which is really transformative and ambitious. And I think in that sense, all the efforts regarding capacity building and as the ICG, the Paris Committee, and are really key to address this transformational view and ambition that is already in that. So I think the ICG has a really, really huge, big potential in addressing this issue, and need to advance further to be more operative and have more structure and scheme that could allow us to comply with the role and the function and the objective that is already mandated. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paola. And indeed, as we always say that capacity building is a cross-cutting issue. There is really the need to try to integrate and to have exchanges on what is happening on capacity building under the different agenda items and the work conducted by the other constituted bodies. So, as always, to build a process needs some time. So, and any process is basically made and led by people in the end. So it's very good to have the chance to meet, to know each other, to exchange, and to give also visibility to these activities, because parties might not always know everything that is happening under the UNFCCC, and being capacity building one of the maybe even the main need for the implementation of the Paris Agreement to build capacities of everyone, either developing but also developed countries on really how to implement the Paris Agreement and achieve its goal. Will need with the capacity building, like for everyone, including negotiators and everything. So it's really can really be the starting point for this collaboration and exchange of information on capacity building in order to really provide access for everyone to the available capacity building. And I take the chance now to welcome Flor. Thank you very much, Flor, for coming today. The first week was already very long and tiring. I know, we know very well. So thank you again for joining, and also for being a part of, a member of the ICG representing the Action for Climate Empowerment process. I think it's a very important link, the one between the Action for Climate Empowerment process and the informal consultation group, because as we know, capacity building and action for climate empowerment are very linked together, and actually training is also one of the 6 elements of ACE. So I'd like to ask you if you kindly let us know about the current status with regard to collaboration and coordination opportunities identified through the ICG as regards the ACE process and the Lima work programs, or the Lima work program, or ideas that you might have on how to integrate better the work.
Thank you, Roberta. And yes, I think the work of the first week also includes a new element within the ACE, the Glasgow Work Programme on Action for Climate Empowerment, which makes the link between the coherence link, that the importance of bringing together the work under the work programme and then also the work under the constituted bodies. So we now have a formal link also to sort of building that coherence. And well, I mean, the opportunities are endless, but I think we will have an opportunity to look over where the best entry points are for the Glasgow Work Programme. In terms of the Lima Work Programme, there's obviously a priority area on which looks at capacity building because it's so critical to integrating gender, and the same is the same for Action for Climate Empowerment, helping people understand what it is that education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, how that can contribute to raising ambition, you know, what the link is between those elements, that and gender, to raising ambition is a key element of being able to make all of the work that we do, all the climate action and all the climate policy more effective. And capacity building is the key to that understanding. So it's helping those who are working on climate understand the links to those other areas, and helping those who are working predominantly in the areas of education or training or public awareness understand what their role is in climate. And that's been very effective through the Lima Work Programme, the work that has already been undertaken in relation to capacity building. We've seen movement which is reflected in the latest round of nationally determined contributions. So there is a growing understanding not only of the fact that this is it's a good thing to do, but it's also an effective thing to do. So we see that's a key element of the work that we would do together.
Yes. Thank you very much, Flor. And yes, I think we will, we will be very much in touch also next year, and a lot will need to be developed in this regard. Well, for those who don't know, because so for us it's like everything very, very familiar. I'm also a negotiator on capacity building and action for climate empowerment. So the action for climate empowerment process adopted at this COP, the Glasgow Work Programme, so the new work programme on ACE, but will be discussed in June next year, and an action plan. So we basically just set the general framework and priority areas of the new work programme on ACE. But next year we will detail an action plan with concrete activities on how to enhance the implementation of ACE across all the areas of the Paris Agreement. And as Flor was saying, of course, capacity building will be a key component. And so we'll make sure, I think, parties will be very much interested in stressing the component of capacity building. As we said, training as well is an element of ACE. And so what I hope, for example, is that this space of the capacity building hub, which is now a recurrent occasion for exchange at every COP, will devote some space, well, it's basically it's already happening. ACE is very much integrated in the program of events of the capacity building hub during COPs, but maybe to make it even more visible, because again, from the outside, the issue could be that parties may not know where to ask, where to discuss some kind of things, or where to ask for capacity building, how to access capacity building. So this is what we are aiming to do with the PCCB and the informal consultation group, because as PCCB, we would really like to collect and provide all the available information on what is happening under capacity building and the other processes and what the other constituted bodies are doing. So the invitation is really very, very warm to everyone to use the PCCB in this sense, to send submissions, to respond to the survey, and also use the days at the capacity building hub for networking and share information on capacity building. So I'd like also maybe to ask Flor what can be a suggestion on how to further improve our work together.
Sure. I think that one of the things you've done, the ICT has been doing with the survey and sort of helping to, everybody's doing a lot within their own space. So helping everybody to understand what everybody else is doing, is that mapping exercise is very important, because that's where we can really see those opportunities for leveraging what's already being done, and to amplify that or to strengthen it through collaboration. So I think that's the right direction, and I think we need to continue down that path. And we'll need to do that also now that we have the Glasgow Work Programme, so we'll be able to add those elements in. And I think that regular sort of checking in on where the different bodies are going with different things, because things change over the year, is a really important part of sort of having a semi-structured, and informal structured engagement with each other, so that we can we can be really deliberate in the way in which we collaborate, because it's great to take opportunities when they arise, but I think it's really important that we are able to sort of plan to do those engagements so that we can make the most of the moments.
Thank you very much, Flor. And let me now welcome Mr. Makoto Kato from Japan, who is a very experienced negotiator on capacity building. And this year, but you did it also in the past, ACE Action for Climate Empowerment, as we were just talking with Flor about Action for Climate Empowerment and the new Glasgow Work Programme. So I think you, working on capacity building, you are pretty familiar with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building and the informal coordination group that was established to have exchanges among constituted bodies on capacity building and to have a forward-looking overview of the different activities, so to provide information to parties. So would you like to share any ideas on the informal coordination group or suggestion?
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Roberta. Apologies for my belated arrival. My name is Makoto Kato. I am a negotiator as part of the Japanese delegation, but also I am actually more on the implementation back home in Japan. And then I really would like to congratulate the establishment of informal coordination group among different constituencies and UN agencies. I think this is an excellent opportunity for them to share their views in a very informal way. But because I think lots of things are happening both within and also outside of the convention and the Paris Agreement, and then we tend to be a little bit, centralistic about our own programs. And then that happens to everybody. So, but I think the important thing is how to maximize, how to coordinate, and how to enhance coherence of our actions in concerted ways. And I think this space it should be utilized for them to actually unpack what they're doing and what they can do together. I think this is the way that the informal coordination group can also actually maximize the opportunities that are actually provided by different partners within and also perhaps outside of the Convention of Paris Agreement. So this is something what I really expect them to connect with each other, and also we would like to see reducing both the duplications and also maximizing the synergies together.
Thank you very much, Makoto. No, indeed, so probably so these exchanges among the members of the informal coordination group are really like the core business of the PCCB, because the PCCB is really mandated to enhance coherence and coordination on everything that is happening on capacity building, and the only way to do it is to go to the constituted bodies and to the other processes under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement that are doing something on capacity building and circulate as much as possible this information. Let me now go back to Paola, and I would like to ask you if you have any best practices or lesson learned that you would like to share.
Okay. Thank you. Just taking a little bit a point that Makoto was referring that I think will be also useful before starting with the best practices about the suggestions. Because the ICG was developing this forward-looking calendar of relevant events on capacity building, which is, I think, really good starting point to comprehend all the efforts that constitute bodies are doing regarding capacity building in their different work plans, activities that are happening or taking place, but also those that are going to happen. But maybe what will be useful to integrate in that format that is already published in the webpage, no, is having like in a more open format in order to really, for those countries that are trying to understand this overview of capacity building initiative, to really target the research of each areas or activities. For example, if somebody needs to know what is happening or what is doing in capacity building related adaptation, to really, having that research more easy, in a format more open or more accessible, in an accessible way. Regarding best practices, well, in Chile, we were developing, my background is more related with gender right now, and also I am working in implementation gender integration at a national level. So what we were doing in this respect is that we set a roundtable, which is composed by different ministries and sectors that are working in the climate action, in different forest, fishery, agriculture, water, and that are developing climate policies, but in different sectors, to talk together once per month about how can we advance in the integration of gender in each of those climate policies that we need to develop or that we are now developing. And that exercise is really important because we dedicate one space per month to really think about it, and also to exchange best practices and experiences in terms of which are the challenge of integrating gender consideration and how to integrate gender consideration in each of the respective policies. Because the thing is that this is a matter of communication as well. How can we know what is doing the rest of our colleagues in these aspects as well? And another practices that we said is related also on a more regional level, and with regional I am referring with Latin American and the Caribbean region, where we did a month ago a regional workshop meeting for gender and climate change, where different countries from our region participate, also exchanging their challenge, but the opportunity to integrate gender consideration in the different climate action. And we review gender responsive finance, what is happening in adaptation and mitigation, what is happening in institutional arrangement, in climate policies. And what I think would be really interesting, just as a final point, is maybe to really continue building this gap, this bridge between what is happening, that we need to assess which are the needs and the gaps regarding capacity building, and doing that through different methodology, process, reports, etc. But also addressing that assessment and in a way that could be coherent and really responsive of which is the information that the ICG is going to really address, really present, because we are going to have this map of initiative of capacity building among all the constituent body. So we need to, in some points, address if the comparison between what is happening and what we need, you know? To know really if the efforts that are taking place are addressing these needs and gaps, how are addressing, and how much we need to change or strength.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. It's very interesting what is happening in your country on gender, with the ministries getting together to make sure the policies are coherent. And well, I know I know that your country is doing a lot also on ACE, yes. Because also the national action strategy on is under development, and I wish it was also in my country. We are about to start, but it's another important activity to enhance coherence. And thank you also for the suggestion. I think we are on the way to linking more with the evaluation of gaps and needs, as the PCCB is developing a toolkit to address gaps and needs, and actually the development of the toolkit started before, was already the core activity of one of the 4 working group of the PCCB. While the informal coordination group was just established this year, so we had already exchanges also between the members and the working group working on this toolkit, because as Paola said, of course, to link the activity, so to be sure that the activities implemented are really responsive to the gaps and needs. So everything we said is going to make the process more effective, and so it will probably take some more time, but we are on the same page and working on it, and of course everyone is invited to contribute, and through the PCCB, by the way. So the informal coordination group, of course, is a closed working group with representative of constituted bodies, but there is also the PCCB network as a channel to join activities related to capacity building, and of course also the activities of the PCCB network will inform the work of the ICG group. Going back now to Makoto, I would like to ask him about possible best practices he would like to share with us.
I think the best practice for I just came out from another room, but we were talking about the actual gender mainstreaming and gender equality in our carbon market mechanism, and then my counterpart was from Chilean government, and there are also other governments as well. But I think it is, for example, like we need tools, we need criteria, we need, for example, like a quantitative information. Well, that's more like a statistic way. I think that's actually really happening already in many different rooms for this UN FCCC system. So this is one asset we can actually keep having as inputs and outputs of these ICGs and the PCCB. This is one. Mm-hmm. At the same time, I really appreciate for something like episodes that actually inform us hints, and also how we are going to replicate those kind of good stories or good practices. It's more like a qualitative information, but how you interpret this good story in your own context. So maybe Latin American, Caribbean context, in Asia Pacific, African context, they're probably very different. But there should be some generic aspect that you may actually extract, even in different cultural or social background. And I think with that kind of explanation may be also helpful and value, add some more value on the top of quantitative information. So I think this conversation may happen for, I think a monthly conversation should be, is very interesting, because even though we cannot actually get together like this in Glasgow, it took actually two years with the exceptional challenges. However, now we found out that we can get together online. And then, of course, well, that's not always the best, but that is actually providing extra venue for us to exchange our views and also create something together. So I think that may happen through, of course, for the PCCB, but also ICG colleagues who are actually willing to contribute and willing to share to create more replicable good stories and good practices. So this is my contribution.
No, thank you very much, Makoto. And indeed, I think it's a very, very useful suggestion, because also taking for what this experience of the pandemic provide us, maybe one positive lesson is just the availability of technological tools to stay in touch and to exchange views, and through webinars or social media, and definitely this, I think it's something the PCCB as well is going to work on. We started, I think the PCCB does currently have a Facebook page, which will be switched to a LinkedIn page, which is probably more effective to get in touch with practitioners on capacity building and to keep the professional conversation on capacity building under the UNFCCC alive. And yes, more than, because we have also the capacity building portal, where it is a website where to look for existing capacity building projects and materials. But yes, as Makoto said, to keep a conversation alive on capacity building and to really build a community also of people that so that if someone has a question or is looking for some particular information can reach out and get the support also from other to find the information he's looking for. So it will be definitely an active component of the PCCB activities, as well as of the PCCB network, which is regularly organizing webinars and events to discuss and share information on capacity building. I would invite now the audience to take the floor if there is any question or suggestion to inform the work of the informal consultation group. And this is a technical session, so you can really use it to provide your contribution, to provide ideas, or even share best practices, and there will be also a reporting of this session in order really not to lose and not to have just a conversation today, but really to reflect on ideas and suggestions that can emerge from this dialogue. If anyone wants to join now or to say something, please, you're welcome. Please.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the floor. As you thought before, capacity building is very important, mainly for a developed country. And Mr. Makoto, to avoid the duplication in the capacity building activities, I want to know what will link between PCCB and the CTCN activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's another important link, the one between the PCCB and the CTCN. The CTCN is focusing on technology, and so technology sharing, but also the capacity building needed to use and to share the technology. So we would like, through the PCCB, to provide even like more visibility to the CTCN, and to complement possibly the activities of the CTCN, which is specifically focusing on technology with other components. So it's definitely another important actor in the discussion, the CTCN, because capacity building is definitely one of the main activities of the CTCN as well, even if the main the core mandate is about technology transfer. So thank you very much for recalling also the CTCN as one of the main actors in the informal coordination group and the PCCB activities, indeed. If there are no other question or suggestion, are they? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is James Correa. I've been leading the COP26 Catalyst for Climate Action project on behalf of the UK presidency. Over the course of the next few days, and including in this room, we're going to be launching a set of recommendations that have come out of a series of consultations between hundreds of people involved in the capacity building processes, both donors and recipients and providers. And one of the things that keeps coming up is a call for greater coordination between capacity building providers to avoid duplication, to ensure kind of uniformity of coverage geographically and thematically and so on. So I'm just wondering if there's anything any of you can say about what the best platforms, opportunities are for engagement between different providers. I guess this is partly what the PCCB is set up to do, but are there kind of set piece opportunities to kind of systematically engage providers in that way, and to how can the process of avoiding duplication be approached in a more systematic way between providers?
Thank you very much, and thank you for raising this issue also with relation to the catalyst for action for capacity building. So the UK presidency initiative on capacity building, which is actually very relevant to the work of the PCCB, and as it was born as a COP presidency initiative, we really hope it will be continued and integrated integrated in the work of the PCCB, or that the PCCB can integrate the work of the Catalyst initiative, but it's definitely a very important platform, and maybe the real link between the PCCB and the PCCB network, because the PCCB network is really a space for practitioners and private sector and organization, which are basically, so everything that is outside the UNFCCC, while the Catalyst initiative involves either parties and practitioners and others. So it's probably the best link to the two, and to be continued in order to provide this particular focus on the engagement of practitioners on capacity building. So thank you very much, and we will have tomorrow, and in the next in the next days there will be few occasion to talk about this very important initiative. So thank you very much also for joining our technical session today. Thank you. Any other question?
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe to respond the platform idea. I think this is at the country level. Actually, well, the country, the government, for example, focal point ministries, they are primarily responsible and also primarily eligible to coordinate different initiative on capacity building. However, of course, sometimes for capacity to coordinate, for example, working relationship with development partners, well, sometimes it's lacking or it's weak. So that I think the development cooperation side also should respect with the country drivenness, and also they need to be responsive to what the country really needs, along with their policy priorities. So this is one thing, what the country level, and also at the UN level, at the, for example, UNFCCC level, I think there are lots of things are happening, and then it probably is not very easy to have one single centralized system to coordinate everything. However, this is more like a continuous efforts to facilitating sharing information, facilitating coordinating and coherence. So that is the role of PCCB. And now we have ICG, where people can actually bring in their own information for coordination and maybe for the coherence purpose. I think that is actually really happening in this UNFCCC and Paris Agreement process. And I hope UK's presidency catalyst initiative, I think this is also adding value in our joint efforts. So this is also my response from your question.
Thank you very much, Makoto. And yes, and it is like a learning by doing process also for us and the PCCB. And with this new initiative, we definitely will improve the work and the effort of provide coordination and coherence among capacity building activities. So thank you very much again. I think we are about to close this technical session. So unless there are no other questions, I would like to recall you that there will be the post-event survey that you can fill in. The link is on the screen. So any other question or suggestion or best practice or ideas you would like to share with us would be very much welcome. And with this, I think we can close this session, and thank you again very much for joining us, and thank you our guests.
Hello, good afternoon. Good. Thank you very much for making time to be here today. My name is Olumide Idowu, and I'm from Nigeria. I'm very happy to tell you that for the next couple of minutes, we're going to be engaging a lot of conversation on how African has been changing the perspective when it comes to entrepreneurship. And we're going to be having a lot of conversation around what are the next things we need to be doing and how we can improve the African continent on concerning these activities we're going to be talking about. So we're also going to be looking at the side event is all about strengthening the youth capacity for transformation and the launch of the AGYLE call for interest. So I want you to sit back and use those opportunities you have to actually gain from this great speaker we're having today, young people from Africa. Thank you very much. And I will use this opportunity to quickly call on for our opening remark. Let me quickly tell you a little bit about her, because she's a friend, and we've been in this journey for a couple of years, and I can tell you that we are not going to give up. Like I always tell people, we are no more a spectator. We want to actually let people to understand that not only our voice, but we also want to be part of the implementation, not only talking. So Nisreen is an environmental climate activist with a bachelor degree in physics, and she's from the University of Khartoum. She had master's in degree in renewable energy from the same university. She's a chair of the Sudan Organization on Climate Change and junior negotiators. You can see the cap she's carrying. She's also a junior negotiator for Africa. There's a group of negotiators on technology transfer, focusing on the policy of countries regarding climate change and renewable energy. I don't want to read the remaining one, because if I continue, Nisreen will ask me to stop. So I just want to also let you know that Nisreen recently, a couple of years ago, like last year, a year now, she was recently chosen as one of the chair, and she's the chair of the UN Secretary General Youth Advisory on Climate Change, along with all other 6 climate activists across the world. So I want you to use this opportunity to welcome Nisreen to give her opening remark. Thank you.
But I didn't say anything yet. Thank you very much, first of all, for being here. As Olumide mentioned, we are friends, and I would like to call ourselves comrades, because I think the journey against climate change is a fight, and when you find a colleague that fights with you, then it becomes a comrade, not only friends. Yeah. Well, AGYLE is like a baby for me, and I'm very happy to see such initiatives actually getting into actual launch and becoming alive, because the development from just an idea in the mind into a proposal in the paper, and then this idea transform into a paper document, and this paper document transform to an actual institute, and the actual institute gets people, projects, activities, impact, is a really interesting journey and an interesting development. It shows that us as humans, but also as young people and climate change activists, are actually able to do by far more than we expect. When I was approached first with the idea of AGYLE, I was sure that it will be happening, and it is a great idea, and that's why every kind of possible support that I could find actually for the center to be alive, it was there. One of the most important things to mention at the beginning, that young people around the world are not only striking against climate change, not only demonstrating in the street about climate change, but also have other approaches to solve the climate change issue, because it's a nexus issue. It's impacting everything. So some people use reforestation as a way of fighting climate change and planting trees everywhere. Some young people use entrepreneurship entrepreneurship and business and try to create green jobs for other young people who doesn't have jobs. And it's better to have a green job than no job, or a green job than a fossil fuel-based job, for example. Some other people are focusing in science, improving the impacts of climate change to the world, and then trying to expect and modelize how climate change will impact people, so they can have an early warning systems, for example, to be ready for the impacts of climate change. But all of these efforts cannot be true and cannot be happening without insufficient or with insufficient training, capacity building, and education, which is the three pillars that actually enables anyone to take the work that they are doing to the next step. Capacity building is just not two words with empty meaning. It means that we will be having the right tools to actually implement the work that we are doing. And it will mean that we will be empowered in different way. First of all, we will have enough knowledge to find a solution for the problem, because if you don't know the problem, you will never be able to find a solution for it. We don't solve the unknown for us. Secondly, it means that we will not only find the solution, but we will find the optimum solution with the less resources, for example, and the most effective way of doing it, because we have the right tools to actually do it this way. It will mean that we will actually be able to conserve our livelihood, our communities, our culture, and of course our future in the right way, because we had the right knowledge and the right tools at the same time. And I think more centers like this center is needed very much around the world to be not only the hub, but the anchor for young people and for their capacity building, and of course the knowledge sharing. The journey I'm not sure how to put it, but I've been doing climate activism and environmental work for almost 10 years now. In January 2022, it will be full 10 years. And I can tell you how developing my own capacities as a person, how did this help in actually raising the general awareness in the community around me. And it's always the snowball effect, where things start very small and then it builds on, it builds on, it builds on. And it's just like when you throw a rock in a lake of water, where you have its first small circle and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And having these impacts to the communities around us as young people is exactly the needed thing, to have a wide range movement for climate change. And with wide range movements is the only way to make our voices more heard, more visible, and then demand the things that we want to do. I don't want to speak for a long time, but I'm really, really happy that I lived to see this day come true. And I really hope also to live to see other days like this. And it's one of the brightest moments at this COP, because to be honest with you, the previous week was not bright at all. And such moments that actually give us hope to continue, because it means that our work we are doing is not useless, it's not zero sum, it's actually paying some way in some different room. This is not a negotiating room, but the outcome of today with this announcement and this launch is as important, and even more important, that what can a negotiating room actually come out with. So thank you, and keep your fight against climate change, because this is the only way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nisreen. I quickly want to make a little comment about what Nisreen said before we go to our another session. She has made emphasis on capacity building and knowledge transfer. I keep asking myself that this is one of the best ways for us to actually engage ourselves as young people, because the issue of climate change, we need to actually understand the process. And she said she has been in this space for the past 10 years. And what's the next 10 years going to look like? We don't want to be in the same boat, same space. So it's high time for us to start looking for that sustainable solution to climate action, to climate change. Thank you very much, Nisreen, and we hope to continue to hear from you as we move on. So we move to the next session now, where we are going to be having a little bit of conversation. We're going to be hearing from powerful young people that are actually also changing the narrative of what is happening in this space. They're going to be talking to us on issues that affect young people and affect us totally. So I'll be calling on Emmanuel to, he's going to be moderating this part of this conversation, and I hope you all sit down and see how the dialogue between youth delegates on the role of education and innovative capacity building strategy. And Nisreen have already put us in that space to see that capacity building is also one of the best way for us to move forward. Thank you very much. Mr. Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's quite an honor for me. So my name is Ambe Emmanuel Chio, and I work with the United Nations University, the Institute for Environment and Human Security, as well as the Vice Rectorate in Europe. So I'm an associate academic officer at the United Nations University. So I'll be moderating the session on the role of education and innovative capacity building strategy. So the key word here is innovative capacity building strategy. And with me, I have distinguished panelists that will be sharing their thought on the topic. But maybe before I move on to the topic, I just wanted to find out in the hall, those, I don't know if we have colleagues here that are working on topics related to innovative capacity, or they can relate to the topic, maybe with a hand clap, just to know if there are people in the hall that are working on topics related to innovative capacity building. Okay, I can see some 2 hands so far. So that's okay. 3, that's great. Good to know that. So while preparing for the session, I tried to look a little bit what people are talking about innovative capacity online. And what was captivating for me was a statement which reads that innovative capacity building is recognizing the potential of community to shape their destiny and enable them to own, operate, manage an integrated information system to achieve a sustainable livelihood. And what was listed as ingredient of an innovative capacity building are understanding the education level of the community, their cultural background, their acceptance level, their social relationship within family and at village level, using visual models, examples, stories, simple language to train, build capacity, use some form of entertainment, and finally, a combination of both theoretical and practical example. So with that in mind, I would like to invite our panelists. So we prepare for you 3 distinguished panelists, but now on stage we have 2. Hopefully one will join us later. So our first panelist is Eva Peace. She's an environmentalist with the Green Fighter, an NGO aiming to increase active youth contribution. She is also co-founder of Loss and Damaged Youth Coalition. And sitting next to me is the second panelist. He's Anne, coordinator of an NGO called Climate Change Working Group. He's also a co-founder and coordinator of Youth Climate Action Network in Vietnam. And currently he's a fellow at the Youth Empowerment in Climate Action Platform in Asia. So please warmly welcome our distinguished panelists. So in moderating the session, I'm going to ask 2 rounds of questions, with the first question whereby you provide your feedback, and then I ask the second question. Please keep in mind that I'll be very strict with time. If you can keep your answer within or less than 3 minutes, that would be great. So the first question that I would like you to share your perspective by citing practical examples of what you are doing or your daily work. It's more focused on, the first question is, can you give an example of an innovative approach to capacity building of young people in your region? Maybe I start with you first, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be part of these discussions. And I won't go far for an example. I would say that this is my third COP, and for my first COP, I was happy to have like a party badge, but I was lost in the negotiation and couldn't follow up. So I ended up getting some side events and not be able to follow the climate finance negotiations. So on my second COP, I was happy to meet some other young people. And from that, we saw that the issue of and the complexity of the UNFCCC process and the issue we have like as young delegates to be able to follow up our discussions or thematic we want to follow up on issue like loss and damage or climate finance. From there, we started like our own group, support group, which we call like the new generations, and we were able to train ourselves to be able to know more about the negotiations and the diplomacy behind all this, and to be able to come back at this COP as also delegates and follow up like usually and give inputs to our own country delegations. So that's an example of how young people can come together and actually do something and support each other. So that's one of the innovative approach I want to mention. From that, we were able to follow some the loss and damage, the climate finance discussions, and to go beyond advocacy and be part of the policy making and influence all the policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. So I asked the same question to you. And can you give an example of an innovative approach of capacity building of young people?
So thank you. My name is Anh from Vietnam and from Asia Pacific. And so the topic is about innovative approach. So I prepare my presentations in here. I would like to make it a bit innovative and creative. So let me tell the story that during the pandemic, we, together with a few different organizations, we decided that we would organize a regional youth dialogue where we can bring young people in and allow the space for them to discuss about climate change and what would be needed in the region. And then we expect only like 200 participants. We got like 2,000 registers. So we saw that young people in the regions are really interested in climate change and climate action. So we decided that we would set up a platform, and we call it Youth Empowerment in Climate Action Platform in Asia Pacific, YCAP. And you can take a photo of that if you want. So with YCAP, we got 35 countries, young people from across the regions joining with us, and we have 3 main pillars. The first one is to build knowledge and capacity and awareness of young people in the regions. And the second one is to build up a ecosystem for youth climate actions. And the third one is to work on policy advocacy for youth climate actions in Asia Pacific. And we do it, the first one I would like to introduce is the program that we call Movers. So the Movers program is a very short and easy to implement workshops. We have 17 modules focusing on the SDGs, and we have 2 specific modules focusing on SDG number 13, which is the climate actions. And leading up to COP26, we've been implementing, so this is the number, we got so far more than 500 workshops focusing on climate actions. You can either do it online or offline, 2 hours or 2 to 3 hour workshops. And then from like a secondary school students up to 35 years old, everybody can participate in very easy online and offline. You can do it in different languages. I do it in my language, in Vietnamese. So that's the first one. We build a communities of youth leaders, and we got more than 10,000 young people participated in our mover workshops. And after those workshops, they fell in love with climate action. They want to take action. They want to do more, but they don't know how to do it. So that's the reason why we came up with another initiative. We call it the YCAP Climate Hackathon. It just finished on the 27th of October. Like that's the day I flew to Glasgow. And then with this, we provide a platform for young people to learn and to exercise together. And we got 1,020 applications of young people across the region, both in team and individuals. And we got 9 countries participating. In total, we got 18 ideas of young people across the region working in agriculture, working in advocacy, working in food waste, plastic waste, and etc. Many different ideas. And then we provide them with 2 weeks of training. We use a design thinking method to guide them on how to identify the problem, empathize with people at the communities, and thinking about feasible solutions, feasible ideas, and then prototype it, test it, and finally come up with the idea. And we provide a bit of funding and mentorship for them so they can implement it in their communities. So it's very much community-based, but we provide a platform so they can learn from each other and they can learn from the experience as well. So with that, we got 7 best projects selected, and they are in the process of implementing their first phase. So that's just 2 examples that I just want to give, that we are a pandemic baby. We implement everything online, totally online, but we got amazing engagement, and then we got brilliant idea from young people. So I believe that young people in Asia Pacific, they can do it, and also young people in other regions as well. We just need to find the way to empower them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was very informative. So we are happy to have also Priyanka Lala that she has joined us. Just a short introduction of her. She's a UNICEF youth advocate for the Eastern Caribbean area. She's a student and she's also committed to child rights advocate. So I will maybe ask the question directly, which is, can you give an example of an innovative approach to capacity building of young people in your region? Please keep it below 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for having me today. There are capacity building programs and opportunities for young people in small island developing states and in the Caribbean region, but there needs to be way more. There are small organizations, small NGOs and civil society organizations, but it's not accessible to many young people. I've worked with Healthy Caribbean Coalition, Healthy Caribbean Youth, the Hay Campaign, CYEN, and these organizations are what I've found through my own research and through my own discoveries through the internet. But to many young people my age and many 15-year-olds like myself, it is not accessible, and they don't know that resources like this exist out there because it's not common and it's not something that is broadcasted, it's not something that is put in education systems and school curriculums, and that is something that definitely needs to be implemented and instituted so that it's more accessible to young people from all groups, all cultural backgrounds, all ethnicities, people from the grassroots levels, different socioeconomic backgrounds, because when trying to tackle this climate crisis, we can't do it with one formula. We all come from different parts of the world and we all face different challenges. So that's why our governments, our leaders in society, our NGOs need to make the solutions and the capacity building specific to us and the issues that we face and the solutions that we want to see come out of it. And through these organizations, they have provided many workshops, many programs, many training sessions that have helped me and other young people in my community understand the issues that we are facing, but also how we can help adapt and mitigate them, which is crucial at a time like this. We need to be taught green skills and what we can do, and we need to be empowered. It's not just about giving us the facts and the information, but what do we do with that? Most of the research that I've found from climate change has been on my own, as I mentioned. In my school programs like geography classes and social studies, I've learned about solar energy, I've learned about climate change and water precipitation patterns, but what does that mean in the context of climate change? How have I impacted climate change? And now what can I do? There's no sense of connectivity, and that connectivity needs to be there so that our young people can be more aware of what is happening to them and how they can help mitigate and adapt. And this can be done through capacity building, through NGOs, programs, and things that can help young people work in solidarity to help mitigate and adapt to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's a good summary for the first round of questions, which I think fits perfectly well to the next question, which I'm going to raise on what are the opportunities for young people in your region, and how can existing program be improved. So I will start again with you, please. Maybe you can just give examples of opportunity in your region and how can existing program be improved.
Thank you for this question. As I mentioned, there are existing NGOs and organizations, but it's not part of how we behave and how we live. It's kind of these side organizations and NGOs. Many young people don't even know that they exist. So it needs to have awareness, and they need to be educated about these existing programs. The infrastructure and the capacity that these can have on young people is incredible. It can not only educate us, but it can also equip us with how we can positively contribute to adapting and mitigating to climate change. So this is when our leaders in society need to come in and help us. We need our mentors, our guardians, our parents, our teachers to help educate us. We need this intergenerational dialogue. Many times it's put up to the young people that the future is in our hands and we have the responsibility to save the world. But what does that mean? We need our leaders in society, we need our elders, we need this intergenerational dialogue if we want to really come out of this positively, and we need to see this also reflected in our capacity building, in our NGOs, in our programs. And it's so important that this is given to us in small island developing states. The infrastructure is provided, and it's not only looking at the financial side, but also bringing us together and uniting us as young people. We're not united yet as the Caribbean region, and that's a major issue. We are so strong as a region together, and our campaigns, our programs, our workshops need to reflect this, because individually as young people, we're so talented and we have so much potential. This is why the programs implemented must reflect this, must reflect our passions, and make it a sense of hope for young people to feel engaged, empowered, and feel that they can work in solidarity and feel hopeful that we can make a positive contribution to adapt and mitigate to climate change and any other issues that we may be facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was great. So I'll just pass the floor to you, and just to give a kind of a quick response on the opportunities and for existing program, what should we do to improve them?
Yeah, thank you. So before that, I'd like to engage with our audience here. I have a question. How many of you have a young child, like a brother or sister in their youth age? Please raise your hand. Okay. Brother, sister, or children? Yeah. We have a lot of people that are young, that are our loved ones, and they are facing the climate crisis in their future. And from my own perspective, I would say we have a lot of opportunities. For example, we have the mechanism, we call it ACE, Action for Climate Empowerment, but not so many people know about it. And for example, in my countries, there's 121 countries, they have ACE focal point, but in Vietnam, we don't have ACE focal point. And I think that's a huge missing point. And I think countries should implement ACE, Action for Climate Empowerment, meaningfully by having focal point and having youth focal point for ACE, and also supporting financially and having different mechanisms to support young people to implement different educational program, different training program, different public awareness raising program, because you cannot engage young people if you don't understand them. For example, in my organization, I use TikTok to engage young people because that's how they use it. That's how they get information. And the second one is we need a policy environment that enables young people to participate. Policy should be like a TikTok, very easy to understand style for young people to understand so they can participate. They understand it. And then one more thing, I would like to draw from my example previously that we have the internet. And the internet is a huge opportunity for us to engage with the young generations because they are all about internet everywhere. So we should use different tools, different online platforms to engage with young people, to educate them, to raise their awareness. But at the same time, ensure that young people can have the opportunity to access to internet and devices. For example, my neighbor, 3 kids sharing one small phone for their classes during the COVID-19. That is something that we should address. So to conclude, we need more learning opportunity for young people. We need action for climate empowerment and youth focal point for that. We need more funding, more policy support for young people, make policy easy to understand, easy to participate, and use internet, use technology as a means to engage and educate young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and what a nice way to conclude. So pass the floor now to you, please, to have the last word for the panel talk.
Thank you so much. I think they cover most of it. I would say like one of the opportunities also would be to be able to understand all the policy going around. You just mentioned the AC, and it's a great opportunity for youth to be able to tap on, but we are not aware of it. And I think we need like a mentoring, a mentorship to be able to gain more understanding on the policy and to be able we are leading climate actions, but we need to also to be able to understand what policies are being taken and how they affect us in our own context, in our own country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I mean, just listening to them, it's kind of inspiring. But maybe just to wrap from what I got from the discussion was that the traditional education system we have does not fully address climate action. Maybe we should think of innovative way to integrate climate action in our education system, which is also the whole purpose of this AGYLE project that we are launching today. So I want to use this opportunity to thank all our speakers and also to thank the organizers of the session. So I think this brings me to the end of our panel discussion, and I will hand over to the moderator. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, just very quick before I move to the next session, I just want us to make it more interactive. I think this, and I'm just giving just 1 minute. If you have anybody from the audience that can also tell us what do you think should be an opportunity for young people as well. Just one person in the audience. If you have anything you want, just 1 minute. Okay. Oh, she raised her hand first. Okay. Okay, I will take you just in 2 of you 1 minute, 30 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, you can use the mic, please.
Is this okay? Hi, thank you very much, panelists. I can't agree more. I'm also a youth delegate. I'm from Hong Kong. So, and what you have mentioned about a focal point in Hong Kong, we don't have a focal point either. And me being in the AIDS working group, I am happy to engage, but also confused because I can't act in a certain way that how our other members are working. I just want to say that, oh God, my mind is blank for 1 second. Yes, I fully agree that how young people, the gap from knowledge to action is huge. And I think one of the ways for more young people to be engaged is that while having all this youth program for youth, you need to have a young people on the board or more than one young people on the board to tell you how exactly to engage with youth. There are so many programs in Hong Kong that are targeting youth to empower them, but they're not doing it in a way that youth will be engaged, youth will be entertained. You make events very formal and boring. people will fall asleep. You need to make it fun. I organized a virtual summit in the summer, and during breaks we were playing meme songs as a way to wake them up, and they enjoyed it very much. So how to make it fun at the same time is also informative. It's very important. That's what I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can take then, yeah, the last person.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the panelists. I'm Magda. I'm from the YMCA, and it's a worldwide youth organization as well. And I'm from the Philippines, also in the Asia Pacific. And I would like to second what he said about the education system, because actually we have a lot of curriculum, and it depends on different culture and different countries. But if we could only have that one subject included in our education system, teaching as early as primary education to secondary education up until they graduate, and they learn about ecology, how to take care of the climate, of the environment, that would be a great opportunity for us to empower our young people. And as the YMCA is also doing, we have youth-led solutions. It's kind of basically the same with what YCAP is doing, where we give the space for young people to learn and to transform them along the way while they're learning. And the impact is that when they propose solutions, they need to be supported. And last thing is that the important thing is that these young people, we make them voices heard, and what's important is we support it with policies, because unless we put it in the policy and in the law, in whatever type of government we have, it will not succeed and it will not be sustainable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will conclude by saying that education is very important, and if you look like what she said, the gap between knowledge and action is very, very huge. So I think it's high time for us in a country level to start looking at how we can drive education to the local and to the grassroots. With that, we'll be able to, get more understanding to them. And I love the idea of TikTok. If it's something that is very, very, useful in the country, I think we should start looking at those local solutions to drive education on climate action. Thank you very much for that. So we are going to be moving to the next panel session, and I'm going to be engaging two young activists, two young entrepreneurs, but they're going to be joining us it's going to be virtual. So we're going to be talking much on entrepreneur, the need for technical and financial support. I am very sure that every one of us know that even in this conference, we have been talking a lot about climate finance. And when you want to invest, or when you want to run an activity, or you want to build a product, you need funding. So these young people, they are going to be sharing with us what they are doing and the challenges and how they're actually coming out to make changes in their own local community. So the first person I will be calling, I don't know whether he's already online, is Salom Adisma. He's from Ghana and is AGYLE. Let me quickly give you a short background about him. He's a multi-sectorial project management practitioner and is the co-founder and the lead strategist of AGYLE from Ghana. And AGYLE Ghana is a multi-dimensional social enterprise with a strong focus on climate-smart agriculture, carbon asset development, and environmental sustainable practice among local businesses, urban houses, and schools. I think we want him to come on board to actually share with us what those initiatives have been doing in Ghana and how they are actually engaging more young people to be more entrepreneur. So the first question I'll be asking him today, if he's online, is what is the biggest challenge young entrepreneurs have when they want to implement innovative solutions in Africa? Because I know a lot of us from Africa country, when we want to start a business, the first thing that we think about is funding. So what are the challenges you are facing, and how do you work and the biggest challenge you are facing? Is he online? Oh, great.
Yeah, hello.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can move.
Yes. Awesome. Good day, everybody. Nice to be here. So my name is Salom Adisma from, I think you got my surname quite wrong, but it's Fadnavo. It's Altima from Ghana. Basically, it's at AGYLE, Ghana. All right, so at AGYLE, Ghana, like you rightly mentioned, we are into climate action or environmental practices focus on plant-based agriculture. So what we basically do is that our main projects are in schools. So we title this project Green Schools Project, whereby we bring environmental education to students in peri-urban and local organizations or schools that need capacity. And I was really excited when the officers talk about the curriculum education where there is so much on environment. So this is an area in which we work in. So just to quickly answer the question asked, the major issue young enterprises face, especially in Ghana or across Africa, I would say is mentorship and technical support. I know most people will say finances or money, but I think basically it's about mentorship and technical support in the sense that most enterprises don't have the necessary mentorship to improve upon their product because the product needs to go to the use stage and get to a point whereby you build a solid prototype. So most enterprises end at the prototype area so that they cannot really enhance their ideas. So with technical support, they should be able to really bring out the best ideas that can get them to win several grants or maybe get support to roll out their program.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. That was very, very interesting. You mentioned that a lot of young people always think about money, but your own intervention here is mentorship and technical support, which I think also is very, very important that as young people, we need to start looking at that area of mentorship. And one of our speakers said it here also that we need mentoring. Is it talking? Okay, I think from background. So thank you very much, Salam. I will move to the next, our next speaker, and she will be, I think we have a video first before she come on board. So please, can you have the video on?
Finance and proper infrastructure to support their operations. These are some of the challenges that young entrepreneurs face in running their businesses. Good day, everyone. My name is Precious Morondo, and I'm the founder and CEO of Fresh Value Produce. The challenges that we face in Africa are all similar. We face financial challenges to scale up our operations. As well, we are facing effects of climate change like droughts, which means if we are in the farming space, our yields, our operations and our yields are greatly reduced. We are appealing to organizations and governments to help young entrepreneurs to scale up their operations as well as invest in smart and green innovative ideas so that we take our businesses to another level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Precious. I think I was able to capture we need to start looking at smart businesses so that all of us as young people can see that it's not any opportunity that we find ourselves in, we need to tap in. So thank you very much on that. I want to go back to, there's a PowerPoint she needs to share with us, right? Let us see the PowerPoint first before we move to the second question.
Good day, everyone. I hope I find you well. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier in my video presentation, as young entrepreneurs, we like finance to scale up our operation. Because as my colleagues mentioned earlier, we are talking of going green or investing in things or infrastructure that will make sure we are not putting damage to our environment. This may be renewable energy, which is quite costly if we look at the initial cost of installation. If you're talking of biogas digesters, if you're talking of renewable energy, these are things that we need to bring home and to bring to Africa so that we can mitigate the effects of climate change. I'll share with you an interesting observation that I made when I was in France recently, about 2 weeks ago, when I was at Montpellier Mediterranean Sea. I mean the airport. I saw the whole parking space had solar panels, and it really struck me, and I was like, this is what we need to bring to Africa. And as well, there was a lot of use of electric vehicles, the trams, which is what we need to bring back to Africa so that we reduce our carbon footprint. But unfortunately, when it comes to bringing those things, they need finance. These are the lack of proper infrastructure that we're talking about. And I've also realized that the young people, they're also lacking information. They don't have access. If we look at Zimbabwe, for example, if you talk about climate change, a lot of people are clueless. They don't even know. They believe it's not really an issue to talk about. And this is what we need to do to our people so that they are educated, they are informed of the effects of climate change as well as the mitigation or the ways of how to mitigate these effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Precious. I think you've been able to also elaborate more on issue on no access to finance, effect on example of drought and improper infrastructure, which I think a lot of us here, we actually accept what she said, because these are the lot of issues that African people, or let me say entrepreneurs, are actually facing. And I think by the time we finish this conversation, we'll be able to understand how we need to start tapping into those opportunities that we share among ourselves. So let me go back to, are we putting the video on now, or should I go? Yeah, so let's have the video. We have another video, sorry about that.
What is one of the effects of climate change is the young people of Zimbabwe. We are currently kindly appealing to the government to consider community-based disaster management strategies to involve the community in their respective societies in adapting and mitigating and managing the after effects of disasters which are induced by climate change. If we look at the cases of Chimaniman.
Sorry, is that the end? That's the end, right? Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll be able to capture what he's talking about on how we can start engaging more and work in government, engaging young people and work with them. I would like to go back to Salom to asking this very key point question now. How can young entrepreneurs encourage government to be ambitious in their climate policies? I think this is one of the topic, I think, or question that I think we young people need to ask ourselves if we want to actually engage government in our activities. If he's online, he can respond to that.
Yeah, hello, I'm online.
Yeah, thank you.
This is a very, very tough question because when it comes to Africa, it's a header when it comes to advising government institutions or various governments across Africa. It is a very tall order to do. But I think one thing most young people or young entrepreneurs can really leverage is technology. I think one of the panelists mentioned social media. In this 21st century, the social media is really important when it comes to major advocacy online, and most organizations or most top top organizations and government institutions or government personnel are online and they can see the impact of climate change across the world. So what young people can do basically, or young entrepreneurs can do, and what we as well as AGYLE we are doing basically is we engage stakeholders online for them to have a look at what we are doing. So one major aspect we leverage on is hashtags, because most people are more privy to hashtags and they are more privy to issues happening across the world. And in this age of technology, the least issue that comes out, and it is a topical issue or it is a key issue, it goes out online or it trends. And when it trends, a lot of people get to see it. So it is key, or it is very important for young businesses to leverage technology. The panelists earlier mentioned TikTok. Others who can also mention Twitter, which is one of the most effective tools in this age for young people to leverage on. Secondly, at a local level, it is important for various organizations to go at a local level in terms of the assembly, to engage assemblies. One major thing that is so common in Ghana is one organization I'm more privy to, and we are partners in this climate journey, is Ghana Youth Environment Movement. So this organization, what they basically do is that they engage their local assemblies. So they organize various symposiums like meetings and youth talks, whereby they invite in these stakeholders at a community level for them to dialogue on issues that affect young businesses or young green businesses. So in that way, they get to talk to their local leaders for them to channel their grievances to the national body. For most people who try to reach the top or to reach the national level easily, it is difficult because with that level you need high level clearance before you can get to maybe a national body. But for you to be able to climb up slowly, you need to actually engage your local authorities from the assembly level, and you go to a district level, and you go to the regional level before you reach the national level. These are some key activities, or these are some key practical ways to actually get governmental bodies to be interested in policies that promote climate action.
Thank you very much for that. I think if I get your quick points, talking about we should engage them online and we should start from the local governments, then moving to the national government. I think it's very important if we start engaging from the local so that we'll be able to have more impact and influence more policies. Thank you very much, Salam from Ghana. I am very happy to hear your quick response on that. I think, do we still have Precious? Oh, she's not. Okay. She's there. Okay, so I think Precious, if we can take like 30 seconds as well to respond to how young people can start engaging government, you know, to increase more ambition when it comes to climate policies. Precious, you have the floor. Okay, can you please unmute yourself? I think. Hello, Precious. Please unmute yourself if you are speaking.
Hello?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Just have 30 seconds, please.
Okay, I just wanted to say we need to have engagement at every level and collaboration from the lowest person to the highest office so that we work hand in hand, work together in trying to put policies that mitigate climate change effects. As well, I was thinking we need to remove barriers to rebate on renewable energy so that young people are able to invest in those kinds of things, or even young people can also be advocates for and ambassadors for climate change, which means we need to train the young people first so that they can go around and be ambassadors. And my thinking was, besides just involving these government or these NGOs sectors, as people, we need to take initiatives that make sure we reduce our carbon footprint. The little things that we take for granted, for example, switching off lights when not in use, switching off computers, and recycling, reusing, and of waste as well. Like I mentioned, investments in biogas, so that we can also reduce our carbon footprint. I would say a lot of people think that going green is very expensive, but not going green is extremely expensive. That's what I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Precious. I think you also make the same comment of you need to start engaging from local. And I think is one of the best way for us to actually drive policy in our country level. Thank you very much for that. And let me quickly say thank you to everybody for listening to our two powerful entrepreneurs. They just share their views and what they have been doing in the environment space. Thank you very much for listening. I want to quickly introduce to you as we move on to the launch for the interest of the AGYLE initiative, which I'm going to be calling on Mr. Eric Tambo from the United Nations University to give a short message. Thank you.
Okay. So many thanks for the presentation, for the introduction, kind introduction, and also for the Brian perspective of the different youth that we had here in the room. So I think I got many messages that we are trying also in the AGYLE project to integrate, to make the curriculum not so classical, more close to action of youth. Also one thing's having also aspect of fun into the educational program. Gamification is something which came new today that we could also introduce in the online courses that we will develop in the frame of the project. So the first phase of the AGYLE will be, we are trying now for the next year, so to design 4 courses in line with climate ambition cycle, climate finance, which have been mentioned here, entrepreneurships, and climate actions. So we try first to develop a solid model in the African continent. So we will run the model over 1 year and then deploy it in other continents, since AGYLE will be have the vocation to be a regional program. So I think that is just to say that for the other countries or the other continent which will not have the chance to have the AGYLE this year, be patient, and later on you will also have the turn when the experiences will be more mature. So, and I think the different perspective of the question which came here also address different angle of the AGYLE program. So the Leadership Academy is the one who will host the program, but we also have a knowledge and innovation hub where we will try to link perspectives, so potential youth which are more geared toward entrepreneurship with mentor to develop solution which will move into action. And at the end, what will also bring closer the different region is the knowledge platform, which will be a kind of online community of practice to bring youth from the different region and different continents all together. So yes, we have been approached by the UNFCCC to support the development of the program at the United Nations University. I don't know if somebody here in the room have already heard about the United Nations University. So if you can raise your hand. So it's a network of universities present in different parts of the globe. And the Pan-African Cooperation and Educational Technology Program that I'm leading at the Institute, and working also closely with my colleague Emmanuel, we will mostly be in charge of the AGYLE program. We are trying to develop innovative approach on how you can support youth in the area of green innovation and entrepreneurship. So we also have a very strong experiences on educational technology. So we will use more or less the expertise that we have in other projects. We are currently developing a project similar to AGYLE, also supporting youth, but it's South-South cooperation between Latin America and 4 countries in Africa. Also the experiences that we will have through this project called Impulse Out will also fly into the AGYLE to have at the end an overall good package which will give the capacity to youth to be thought leader, but also to be entrepreneurs to address the different challenges on green on climate action. Thank you.
I think we are having a very great opportunity as we are having this kind of initiative coming on board. And it's going to really help a lot of young people to actually see the need for them to tap into knowledge and how we can start learning about how to invest in our own time as well. Thank you so much, sir, for that great input. So I will call on Mr. Mubarak. He's the coordinator for the West African Development Bank, and he's going to be also talking to us a little bit about the background as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will steal Nisrin's word and say, dear comrades, I think it's a very good way to call each other from now. It's a way to see that we are in the same fight. So I'm happy to be here to launch the call of interest for the Africa AGYLE Hub. The Academy of Global Youth Leadership Empowerment is a global initiative led by the UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Centers. It recognizes the importance of young people to participate in decisions that impact them. In the view of engaging more youth in tackling climate change, AGYLE is designed to facilitate and steadily prepare youth for contribution to the negotiation process in making more informed decisions in support of national implementation. A while back, in collaboration with the UNICEF and the SDG Action Campaign, the initiative helped to build the Youth for Climate Delegates capacity to enhance their participation in the pre-COP, which took place last September in Milan. In Africa, the regional collaboration centers of Lomé and Kampala, in partnership with the UNU, developed the Africa AGYLE Hub to enhance participation of African youth in raising ambition and strengthening its role in advancing negotiation and climate action on the ground. The AGYLE Hub in Africa will have 3 pillars: the African Climate Leadership Academy, the Green, Inclusive and Sustainable Innovative Framework, and the Knowledge Management Platform. In the partnership with the United Nations University and funding by the West African Development Bank, we are proud to launch the call for interest for African applicants. This fellowship will capacitate African youth with the necessary education and skill sets through a highly qualified accredited educational virtual course package developed in partnership with leading universities and experts in Africa. So let's be honest with each other. We really need the engagement of youth in this academy, because since 1992 in Rio, many meetings happened, many engagements, many people were engaged in discussions, but nothing happened. And let's be honest with each other, climate change is no longer the issue, but it's our inability to match our actions with our speeches that is the main issue. So this is a big takeaway that I want us to all have. The training will provide a strong conceptual foundation for youth that intend to engage with UN climate change process or elaborate an entrepreneurial pathway in green sectors. The main thematic areas will include the climate ambition cycle under the Paris Agreement, entrepreneurship and climate action, negotiations and legal processes, and climate finance. Upon completion of this, students will be placed in leading institutions for 6 to 8 weeks, and I can reassure you that the West African Development Bank will be one of those institutions. So therefore, it will offer an opportunity to meaningfully participate in COP27 hopefully in Egypt, or receive a small grant to scale up their innovative ideas. So this is very important, and I think with UNU we've been designing to see specifically the needs and what is needed on the ground by the youth to strengthen their capacities. Interested African youth between the ages of 18 to 32, passionate about climate change and SDGs, having completed at least a post-secondary education with relevant academic background, are called upon to submit their applications in English. We believe that with youth leading in climate action, we can achieve an inclusive, sustainable recovery. It's important. I will mention it again. We can achieve an inclusive recovery. It's very important to have that in mind. That ignites the decades of actions for the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement and lay the foundation for clean, green cities of the future. So this is where you all have to take out your cameras and your photos, your photographs. On behalf of the chairman of the West African Development Bank, Mr. Serge Kwe, and the entire management of the bank, I would like to officially launch the call of interest for the Africa Agile Hub for the first cohort to begin early 2022. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mubarak, for that great brief background about the AGYLE initiative. And I'm very sure that we are looking forward to have this by 2022. And as much as possible, we know you have people that are qualified. You can throw it out, and you can also talk to them after the program. So I don't think we have much time now, but we're supposed to have a closing remark, but I don't think it's, yeah, just in 1 minute so that we can leave. Closing remark, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much. Yes. So I know we need to rush. So this is more an opportunity to say thank you. But allow me to say something more, but I will be very quick. How this idea came about, because you heard of the AGYLE came about. You heard mentioned by Mukaila, by Mubarak, about the launch, about the Regional Climate Week. So, well, the Regional Collaboration Center. So the Regional Collaboration Centers, I remember, started around 10 years ago. Initially, we took a lot of young people to help us as an intern, the usual, so nothing new. But then I realized after 2-3 years, some of these we use as an intern for 3 or 4 months. You know, after a while or more, they were actually sitting in this room here, in the plenaries, because in the meantime, they learn from us about the UNFCCC process. They learn to us who are the key players. They learn from us many, many important things that made them being good negotiators. And now some of them, I see still now, they are negotiating. And they felt, well, we did it for free for people. Why we don't do for a much larger group of people in a much more systematic way? That's where AGYLE as a concept came up. Then, of course, thanks to UNU and others, we are now a bit more complexity with the entrepreneurship element, which is also important, obviously, and the fact that we want to create a platform for sharing information, for sharing even knowledge and so on. So all that is maybe more direct, but that's, I think, the original idea should never be lost, because that was, I think, will make a difference. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, see those graduates from the academy being actually sitting, as I say, in one of these negotiation rooms. That will be, to me, the main outcome. So I was also asked to say thank you to a few people. Of course, let me thank all of you that are sitting here, and then it was very, very interesting. I sat all through the presentations, were really good, well orchestrated. And also let me thank, of course, BOD, because not only they are inspiring in what they are planning to do, but also because they're putting the money, and I think that's important. But thank me also the United Nations University for all the intellectual support they're giving to the initiative and the design of the curriculum. That's also very good. But let me thank also some individuals, in particular Monique. She's always hiding behind the scenes, but she's of course allowed us in a few months to be here today and so on. And I'm sorry if I forgot anyone else, but I think I will stop here for a question of time. Thank you again. And
thank you very much. And I think on this note, we have to stop because we think there's another session coming up after this. Thank you very much, everyone. And we hope to continue to engage ourselves. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining us today. And as you know, this is a joint event by YOUNGO, the Youth Constituency of UNFCCC, and the PCCB, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. And very happy that we have this opportunity to meet on the first day of the second week. And also, thanks so much, everyone, for joining us. And indeed, not even a single empty seat. So just first want to start with thanks, and without further ado, as I know that we're slightly behind the schedule, so we do want to save the most time for our panelists. So I guess just a very brief introduction of everyone. So from the left, we have Serena, my co-moderator of today, also very active in the ACE field. And then we also have Haley, Disha, Tim, all very active ACE experts from YOUNGO. And we have Rita, the Rita Michel, and also Pemi, our ACE national focal point, and then Claire from the UK presidency. So without further ado, I'm passing the floor to Claire to give some opening remarks on behalf of the UK presidency.
Oh, I've got one. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kathy, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claire Hotzer-Fleming, and I'm the capacity building negotiator for the UK presidency team. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this roundtable event, which will provide an opportunity for us to discuss the crucial role that capacity building can play in helping to strengthen the participation of youth to engage in international climate processes. Saturday's march saw thousands of young people coming together to lead the charge against climate change. This is happening all over the planet. Whether through advocating climate action or developing climate solutions, young people are at the forefront of facilitating change. We recognise that an all-of-society approach is essential for the transition to a zero-carbon resilient economy. And that is why, as presidency, we have actively engaged with the youth constituency right from the onset to ensure young people are given a space to be involved in decisions that impact their future. During his international visits, the COP President Alok Sharma has seen firsthand the passion and commitment of young people wanting to build a better future for us all. To help us better enable young activists like yourselves, as well as NGOs, Indigenous peoples, and faith groups to have a say in our planning and preparation for COP26, we established the COP26 Civil Society and Youth Advisory Council, which has been expertly co-chaired by Elizabeth Wahuti and Bella Lack. The principles developed by the Advisory Council have been crucial for building meaningful relationships with young climate leaders, as well, and have served as a framework for all stakeholders to consider and use. Over the weekend, I'm sure you're all aware, the parties agreed on the Glasgow Work Programme for Action for Climate Empowerment, a new flexible framework which positions youth as critical, flexible agents of change and advocates for the advancement of their participation in climate change processes. We note key youth successes, including dialogue at SB56 on youth engagement in work programme implementation, the annual youth forum, and parties being encouraged to bring youth into their delegations. Despite these successes, we know that young people still face many hurdles to get their voices heard and priorities reflected in the international fora. Many thanks again for the invitation to speak, Kathy, and I really look forward to learning further from you how capacity building can strengthen youth participation. Back to you, Kathy.
Thanks so much, Claire. And yeah, so thank you so much again for delivering the message from the UK presidency. And I guess the next step, I think it would be really interesting for our audience, the ones who already know YOUNGO very well, to explore more about our ACE working group and also what we do. And for those of you who haven't heard so much about the youth constituency, to hear a little bit more about what is the constituency and what we do. So without further ado, Tim and Disha, do you want to briefly introduce YOUNGO as well as the YOUNGO ACE working group? And I know that when I opened the session that I didn't give every single of our panelists a chance to explain a little bit more and to introduce a little bit more of themselves. So for all our panelists, when you take the floor, would you like to also briefly introduce yourself? So Tim and Disha, over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. So, my introduction, I'm Timothy Damon. I run the Global Youth Development Institute, which is a member organization of YOUNGO and ECOS and RINGO, a lot of acronyms there that we're part of, but all related to ACE and capacity building work. So just to quickly introduce the big picture of YOUNGO, I mean, there's a long history there, 10 years of having an official youth constituency and having a rich history of activism and putting pressure on the process from the outside, but then also young people who really see the complexities of the process and want to bring in the youth voice on the specific issues that parties are negotiating, trying to help parties to solve those problems that they face. And intergenerational equity made it into the Paris Agreement preamble thanks to a lot of efforts by YOUNGO, as well as ongoing support for ACE, and back even before my time, pushing on the Doha work program, the previous ACE work program. So there's a strong and diverse legacy of youth engagement through YOUNGO, thanks to them having a formalized constituency. But with that, to get into more of the details of the ACE working group, I'll pass over to Disha.
Thank you. Hello everyone, I'm Disha Sarkar and I'm a member of the ACE working group of YOUNGO. I am a representative of the Global Youth Development Institute and also a regional liaison for ECOS for Asia. So as Tim has mentioned that YOUNGO is very active in case of youth engagement, and we have a number of working groups under YOUNGO, and the working group that I am actively a part of is the ACE working group, or the Action for Climate Empowerment working group. Under the working group, we have around 8 sub-goals, starting from the first goal, which was already completed in June, that is having the ACE Youth Forum. So the ACE Youth Forum is one of the milestones that the ACE working group has covered in this year. We had around participation of around 600 youth delegates from different countries of the world, almost around 150 countries around the world. And the engagement was tremendous. We had support from the party delegates also. Some of our panelists also happened to attend some of the capacity building programs that we had during the ACE Youth Forum. And we are very happy to inform that the outcome document that was formulated out of the ACE Youth Forum was shared with the different party delegates during our different bilaterals that we had. We had bilaterals with US, South Africa, Argentina, and several other party delegates. And the support has been very good. Just one of the things that we are feeling a lack is about climate finance. The aspect of climate finance with regard to our proposal of an ACE marketplace has not been yet included in the new work program, and we look forward to having it included in the next editions. And this is a small gist of the work we are doing as a ACE youth group, ACE working group, and yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Disha. And I guess without further ado, maybe we can just start with our questions to our amazing panel today. So the first question, I guess it's very interesting to kickstart, is how do youth add value in the UNFCCC processes and broader climate change space, especially in the fields of ACE, capacity building, and NDCs? So Rita or Pemi, does any of you want to kickstart the conversation and also to briefly introduce yourselves?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think since I'm sitting at the start of the line, I would kick off the discussion. maybe just to say that, as Kathy have already said, I'm Pemi Gasela, and I negotiate capacity building in ACE for South Africa. And for us, I would just start by saying that the importance of youth inclusion in the negotiations is very important. And firstly, it's because we've always been talking about the youth being the future. So how do we then say the youth is the future, and yet we're trying to save the planet for the future generation, and the future is not part of that policy discussions, and that's why for us the youth are important in the negotiations and also being part of the negotiations. Another thing is that the youth are a bridging point between now and the future, as well as between communities and policies. Nothing for the youth without the youth. That's what I believe in. And the youth can also bring in shared lived experiences that can be translated into implementable policies that reflect the realities and needs of young people and communities to enhance climate action. They are also able to bring in new ideas, new ways of doing things, especially now that we're talking about the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution, and who better to be able to help us in delivering that than the youth themselves. I think for now, they can also help us keep decision makers accountable and enhance actions, because the youth are very much advocates of climate action, and with them being part of the solution, I think we can be able to do more. I think I'll stop there, Kathy. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for your support, as always, on youth in capacity building and ACE Fields, for example, for joining our ACE Youth Forum, and also for, verbally really supporting us, for example, at the PCCB 5th meeting earlier this year. And of course, we definitely look forward to collaborating more with you in the future. And Rita, do you want to briefly introduce yourself and share your reflections?
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Rita Michan. I am ambassador to Guatemala for climate change, and I've been in this process for too many years. I also, as Pemi mentioned, believe in the youth. The youth are the future, like we have all said. But the issue now is how to make the link or the bridge, how to strengthen that bridge that the youth, the advocates have created in order to achieve, to take our space in the international forum. They are the ones that come behind. We are the ones that are going out. So I believe that they have to be strengthened in order to be able to become the future international diplomats of tomorrow. Nonetheless, it's not that easy, because being an advocate is sometimes much easier than inserting yourself in the process. The process is complex. United Nations is complex, and we all know it, the ones that know United Nations. My career has been based on the multilateralism experience, and therefore I believe that there's still some gaps that need to be filled. The PCCB, we are in the PCCB hub, has been created under the Paris Agreement in order to create capacities for those gaps and needs in countries, in developing countries. And I think that is a challenge still to be achieved. Therefore, it is so important that the young that are coming behind learn about the ways of United Nations in order to be able to build that bridge in a strengthened manner. Because it's not only about being here talking as countries, but we have to also bring the voices of local communities, rural communities. Now we have the platform of indigenous people, as we have the gender plan of action. But the issue is how to make sure that those linkages are strengthened as a chain in order to be able to elevate those into the process, because these are efforts that have been growing through times. I remember when the YOUNGO started and how the youth has been multiplied in the past 4 or 5 years, and here we are sitting with them. They are a constituted body, but how do we elevate that process in order to strengthen that bridge and make sure that the bridge falls into the next steps. We need the young to take over with new ideas. Femi well said it. We understand we need innovation, we need changes, but it's easier said than done. Being out there in the streets, I applaud them because thousands of people were there 2 days ago. Nonetheless, it's much easier to be out there just saying blah, 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 but it's very difficult to concrete the needs and the solutions that are needed here in the negotiation process, in the big rooms. So we really need to find solutions, innovative solutions, and I believe and I hope for the youth to bring those ideas, but you can only do it through learning the process and what is right from the process to be saved and what is wrong in order to make those changes. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And Haley, Disha, Tim, anything you want to add? And of course, definitely from a youth perspective. And also, of course, your work on ACE.
Hi, everyone. I am Haley. I am here with Care About Climate, which is a capacity building organization in of itself to translate education into action for local climate solutions of youth in their communities. So it's equally as exciting to be here as part of that, as well as with YOUNGO's ACE working group, which Disha so eloquently explained a bit about earlier. My response to this question, I think, is quite similar to what we've heard from the two panelists prior to me, but I would add that, YOUNGO is a really great space for building the capacity of youth to engage with negotiators. It's how I learned how to do that and why I was able to, at this COP, schedule bilaterals with people and be engaged in the process, whereas my first COP, I was just which was 2019, I was so lost, I was very confused. So that's a really, really great platform to be a part of. But something else that I think is interesting is I also, agree that it is a little bit easier on the streets to advocate for change, but a lot harder to translate that knowledge into the negotiation room. But I think it's made more difficult by the lack of youth in party delegations, for instance, which is something that we are advocating for on the ACE front, which we weren't able to successfully have in the current drafted text, but hopefully will come out of the creation of the action plan during the next negotiations in the summer. But I think it's kind of a two-way path where some youth are getting activated, like those of us here on the stage, and I think some of you in the crowd, to come up with these solutions and have conversations and participate in events such as the Conference of Youth or the ACE Youth Forum. But it's also on parties to include and welcome youth into these spaces, to have them as part of their delegations or as youth ACE focal points, for instance. So I think that that bridge and those opportunities and ideas are there, and they've been presented by youth many times, but we also need parties to take on those ideas, or if that's not the right approach, inform us what they think could be really useful from their perspective as well, so that we can find a way to meet in the middle and build that bridge together instead of just the youth building that bridge to the process. So that's what I'll add for this question. But yeah, thanks.
Disha or Tim?
Yeah, as Haley has also mentioned, and before that our other panelist has also said, I truly believe that YOUNGO as a youth constituency is doing more than enough. Haley's, it's the second one. For me, it's the first COP. And however, I do not feel, this is quite shocking that I do not feel that lost because of the kind of capacity building that my fellow companions have done and the kind of help that I got as a part of the ACE working group. So this is what we are doing, youth helping each other, and we are doing tremendously well. However, as Haley mentioned, that the kind of connect that we should have with the party delegation is somewhere missing. And we want that to actually materialize. Every time when we go to a party delegate and talk about, if you need any help, just reach out to us. They definitely say that, yeah, we will reach out to us, but it never materializes. And that is not what we want. It should actually materialize. And therefore, we believe that, and to support this kind of capacity building, we have the LCOIs, the local COIs, which bridges the gap between the international level of work being done and the local community work that is being done. Apart from that, the ACE Youth Forum was also very instrumental. And what we are advocating for is to the parties to support such youth forum, because it is not just a token involvement of youth, rather it is more substantive by the fact that the policy outcomes or the kind of capacity building that the youth have during this event is tremendous. And we have seen people who have joined the youth forum coming here as delegates and doing very well, including myself. So I think that that itself suffices the kind of role capacity building has. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And just while we're talking, before Tim takes the floor, welcome, Roberta, for joining us. And would you like to briefly introduce yourself and also to share your reflections on our first guiding questions: how do we as youth add value in the UNFCCC processes and the broader climate change space, especially on ACE, capacity building, and NDCs? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, and sorry for being late. Well, again, thank you for the invitation. The youth are contributing to the process since quite some time now, actually, more and more in the last years. The youth constituency at the UNFCCC also joined the work in organizing the capacity building hub this year, and have been very active in the events, either the webinar and also the workshops that we had across last year, either on capacity building and ACE. So what to say more? I think it's the participation is the interest has always been there from the youth. The participation and the chance to really concretely contribute and have the input going through is increasing more and more. Well, I am climate change negotiator on capacity building and on ACE, and I'm also from Italy, and the Italian government, as you might know, this year organized back-to-back with the pre-COP an event for the youth to enhance more youth participation at international level to many processes, not only the UNFCCC process. Actually, the Youth for Climate event was designed as a chance for the youth to have a dialogue with ministers attending the pre-COP, but as a chance to talk of different topics with a special focus, of course, on climate change and the UNFCCC process, but not only focusing on the UNFCCC. And the result was a pretty comprehensive document. It's actually 44 pages, the Youth for Climate manifesto. I think you can find it online also on the UNFCCC webpage or the COP presidency webpage, or there are flyers around with a QR code where to download the document if you are interested in taking a look. And as you might as well know, the Italian Minister for Ecological Transition committed to organizing together with the UN agencies an event for youth every year, and to create a space, a youth for climate hub, to give more and more young people the chance to join virtually, but also in person, the dialogue on climate change. The minister also committed to support capacity building activities at the next regional climate weeks. So we really hope this will enhance the youth participation to the process even more. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I guess, Tim, is there any very brief words you want to add?
Yeah, all I would add briefly is just one very concrete example to what you were saying about how young people are innovating and also bringing in, bridging into the text. And there were several decisions from past ACE negotiations in which parties had invited private and other sources of finance to support the work of ACE. But what we hadn't seen so far was parties establishing any kind of mechanism or structure to facilitate that to happen. And this is where young people, and then teaming up with ECOS and other stakeholders, came up with the idea of the ACE marketplace. And we've already talked extensively about that. A little this morning, you can look at the Finance and Technology Day video with ACE Marketplace in the title, so I won't reiterate about what it is. But this was a concrete example where young people saw a challenge that parties were having and saw a way to give a concrete proposal that could advance that work. And while it wasn't quite feasible, given the complexities and time constraints on the negotiations, to get the marketplace included in this decision, we're very optimistic that with support that it had from parties, it will be able to be elaborated properly next June during the action plan. So just one concrete example there of how young people are really jumping in to help innovate and give parties solutions to the challenges we're all facing so we can move forward together.
Yeah, absolutely. Serena, do you want to take the next question?
Sure, let's swiftly move on because I know we're short on time. So just thinking a bit more about kind of looking forward to the future and the next steps. Actually, I have two kind of separate questions for our two different types of panelists here. So for our party representatives, how do you think that yourselves and your parties and all of the parties really can support youth inclusion and capacity building in the future? What would you specifically like to see from young people in terms of, meeting these goals and meeting these targets? And then actually for our youth respondents, I'd also like to ask a similar question. What exactly would you like to see from parties and from negotiators in terms of moving forward and finding solutions together? And actually, I think I'm going to come to the youth panelists first, since you went second previously. So any of you three, feel free to jump in.
All right. Hi, it's me, Haley, again. I think this is a really important and good question. I did elaborate on this a minute ago, but I really do think that including youth in delegations is a really important step, but also as it pertains to youth events like Youth for Climate and having dialogue with ministers and high-level people. I think that's really important and amazing to see, but I think to advance youth inclusion, it's also about what happens after those events and how are youth included long-term, as opposed to just having, a one-time workshop or discussion. It's really about how to continually bring in youth to these spaces to collaborate on the proposals that different countries will be bringing with them to, the UNFCCC conferences that are being held. And so I think for me, it's really about that long-term engagement piece that really allows us to share our ideas and perspectives and proposals with countries and see those reflected in their statements or in their events. And I will say, since I have the mic, there are a couple of the ACE negotiators up here on the floor who have extensively talked with the ACE working group and have been really strong advocates for a lot of our youth proposals. And I know some of them, due to time, as Tim mentioned, didn't quite make the cut concretely yet, but we are looking forward to see them in the action plan as well. And I do want to thank them for their support in all of this. And the last thing I'll add is it would be really nice to see from my end if negotiators and other high-level people did the work to also reach out to us as we have done to them. I don't know about anyone else in the crowd, but if you saw me this last week, I was running back and forth, always talking with someone new, trying to catch them in between sessions or, where they were going home. I ran into Pemi even down the hall on her way out, and I was like, oh, let me grab you real quick. So it's a lot of, work to make sure that we can have our voice heard, and it can also be, as tiring as being in, the negotiation room for the negotiators. It's as tiring waiting on the outside, trying to make sure that we can deliver our points and have champions in the room if we are not allowed in that space. So that is what I'll say. But yeah, thank y'all for championing a lot of the youth components.
Thank you, Hayley. And absolutely, it's very much a two-way street, isn't it? Because if we're the ones, as young people, kind of doing all of the pushing and all of the running, it is kind of exhausting, and it's, I guess, not so relevant to meaningful youth participation in general. But anyways, Tim or Disha, did you want to add anything?
Yeah. As Hayley said, in total addition to that, definitely I would like to see that the parties, they have an intergenerational equity in their delegation with youth participation in their delegation. And not just this time, many parties had youth delegates in their team. However, the kind of responsibility that should be delegated to the youth representatives is unbalanced. So equal responsibility should be given to the youth delegates if they are included in the party delegation. And if not included, then please include us in the delegation anyways. And apart from that, definitely all the negotiators from ACE, they have been extremely helpful, especially while working with the ACE working group. We almost got positive response from all of them, and they have always shared their time and efforts to hear what we want to say. We literally bugged them so much everywhere, left no social media handles, nothing. Everywhere we bugged them, and they were good enough to listen to what we wanted to say. Apart from that, as I said, that there are a lot of LCOIs or any such events that the youth are doing for capacity building of the other people. So one thing that the governments or any party people could do is they could support such kind of events by being there, supporting morally also, because it's the feeling of being together and not that big bridge between, okay, the difference in the badges, there is a big difference mentally also, so that difference should not be there. It should be like we are working for a one common goal, and we are united by that common goal, and it should be that, and have youth involved in the entire thing. Thank you.
If I could just add something really quick to that. I think that, you know, we're saying a lot of great things about the ACE team, which they are amazing, but it's not the case for all action items. And I think that is something to be said about that, as having the opportunity to use ACE as a model and a best practice for integrating youth across all work streams. Of course, we're all here, the panelists here, as very big contributors to ACE, but I think it's important to note that this is not the case, and not all negotiators are as welcoming and strong on supporting youth. And the only other thing I'll add is relating to the badges, is that youth are not paid for this work or to deliver our ideas. And if we are continued to only be asked to provide ideas but never have a seat at the table, you know, personally, I think that's not very fair, and it can be extractive to a lot of people who are spending a lot of time and energy in addition to all the other things we are accomplishing in our lives to just make it out there in the world, especially as we get older. So I think that there's something to be said that we, you know, just having a seat at the table is great, but we also need that seat, as Disha said, to be equal, in the sense that we are also getting thanked, you know, monetarily and in recognition-wise for all the efforts and things that we are contributing, as opposed to just always being in a voluntary role. So yeah, wanted to add on to that.
Thank you.
100%, and that's when it really gets real, actually. That's when our voices are not just being kind of, as Hayley says, we're not just bodies at a table, but our voices actually do have real meaning behind it and have a chance to have real impact into what's going on at the table. Tim, did you want to have any remarks there?
Well, in light of time, just to add very quickly, and this will be in way of an anecdote, you know, meaningful youth participation, what constitutes meaningful is a huge topic, and, you know, we see there are lots of youth delegate programs. But I would call attention to the distinction between having a youth delegate and a delegate who is a youth or who is young. And the anecdote here is that, you know, one of the Global South scholars who had participated in a program that GYDI and YOUNGO were supporting for COP23 with other partners is now the ACE negotiator for her country and was representing them in the process. And I'll deliberately not name the country, just, you know, to respect people's privacy in this, but so that is powerful, and that is where the young people actually are becoming the negotiators. And that doesn't mean there's not, of course, a value to having explicitly a youth delegate, but we do often too see that that is more of a token role that they're having. So I think if we can expand that model to be more like some of the young negotiator training programs that I know they have for the African group of negotiators and so forth, that's much more structured, more substantive, and is going to help them to be more impactful in the process than a more generic youth delegate might be. But also to remember they have a role in engaging young people domestically as well, which is the work of ACE. So again, very huge topic, but it's exciting to see that there are examples of young people who find their way into delegations. And other negotiators, I've heard their origin story was, like at one point I was where you were of a young person outside of the process, and then trying to make it inside.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see Roberta raising her hand. and just want to echo what Tim said about, many AGM parties have, youth really negotiating. For example, our dear Nisrin. And also, I know parties like Mexico also have quite some youth negotiating as well. So yeah, Roberta.
No, thank you very much. Just to say that I totally agree with what Timothy just said. Also to underline the fact that in many cases it's so a youth delegate just being there as representing youth, it can be for a party difficult to have for really for how to say, for political reasons, meaning a delegation does represent the political position of the country. So the youth representative would not be allowed if being part of that delegation officially to say something different. On the other hand, what would be very useful would be probably to have more young people and in delegations, and that governments start giving more opportunities, more training. Well, myself, I joined the ministry with an internship, and next year will be 20 years, so I'm not young anymore. But at the time, it was an opportunity that I had, and I stayed there, and I'm now negotiating for capacity building and ACE. So absolutely right what Timothy was saying. And I would add that for the same reasons that I mentioned, to have youth at negotiating tables, it's kind of even a procedural problem in the sense that there are many constituencies. YOUNGO and the youth represent one of the constituencies, and the UNFCCC is a party-driven process. But nevertheless, there are also, because I'm not saying you should then not fight to have a seat at the table, but there are many opportunities to join the effort on fighting on climate change. For example, I would see lots of opportunities within the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action, which is a space for non-state actors, private sectors, and I would see there also the chance to talk about green jobs and jobs opportunities for young people, as well as we just mentioned, and you already joining the work of the PCCB, especially the PCCB network. And I know there are already more than 20, I think, youth organization in the PCCB network. So I think there are places where to be even more active and beside the actual negotiation work within the UNFCCC. Thank you.
Absolutely, and also, of course, Tim, his organization is part of the PCCB network, and himself is an expert focusing on youth engagement in, I believe, Task Force Working Group 2 of the PCCB on cross-cutting issue. So very happy to see that. And of course, definitely look forward to further youth engagement and in other task forces of the PCCB, of course, especially ones that focus on stakeholder engagement in other areas. And Pemi, Rita, anything you want to add?
Yes, I want to first agree with what the youth has already raised in terms of involving the youth in the delegation. For example, in South Africa, we try by all means to bring at least 3 youth to the negotiations. And we really try to make it meaningful, as Haley and Tim and have already said. We don't just bring them to the negotiation. We make them part of the delegation, and they would job shadow somebody. And that meaningful contribution will be coming directly from the youth. So we would be asking them, what do you think about this? And we would ask them, what is your interest? And then they would shadow whoever is following a particular agenda item. And there, whatever, if they're following somebody who's doing adaptation, they would then have to be asked, what do you think about what is being suggested? Because we also believe in this intergenerational gap to be closed, and we also believe that we can learn a lot from the youth by hearing what they're thinking, their ideas. So we're making them part of the decision making, and that does not only begin when we come to the UNFCCC. Even before we come here, we involve the youth, we ask them, this is what we're intending to take to the international space. Is this agreeable? Is this something that we can take forward? So this is how we have been including the youth in the international space. As I've said, it's the future, and we always say you cannot talk about the youth without the youth. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Rita?
Yes, thank you very much. I think everything has been said, but I will underline the fact that capacity building is the key to success. Anything in life you would like to achieve, you need to be capacitated. Therefore, capacity building in the UNFCCC or in any other agenda, international agenda, is a must. What has happened in Latin America, and Guatemala is a member of ILAC, there are several good examples that I can mention. For example, there is this academy in Panama that has been dedicating capacity building on UNFCCC for young people, and it's already 3 years, and it has inserted or included the young not only in the delegations but in the ministerial level. Therefore, they have learned the process through the ministry and then have come here, and they are part of the delegations, and they are part of the negotiation process. Colombia has done not the academy, but has done has young people in the delegations that are learning and that are part of the process. Costa Rica started many years earlier. Therefore, the process is to generate the model for each country, and every country is different, and the regions in the world are different, to generate the model that can generate the capacity building process for young people in order to be part of the ministerial delegation and of the delegation, if not institutionalized, but in order for them to participate and start negotiating. That is a must in order to be able to close that gap that we were speaking of. So this is a must. And yes, we need to do more, but the whole system needs to be slowly changing in order to achieve what is needed, because it's not easy. And for the young today, what happens is that this generation, for some reason or other, aside from mine, 60s and 70s, they feel that everything has to go fast. And processes in the UN system do not go fast. Processes are slow, and we have to have the resilience capacity to adapt. I'm saying adapt not in order to continue the same trend, but to make the necessary changes. But in order to make the necessary changes, you have to learn. You have to really learn the nitty-gritty issues in order to find those solutions. Therefore, it's all about capacity building. It's all about solidarity. It's all about listening to one another. And it's all about understanding the difference amongst ourselves. So, as I said at the beginning, capacity building is the key to success. Thank you.
Absolutely. And before I pass the floor to Serena to handle the Q&A section, just realized that we have a member of the ACE Secretariat and a member of the PCCB Secretariat present. So do the two of you want to come to the front, to the microphone, and share if you have any reflections, and also, of course, your thoughts to how to further youth engagement in the field of capacity building and ACE. Thanks. Also to briefly introduce yourself as well.
Thank you very much. My name is Alejandro Kilpatrick. I'm manager of the Capacity Building Subdivision at the Climate Change Secretariat. And yes, we're supporting actively the work of the PCCB since its inception. It's a pleasure to work with the members, current and past members of the PCCB, which we have here in the panel. So it's been a pleasure to work with you. I think it's hard to add to what has been said, particularly now the last comment by Rita. I think it's fundamental. I would also just mention that in the context of capacity building, the work we're doing, youth are not only recipients of capacity building, but also providers of capacity building. Mm. And that's something that was the running sort of mantra of the series of events we organized during regional climate, well, the PCCB, through its networks organized during the regional climate weeks this past year, the virtual climate weeks, unfortunately. But it was a quite refreshing experience in the sense that, yes, there are those needs for capacity from the youth, but also the dynamism that youth networks have allow for that peer-to-peer learning for youth. And I think I was just watching President Obama's statement, and actually he said that youth can educate others, can educate your families, your peers, your teachers. So I think it's seeing in that perspective that shines a bit of a different light, and not to undermine the need for capacities for youth. I think that's fundamental. I think was said here. It's not necessarily only technical capacities, it's the process capacities, it's the people dynamics capacities, and also how youth engagement is fundamental, but it's not something that is, and I think some of you said it has to be rushed. It has to be sort of, we have to take into account youth engagement. Youth engagement should be a regular feature of all types of engagement. And for that, capacity needs to continue to be built. And so again, from the work of the Secretariat and supporting the PCCB, I dare to say, Roberta, that the PCCB is a champion of youth engagement, and will continue to be a champion of youth engagement based on the activities we have, the participation of in the cross-cutting and the working groups of the PCCB. So it's a fundamental stakeholder. So, and yeah, I think Rita, you mentioned also the Executive Secretary at some point mentioned that you cannot have enhanced ambition without enhanced capacities, and you cannot have enhanced ambitions without youth engagement. So I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want to use the other one? Yeah, and then absolutely agree, and definitely look forward to the other working groups of the PCCB also to be open to YOUNGO and other constituencies as well. And definitely wish that will become the future, especially I remember my intervention at the last meeting of the PCCB was to open both working group 2 and 3 to YOUNGO and WGC. So now one is open, so hopefully at PCCB 6 we will see the other one open as well. So yes, over to you.
Yes, so hello everyone, my name is Hyunjin Chang. I am the Junior Professional Officer at the Action for Climate Empowerment team here at the UNFCCC Secretariat. We are very happy to report that countries have, in the last week, agreed to the adoption of the new Glasgow Work Programme on Action for Climate Empowerment. And when adopted by the COP this week, it'll be our new guidance on how to enhance parties' implementation of education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation. And I would like to echo every comment made here in the panel, as well as by Alejandro. And just wanted to say that during the last 2 years, one of the rare upside of the COVID pandemic was that youth was really able to bring forth their proposal and engage with parties and other non-party stakeholders through virtual environment, which I think was not evident in pre-pandemic era. And your proposal have been made a huge impact to the whole process, and happy to see that many countries now champion your ideas, and they would very much like to bring this proposal to the development of the action plan that will happen next session. And there is also a new mandate for the Secretariat, also to parties and constituted bodies, to integrate ACE across all work streams of UNFCCC. And as you said, there is a dialogue next year, which we will explore how youth engagement can happen during the implementation of the Glasgow Work Programme. And I think these two elements combined would mean that we would also look at the possibilities of how youth engagement can be enhanced in all work streams of UNFCCC. And the Secretariat is very much willing to support youth engagement, meaningful youth engagement in all of the processes under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And we would also like to see some concrete activities under the action plan that will assist parties in enhancing the youth engagement at all levels, not just UNFCCC, but also at the local, national, and regional level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I understand that we are now at time. However, we did start 5 to 10 minutes late. So whoever's monitoring this room, I hope it's okay if we go on for an extra 5 to 10 minutes. So actually now we'd like to open the floor for if anyone has any final reflections. The topics that we discussed on this panel were how do youth add value to the process? What are maybe some gaps, or looking forward to the future, what do young people want to see from parties? What do parties want to see from young people? So if anyone has any final reflections, feel free to take the mic. This one's being a bit dodgy. We know this one is working. Go for it.
Or if you have any reflections or any questions indeed to any of us as youth or any of our panelists, so definitely welcome. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Reni Trendaishimie, PCCB members, but I want to share the experience for youth engagement and involvement. You may aware that everything when they want to act, you have to sometimes need resources and need energy efforts. So I think young as youth are involved in environmental and climate change activities in different countries and in different manner, but we have to support. I think the better one is to involve them in all activities, not only on the planting the tree, for example, trees, but also in decision makers. First of all, decision makers, when we elaborate policy and the other measures, we have to involve our youth, and also to make autonomy of the youth, such as I can share the experience of Burundi. When the youth are involved in awareness activities on climate change on the ground, they are very fast and quickly react. But until we make the bank of the youth, the bank help the youth to make the business included environmental and climate change activities. That is the first thing. And also to give the flow to the youth, decision makers, such as head of state or other environmental or climate change builders, to give the flow to the youth and to help the youth to support the participation on fora and the negotiations, and in the national and the regional or international, but not forget how to put youth independent in terms of resources. They can go together and they make a project, and they went to the bank with a minimum of interest and benefit. That is my share experience. I saw that now Burundi youngers are very involved, and now they are private who make innovations in terms of clean energy and in terms of other activities in the environmental. That is my own sharing what I have been seen by my eyes on the ground. Thank you.
Many thanks for that. And now we really are at time. So I'm just going to pass on to my colleague Hayley to give some closing remarks.
Thanks so much, and thank you all for being here today. I know we're a little bit over, so I will make this nice and quick. We heard a lot today about what the PCCB network, as well as ACE teams and different communities have done to increase their youth inclusion, as well as support from the Secretariat, which I'm very excited about in terms of how to really turn this engagement into collaboration, right? At the end of the day, that's really what youth want. It's not just to sit at the table one time, it's to always have our ideas there at every time. And so I'm really excited to be a part of that process coming up in the summer in order to really figure out with other youth aligned with parties about how we can really make this meaningful youth inclusion. So we heard a lot again about how youth up here have done these processes, how I've been told today I look really tired, and I'm like, if anyone saw me last week, you definitely know why. So it's definitely been a lot of hard work, and I also want to congratulate the youth who are on this panel or anyone else in the crowd for all of the effort that you've put in. It's really hard, and it is really amazing to see that for one of the first times ever we've actually seen, or will hopefully see at the end of the week, a decision go through that basically mandates youth to be included in a way, which is really, really exciting. So if anyone has any questions afterwards, we didn't really have much time. I will be around for a bit, and I'm sure other panelists will be around for a couple more minutes as well, and happy to answer them about how we want to build our capacities together. So yeah, thank you all.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our audience, and to everyone who took the mic, including our Secretariat members. Let's definitely take a family picture together. And thanks so much again to everyone. Also, my co-moderator, Serena, you did an amazing job. And very cool t-shirt indeed. So yeah, family picture time.
right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this event. I'm sorry about the delay. We were expecting another panelist that is coming in the next few minutes. So she will be joining us as soon as she arrives in the panel. So thank you very much again for attending this event that is strengthening gender sensitivity in adaptation under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. The event is jointly organized by three constituted bodies: the Adaptation Committee, the Least Developed Countries Experts Group, and the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. And my name is Julio Cordano. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile. I'm currently an AC member, an Adaptation Committee member, and a former focal point of gender of the committee. So it's great to have you all here, and it's a pleasure really to have events in person after this long time under the COVID quarantine. So it's wonderful to all have you here. As you all know, gender considerations are a key guiding principle for adaptation, and this has been noted in many decisions both under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. In addition, the Lima Work Program on Gender, and more recently the 5-year enhanced Lima Work Program on Gender and its Gender Action Plan, has promoted advancing gender balance and integrating gender consideration into the work of parties and the Secretariat in implementing the Convention and the Paris Agreement, so as to achieve gender-responsive climate policies and action. And I can also, on a personal note, I can say that as member of the Chilean delegation, I also was part of the presidency of COP25, so I can tell you how hard it was to get that gender plan approved and extended. So I think it's important to value this and try to make it real, to make it come alive. As you can imagine, we have in our panel here representatives of the constituted bodies that I just mentioned, and we would like. At the beginning, we thought that we would be dividing this event in 3 different panels, but I think it would be better that we will have all the panelists in one go. So I will introduce them now. So let me start by introducing Mrs. Jennifer Hobbs. She's a member of the LEG, the Least Developed Countries Expert Group. We have also with us Jennifer Hanna, my friend from Dominican Republic, member of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. We have Mrs. Rihab Ahmed, member of the Consultative Group of Experts. And we have Mr. Marir Hosni, who is the vice chair of the Technology Executive Committee. And last but not least, my good friend Maria del Pilar Bueno from Argentina, member of the Adaptation Committee. And we also are expecting Mrs. Ibrahim, who is co-chair of the Facilitative Working Group of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, the LCIPP. So I hope I haven't made a mess of my own notes here. But the first thing that we would like to invite you to do is to see if we can go to make an exercise on the Mentimeter. So I think you can see a screen somewhere. Yeah, right behind me. So please take out your mobile phone, tablet, or computer, go to the page menti.com, and type in the event code 37242440. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to do that, because we would like all of you to participate in this exercise. And we are going to go with a few questions that are already shown in the screen. So, do I see the right question there? So the question is, what share of the speakers of the 2020 Technical Expert Meeting of Adaptation were female? And we have a number of options there, 30, 40, 50, or 60. So you can see that apparently there's not much hope for in that answer. The actual answer, so I'll ask you to stop there. So there's a tie between 30 and 40. The correct answer is 50. So I'm sorry, this is not a. If there was a prize, unfortunately, we will have to wait for another question to see if there is a winner. So let's go to the next question. Let's go to the next question, please. No, that's cheating. All right. Can we go to the next question, please? So the next question is, how many submissions on mainstreaming gender in NAPs from parties and non-party stakeholders were received in 2019? So how many submissions on mainstreaming gender in NAPs from parties and non-party stakeholders were received in 2019? Very good. So you see there is a distribution this time across the answers. So the options are 10, 14, 18, and 22. And as you can see, there is divided opinions there. So I'll ask you to stop there, and the right answer is 22. So we have a few winners in these questions. Which is a very good indication that there was a number of good submissions presented in this topic. So let me also welcome Mrs. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, co-chair of the Facilitative Working Group of the LCIPP. So welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
So let's go to the third and final question of this section. And the question is, when has the UNFCCC Gender Action Plan being adopted? When was it adopted? I think I already mentioned something along those lines. So was it in 2010, on 2014, 2017, or 2019? Those are the options. And I think I was there, so I know the answer. And I guess people feeling that it was adopted in 2014, I guess that's an indication that there's been a lot of work going on there. But the correct answer is 2017 in COP23 when it was adopted. So thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for engaging in this Mentimeter. So let's go now to the panel. We would like to go to the panel with the first question. So and let me start with Jennifer, right to my left. So the question, Jennifer, would be what are the concrete opportunities that integrating gender considerations and in adaptation planning and implementation pose? Not an easy question, but I hope you can give us some highlights.
I'll do my best, thank you. And I'd like to say thank you for organising the panel. I've been in the negotiations, and I have to admit I haven't made it to any of the side events, which is a shame, but this one is a top priority, and I think it's a top priority for the leg. It's also a top priority for my delegation from Ireland, and a top priority for me, so it's an honour to be here. So looking back, gender considerations is one of the key guiding principles for adaptation planning and implementation. And since the time of the NAPAs, back in 2001, countries have been applying gender across the criteria to examine and rank adaptation offers and options in different degrees of depth. And we've had some lessons learned from this, and also some reflections on how to strengthen it. In the Cancun Adaptation Framework, parties reaffirmed the need for this through a gender-sensitive approach, and national adaptation plans, NAPs, were specified for this. So we see that integrating gender into the medium and long-term actions is essential if you want the actions to be effective on the ground and if you want them to be sustainable. But it also helps to ensure that women and girls are part of the solution as agents of change. And it also can help us to really make sure that the national adaptation plans are supporting the most vulnerable who are on the front lines of climate change to really adapt and to address their needs, their daily realities. There are lots of entry points for this, but they should always be on the agenda. We can say gender mainstreaming, we can say, gender sensitivity, we can go further and say gender responsive planning or gender transformational or whatever it is, but we need to make sure that women and girls are engaged at every stage of the planning process and implementation process and reflecting on how things are working. Part of this may be involving making sure that the structure involves the right parts of government. So if there's a ministry for gender or gender units within the different ministries, making sure that they're there at the table from the early pre-planning stages and right through. We also need to remember that this isn't about women and girls at the beneficiary stage, that this needs to be at all levels. So too often we think of gender only, when it comes to the end point and we think of beneficiaries. We need to make sure that there's a shift in mindset so that women are really part of the identification of needs, the identification of solutions, prioritization, and that they're there at the table when we're designing how we're going to evaluate these things too. So two or three examples of concrete opportunities are setting up the right institutional arrangements to maximize gendered planning processes. So this is really to do with how you set this up within the governance arrangements. So in Fiji, for example, in the NAP, they established gender specialists and gender focal points within the process and consider them to be key in their national adaptation planning. Another area is in terms of national procedures and guidelines to make sure that these are reflecting the gendered needs and gender responses needed on the ground. So for example, in Uganda, the Gender and Equity Compliance Certificate Act of 2015 led to the removal of 18% VAT on agricultural products that were predominantly produced by women. So very concrete budgetary implications that can support women on the ground. Then another example comes from South Africa, so looking specifically at women's access to resources. In South Africa, they implemented gender-based budgeting to benefit businesses that were run by women. Within this, I think we need to recognize that there are challenges as well. So we need to look at some of the challenges in integrating gender considerations into adaptation planning and implementation. One of the challenges is that gendered groups, especially women, are not at the decision-making table often enough, or if they are, they may not be it may not be equitable access to the decision-making table. In this way, we need to ensure, particularly in national adaptation planning, which has huge implications at the local level, that there are participatory processes, that we consider issues like literacy and languages to really engage women in every stage of the process, and girls from a youth perspective as well, and really analyse their needs by engaging them through participatory processes. Another challenge is how to assess progress against these. And within the NAPs, it's important that monitoring and evaluation frameworks have specific measures in there to see how we're doing in terms of engaging women and girls and how we're doing in terms of effective adaptation action to meet their needs. So in summary, I would say to understand gender equalities, to understand gender inequalities, it's important that we look at the gaps, that we have ways to really assess these gaps, and that we have ways to respond to them within national adaptation plans.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And I think it's very interesting and fascinating how these processes need to converge into decision making and really find those opportunities and overcome those challenges. So I would like to I don't know if I can come to Hindu for to maybe to also to reflect on the same question. I mean, Jennifer was already explaining the different opportunities and challenges that countries and communities face to include a gender perspective in adaptation policies. But I would like to also pose that question to you, and so you can also reflect on that as well.
Sure. Hi, everyone. So sorry to come late. I was in a panel, ministerial, 100% male. So just thought like I'm coming immediately to talk in another panel where the importance of the women. So I make them my point over there, that we cannot talk about these issues. And again, having just the man are talking, I say like, okay, the man can talk, but women are implementing. So choose your place. So that makes me just to say here, as the opportunity are a lot, but we have to see where they are. We have to take the opportunity of those women who are around. We all know that women are more than half of the world population. Everyone accepts that. We all know that women are the most impacted by the climate change. We all accept that. So there is no reason to deny that. But when it's come to the implementations, it seems to be very difficult to include them. And I do not see why. Where is the difficulty? Because the implementation on the ground, when you go to the indigenous communities, because I'm here as the co-chair of the facilitative working group of the local communities and indigenous peoples platform. So indigenous women on the ground are the ones who are leading the solutions. They are the ones who know where is all the crop, where it is flood or where it is drought, in order to feed their families. And this is an adaptation measure. It is not just a report. It is the concrete way of getting adapt. Those women know how they can plan for the next season, because people live from one season to another one. And all the community rely on the women in order to ensure their families getting food, they're getting medicine from the traditional way. So those opportunities are visible at the local level, but how we can translate them at the national and at the international level. So at the national level, as facilitative working group, we did the work through the activity 9, where I was the one who is leading the analytic way. I analyzed more than 500 documents of the UN conventions. And we found 19 mention indigenous peoples, 12 mention knowledge. And at the end of the day, we say, no, this is really not practical. So how we can do to have more women, more indigenous women to be contributing. And then we did an activity at the national level between Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Benin, and Chad. So in this, we give the women, indigenous women, to be the lead, to talk with the government, to see how they can revise, during the revision, their NDCs, and they are also planning the NAPs, how they can include women, indigenous women, in traditional knowledge. So in Chad, my country, they recruit one consultant, especially on gender. So I think when we give them the way, they can find how they can do that practically at the national level. At the international level, from the facilitative working group, from the first decision that we adopt, we say we have to put as criteria the equal statute of indigenous peoples and the state parties. And in this equal statute, it has to be in the leadership role too. And one of the criteria is having gender balance. If it's not more, so it can be at least equal, and having use. So when we ended up with the facilitative working group, 17 peoples, 7 from indigenous peoples, we have 5 women, 2 male. So we did respect that because we know how it's worked from the indigenous peoples. But it's still, from the government side, they did the opposite. They have 5 male and 2 women. So there is work that's coming from the challenges that you asked for the second questions. So it's still that there are challenges. We show the way. We know how it is important. But the challenge is how all the countries, if it's coming from the grouping of the countries or the individuals, they allow the women to be sitting into the leadership role. It is not only being a checking list in your delegation, how many women you have, 30% or 50%, no. How much those women are taking the lead in your delegation, how much they are sitting down and then talking on behalf of your country or on behalf of the communities, and they be listen, also not checking the box, not just coming and yes, we give you the leadership role, you talk and we decide. When those women talk and then they can be listened. So those are really a real challenge that we do have. When you take all the focal points on the UNFCCC, how many are the women? Because those are the ones who can lead the negotiation and who can take the decision. We need to get an examples of so many women who can be a focal point in order to inspire the other women to be there to also take the lead. My final point on this, it's equal access to the finance. It have to be from the local, national to international level. Because most of the time, when there is an opportunity of funding from project for adaptations or from participations, man got more opportunity than women. So how those spaces can be open to give chance to the women to also participate into the equal way in order to come and also give their own views. So it is time for implementations. We need to look at the challenges also to turn them into the opportunities. We have an agenda item on gender, and I think it has to be a cross-cutting. Our final decisions that have been adopted on Saturday, we do have a gender. So as all the countries adopt the Paris agreements, the preambles say it also. So we must all work all together to see how the women cannot be a checking list, but they can be in the real leadership role. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And I think it's I was going to say that it's got a very inspiring intervention from Hindu, and I believe that it's left us, many of us, very, very speechless about the importance of doing that. And we are at the COP, as you were just rightly saying. This is a moment where we take decisions. And it is very important that we include the gender perspective, not only in the paper, but also by people that put those ideas in the paper, and make sure that people are well represented in terms of gender perspective. So speaking of that, I think it's important also to look at the world in general and see how the world is going, how the world is doing in terms of representation of women. In this case, heading environment-related ministries. This is information from 2015, so please travel back in time and imagine in 2015 how many environmental-related ministries would be headed by women. Do we have it in the screen? No, not yet. Can I ask to put that on the screen? So this is a Mentimeter, the same code that I shared with you just a few moments ago. I will repeat it. It's 3724-2440. That's 3724-2440. And you can start voting. I can see that you are already doing it. A few votes. I will give you a few moments to continue participating in the Mentimeter. So we have four options: 12, 20, 25 and 35 environment-related ministries in 2015 led by women. So how many votes we have? There's almost a tie, almost neck to neck, 12, 20 and 15. So I'll stop there. So the correct answer is unfortunately 12. Which really, although these are information from 2015, of course it's sombering. It's really something that really makes you think that all across the world, only 12 environmental-related ministries headed by women. It was the year of the adoption of the Paris Agreement, So it really shows you really how important it is to catch up with this and make sure that we do something about it. So let's move on with the panel. Maybe at this stage, if I can just maybe I can offer the floor just to make it more interactive. Maybe I can offer the floor to the audience to make a couple of questions, and then we continue with the rest of the panelists. If there's any question for the floor, maybe we can take one or two. If not, please write down your question. Oh, sorry. Yes, one question over there, please. If you can introduce yourself and your affiliation before, please.
Yes, thank you. Niko Hummalista from ACT Alliance. And I would like to direct a question to the latest speaker about the kind of mechanisms of integrating the finances also to the local level, and especially allowing women to be accessing these funds. So do you have any practical examples like research or projects that we should be involved? Because we are also happy as a donor countries to develop our models of allocating the finances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll ask Hindu as soon as she is able to provide a quick response.
Sure, thank you. I think as donor countries, you should put that as your criteria, because you are the one who can put the criteria on ensuring that the funding you are giving to country or to an organizations is going to lead to a women organizations, and also to ensure that the funding you are giving is not ending in a conferences where they can have a list of the participants and then they can check you. They say, yes, we have the list of participants, you have 50 people. But how this money can go to the women organization or community women's. And you know, most of the time, the criteria from donors do not allow the women to get access to it. Because most of the women who are doing the practice in the developing countries, who are implementing projects, like my aunties, my grandmother, my cousin, they didn't went to school. They cannot fill you 1,000 pages of report. They cannot do you an Excel sheet that can show how they can manage all the single dollars that you give them. But they are the best engineer of the nature as women. So how you can build a new system that the money can adapt to the need of the peoples, not the peoples that can adapt to the need of the money. So those women, I think you need to give them this accessibility in a different way. So if you think you have a team, you can send the team to go on the ground and to see what they are doing. Because, of course, we are all concerned about transparency, accountability, but most of the time, those who are taking the money and doing nothing, excuse me for being sincere on that, are men. I give you just one example of how it's work. So it's recent, just like before I come here, we ended a project and do it as process. It is on agroecology. Agroecology in developing countries, we all say the land rights are mostly for men. Women do not have the land right. And the first thing I did, I'm like, I have to give a land right for those women before to do this project. So we start this process. We talked with the communities, women. So we put them in a group, not only like one single woman. And then at the end, we wanted to have this agroecology project, and then all the land are for man. We say to the man, the women are feeding your children. They're going to do this agroecology. You wanted them to do it, you need to give up in the land, in some piece of the land. And then the chief is agreed to open some hectares of the land. And we say, okay, this is fine. We need to do it in writing. We write down. And all the community chiefs sign on it. We say, okay, you sign. We want you to take this document to the local authorities. And then you know that it's not only you can oppress the women, and local authorities sign on the document. At the end of the day, we get a land title for a group of women who are doing the agroecology for the first time. And at the end, those women can get access to the finance, and they know it is their land, they can do those activities. So try to do it as process, and I think the women can get access to this finance from the beginning. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very, very much for a very comprehensive and real-life answer to the question. So let me now move on to we have 3 members from 3 different constituted bodies. We have Jennifer, we have Rehab, and we have Maria. And I guess the question of this event is precisely how to integrate the gender perspective in the work of the different constituted bodies and also national policies. But from the experience of the constituted bodies, I guess it would be very interesting to hear from you. So what is your evaluation? How the gender perspective have been included in your constituted bodies? I think the three constituted bodies that you represent here have been able to make an important work on that. Mm-hmm. And so it would be great to hear your experiences on this, and especially so what was the road that took you there? What kind of what type of challenges and accomplishment you made? So let me start with Jennifer to provide some examples from the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. Yes. Jennifer.
Thank you, Julio. Happy to be here, and I'm very inspired by Hindu's comments right now. I'm always happy to be next to her when she starts talking, because it's just like, it gets you very exciting. So, and then I'm going to go to share a little bit with you and the audience about what the PCCB, Paris on Capacity Building, has been doing with gender responsiveness. Since the establishment of the Paris Capacity Building, we made gender responsiveness a top priority. And we also created a working group, which I lead, on cross-cutting issues that includes gender responsiveness. So we've been working a lot with this issue since 2016. And we have a little bit of outcomes to share with you guys. So, but most presently, and what we know, and what we like to know right now, is that in 2019, the PCCB adopted a gender mainstreaming standard, which has helped us a lot to make progress in this area. In our gender mainstreaming standard, we recognize that a gender-sensitive approach to creating, developing, and strengthening institutional systematic and human resources capacity building can foster inclusive decision-making on delivery of and access to means and tools for implementation for mitigation and adaptation action. We also recognize in this document that building capacity for gender-sensitive and responsive approach can lead to more effective climate policy and action. With regard to implementing our standard, we have established practice of designating one PCCB member as our gender focal point to support coordination, implementation, oversight of gender mainstreaming in PCCB activities. Besides that, what the PCCB also did was to use and expand our existing network to strengthen the way in which gender considerations are taken into account in these activities. For those who do not know, PCCB has a PCCB network, which currently includes around 17 organizations with a dedicated focus on gender. Through their engagement in our PCCB network and PCCB activities, we're learning a lot from them, and we are doing more activities and more increasing awareness on that. In addition, also, to these efforts to work with institutions, we have also collaborated and coordinated with other constituted bodies and processes on gender-related capacity gaps and needs, and to record and review their lessons learned. With regard to gender violence and equal participation PCCB events and meetings, we made great efforts to ensure balanced gender representation and active participation by women. At the events organized by the PCCB so far, in the last reporting period, on average, 65% of the speakers and moderators were female. We also undertook efforts to integrate gender objectives into the design and organization of several events and activities, as the majority of responses to post-event surveys issued after all PCCB events indicated strong agreement that the events have been conducted in a gender-responsive and inclusive manner. In terms of both format and organization content, we are confident that our efforts were effective. We are very committed to further improving the mainstreaming of gender across our work on the basis of lessons learned and initial practices that we have established. We remain need to share experience with other constituent bodies, undertaking similar efforts and to learn from their experience. Since July, the Enhanced Lima Work Program on Gender is representing in the PCCB facilitating formal coordination group on capacity building. Most constituted bodies are part of this group, and we hope that the inclusion of the Lima Work Program will restore opportunities for coordination across constituted bodies with regard to mainstreaming gender in their capacity building related activities. I will leave it there, Julio, and then I'm just happy to hear other things.
Great, thank you very much, Jennifer. And I think it's so relevant. You know, the PCCB is about capacity building, and from the previous interventions, we saw how critical capacity building is for empowering women, for achieving gender perspective, and for changing the game as it is right now, which is so unfair and so unbalanced. So I think it's critical that the work that you were just describing. Let me now turn to Rehab, who is a member of the consultative group of experts. And I will pose the same question. So how you have been able to achieve progress in mainstreaming gender in your constituted bodies? What are the main challenges? What are the main outcomes? Rehab.
Thank you, and good afternoon, esteemed guests. Happy to be with you here. And Hindu, I'm proud to say that 90% of my delegation are women.
Yes.
Okay, regarding the progress achieved in mainstreaming gender in the work of the consultative group of experts, we call it CGE. The consultative group of experts is an expert body, has been providing technical support for developing countries in the area of reporting, MRV reporting under the convention since 1999. Specifically in preparing their national communications and biennial update report. And now it also helped the developing countries in transitioning to the enhanced transparency framework reporting under Paris Agreement, and specifically in preparing the biennial transparency report, which is coming very soon. In recent years, the CGE developed hands-on training activities, and it had included a session on gender and reporting, and this includes consideration of gender in institutional arrangement for reports and ensuring gender aspects are well reported. And also the CGE prepared specific training on the issue of gender sensitivity. In order also to ensure that women are given the opportunity to participate in this CGE training, the CGE has encouraged the national focal point to nominate the women and give special consideration for nomination for women when designing and participating in the hands-on training. So women are, and gender is incorporated in all the work of the CGE for both reporting under Convention or Paris Agreement. Yeah, we'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rehab. And I guess it's a very good example of how a technical working group also needs to incorporate a gender perspective in their work. As it doesn't matter how technical it is. Everywhere you go in the work of the convention, you see that there is a need to have a gender perspective, as was the case with the capacity building, the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. It is so important that the transparency framework also has spaces for capacity building and for making sure that there is a gender perspective on that. So thank you very, very much for that. And I think it's very interesting to hear that experience. So let me now turn to Maria, who is the Vice Chair of the Technology Executive Committee, speaking about technical bodies. I think it's very interesting. So I think Hindu was talking about access to finance and means of implementation for women. I think it's very interesting to see how the tech is also working on that. So the same question goes to you. So can you share with us what accomplishment, what challenges, and what type of goals the tech has been facing in order to include the gender perspective?
Thank you, Julio. And first of all, on behalf of the Technology Executive Committee, let me add my thanks for inviting us and talk about this an important and critical issue that we also address at the tech. Allow me also to kind of, for those of don't know, the Technology Executive Committee is the policy arm of the technology mechanism that was born in Cancun a few years ago. Since then, what as a technology executive committee we does is we assess, as mentioned by my colleagues here in the panel, who are implementing those technologies on the ground. Whether it's which sector is dominated, which area is dominated, and who are the real implementers on the ground, and what are the challenges that they face. So we have we came up, the countries came up with these technology need assessments, which is very similar to the national adaptation plans, I guess. So the technology need assessments identifies priority areas for the countries where they have their interventions, and through that we came to know that gender is a critical component in order to really do the transformation that we are really looking through the COP decisions and through these meetings. Hence, the technology, what we do is when we undertake this kind of analysis, we came to know that one of the critical element that needs to change is mainstreaming that in the gender initiatives and with regards to technology on the ground. Hence then, back in 2019, what we did is we wanted that element to be embedded in our rolling work program. So in doing so, what we have done is we have identified two of our colleagues from the technical, the tech, to be gender focal points, where they report us and provide information on what are the challenges that we are having in order to mainstream the gender, and what are the opportunities that's lying so that we can enhance those kind of things. So with the help of those two colleagues, both from a developed countries and country and a developing world, they provide us with ample information that allowed us to justify, not only justify but enhance gender responsiveness within the tech. In that regard, what we have lately done is we have, as we are implementing the rolling work plan, what we did was in our monitoring and evaluation, we have included gender as an indicator, not just to tick, but as an active indicator, so that we can address the barriers that are already there for women participation, women engagement, henceforth. And then we are very proud to be one. Even though the committee by itself do not have a gender balancedness by itself, but we are very fortunate to have a gender balance panels over the last year. So we are among the first constituted body that we can proudly say that at least for the last year we had all the panels that we have organized has this 50-50 balance, or 50-60 more towards the women. So we were able to get that, and for us that is one of the significant achievement that we have reported even to the COP, indicating that we are taking the baby steps in order to mainstream that within these male dominant factors. So that's the first step. So hopefully we will be taking a much more desired steps together. In addition to that, as many of you would know, we collaborate with our sister constituted body, the Technology Network and Center. And then recently we have developed a paper, an analysis paper with them about the impacts of gender and technology with them, and that's one of the joint activities that we are doing with them as well. So just now looking in future, we are recalling the guidance that was provided for us within the tech based on the inputs received from our gender focal points within ourselves to really include more active agendas or work plan within our work plan to ensure that we integrate and mainstream gender, including elaborating on methodologies on how we can engage in this area of importance to us. Maybe I would leave it there, and then I would be more than happy to have a few questions if it's okay. Thank you very much, Leo.
Thank you very much, Maria. And I think it's very interesting what you were saying about having active indicators. I really like that concept. Maybe something that maybe other constituted bodies could take also into consideration when they're developing their own gender perspective policies. So we have a few minutes left, and I still have a question for Pilar. But before going to Pilar, let me go back to the Mentimeter. So get ready with your phones, and we will be asking another question that with the same code. So the question is a little bit more lengthy in text. So I will explain it. So the question is, which of the following options is not an entry point for including gender consideration in the NAP process? So which of the following options is not an entry point for including gender considerations in the NAP process? So the text, the font is very small. So I will read out. So in going from left to right. So the first one is leveraging existing gender policies and commitments to create the mandate for integrating gender considerations in the NAP process. So again, leveraging existing gender policies and commitment to create the mandate for integrating gender considerations in the NAP process. The second one, from left to right, is securing high-level commitment for integrating gender consideration in climate policies and action. The following is identifying gender equality advocates who can raise awareness and get buy-in for gender-responsive NAP processes. And the last one is mainstreaming gender consideration once the National Adaptation Plan has been formulated. So I can see that there is a clear trend in the voting system. So I will give you a couple of moments, but I can see that we have a clear winner, and I think those that chose the fourth are correct. That's the correct answer. Mainstreaming gender consideration once the National Adaptation Plan has been formulated is not an entry point for including gender consideration in the NAP process. So thank you very much. That shows that you really know what we're talking about. So thank you for that. And let me now turn to Pilar, and maybe after that, if we have still some minutes, maybe we can take a couple of questions. So Pilar, who is member of the Adaptation Committee, and let me now turn to you to ask you the question: what ways do you see to enhance the coordination in gender and adaptation-related activities? And I think it's a very important question. We were just saying, or I was just suggesting that maybe some of the advances in some constituted bodies could be sort of transferred to other constituted bodies and have a sort of a cross-learning experience. But the Adaptation Committee also has this responsibility of having ensuring coherence across the convention in adaptation-related bodies and agendas. So it would be great to hear from you, Pilar. So what ways do you see to enhance the coordination in gender and adaptation-related activities? So Pilar, back to you.
Thank you, Julio. I'm very grateful to be here on behalf of the Adaptation Committee. I would like to say firstly that I really will not repeat some of the messages and ideas coming from my colleagues. I would like to build on that basis, and all of them have been very inspiring in terms of what the constituent bodies are already doing under the convention. With respect to the AC, the Adaptation Committee, as you just mentioned, Julio, I think it's something very interesting of our work is that these two features or these two issues that appear in your question, I mean the coherence and collaboration feature as well as gender mainstreaming, are critical part of our work. So we have been working in these two ideas from the very beginning. Let me just give you some examples in terms of how that is how we are working on this regard. So as you mentioned, we have been the promotion of coherence and collaboration is one of our goals, and that appears as a key function of the Adaptation Committee, given from the Cancun Adaptation Framework to here, and at the same time, it is a feature of our work stream, our work plan. So in all our work plans, you will see a work stream, a particular work stream that is focused on promoting coherence and collaboration in terms of adaptation action under the convention and beyond, of course. So this is quite important, and it appears in our current work plan, as you may see. At the same time, as a body, we decided together to mainstream gender considerations, and this was quite a challenge, of course, as all the other constituent bodies are reflecting in this conversation. So we decided to have like a comprehensive approach. It was step by step, but right now I can say that it's comprehensive. So for sure, we started with some specific activities under different work streams, including work stream 1 on coherence. But at the same time, then, we started to explore how to include gender considerations across the board. So in the different documents, events that we were organizing. So to avoid this isolation effect, to say, okay, the checklist that my colleagues referred to. So that was like a second step, let's say. But then the third one was to have a structured plan. So we develop a structured plan in order to say, okay, how we are really mainstreaming gender everywhere, in all the events, in our composition, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, planning, implementation, all the different steps of adaptation action. So this is something very interesting that we are doing in collaboration. We are doing that with the PCCB, with the LEG. So it's an example of what we are talking about here. And as a case of that, and also related to what Maria just said, we considered that it was important to measure the progress there, not to say only, okay, we have like, we include certain type of activities and that's all, and we report it. So trying to measure was the next step, and we did it in the first part of this year at AC19. It was our first meeting this year. And some interesting findings, you already know some of them because they appear at Menti. First one to share with you is our composition. Out of 16 members of the Adaptation Committee, 10 of us are women, and our co-chairs are women. Our previous co-chairs were women. So that's an interesting part of our work, an interesting data to share with you. Also, I need to open, let's say, a bracket there that I wonder to myself, because many times under the convention, adaptation is a realm of women, but then finance, technology used to be realms of men. So we still need to work on that. Another point here with respect to our numbers and how we measure progress is what you just saw with respect to the TPE. We had the opportunity to conduct TPE after Paris. It was an amazing process that finished last year. And if you compare 2019 with 2020 numbers, you already saw 2020 numbers. So we had the opportunity to achieve this 50% of speakers, and it's something to seek for. So as my colleague said, not only trying to do it, to have the objective, but to do it. And it's quite difficult sometimes when you have to deal with different organizations, with different stakeholders, but we all know that that is worthy. Another point, of course, is with respect to our publications. So you will see that at least 6 of our publications of 2020 include gender considerations, some of them mainstreaming gender issues. So this is an important number in terms of the total number of publications of the Adaptation Committee. I can share with you many other numbers. They are also included in the AC report, the 2021 report, the 2020 report, and I invite you to visit those, and of course to interact if we have time for questions, but also after the panel. Let me just finish with some ideas with respect to the lessons learned. First of all, something that could sound very obvious, but for me it's not so obvious so far under the convention. Let me say that all the bodies, we need to go straight in order to align our work plans with the Gender Action Plan. It's obvious, I know, but it's not happening so far in many constituent bodies. So it's very important that our priorities, our objectives are aligned with the Gender Action Plan. So that's something important to pursue. My second point is that it's quite critical to have this kind of comprehensive approach, not only isolated activities that are happening right now, but to seek for a structured plan, and that structured plan we can do it all together. So we already have an experience of 3 bodies, but I really think that we need to seek for more collaboration, or even all the constituent bodies try to align our work plan in a very clear way in order to make that structured plan. And my third one is with respect to measure the progress. As my colleague said, we really need to have clarity in terms of the numbers, not as a checkpoint, but with respect to how we are doing. I mean, we need to measure the progress, to know the outcomes of what we are doing. We cannot say, okay, yeah, we really did it, we have one product. What is that product? Which specific contents do you have there that provide a clear idea with respect to how we can empower women, how we can give the women the role that they need to have in terms of adaptation planning, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. So I'm out of time, I know. I apologize for that. I have a passion here. You already know that. Thank you for the opportunity, and happy to continue sharing after that.
Thank you very much, Pilar. I think it's very important. Please clap away. Please don't be shy. No, it's very important to keep that passion going on, because it's. I think many experiences have been shared, and many important points have been raised. Clearly, there is a strong agenda of gaps that we have identified and that needs to be addressed in the context of the constituted bodies, but also in the context of implementation of national policy and local policies as well. So we have run out of time, but we might have extended a little bit more just to take 1 or 2 very quick questions. So please, if you can also identify yourself and your affiliation, please.
Sure, Catherine Allenson from Future Earth Limited. Thank you. My question is, how can we help? And the reason I ask that question is because some of us work at the interface between the UNFCCC and its constituted bodies and the working groups, and of course national governments and communities on the ground. And the reason I ask that question is 8% of climate finance was for adaptation. And the women's discourse is always rooted in adaptation. Mm-hmm. So that means that the 517 billion that went to mitigation is rarely part of that discourse. And that worries me in light of the 130 trillion, which is going to be mobilized, we hear, from the private sector. So my question is, how can we help the UNFCCC, and in particular the consultative group and the technical executive body, as well as the Indigenous Peoples working groups, how can we work together to start tracking and tracing where that money is flowing to? Because that is the opportunity. Very happy to, I just did the review of Commonwealth country NDCs for gender, so maybe we can get into some kind of dialogue afterwards, but there's a missing link somewhere. Let's explore it.
That is.
Thank you very much. It's a very big question for a panel that is running out of time. So maybe if I can ask maybe Hindu, maybe you were referring to the CGE, so maybe Rehab, maybe the both of you, maybe Twitter-like responses for a very big question, just to close the panel before we close the panel, please.
True, very big question. We can chat after if you like, but for the interest of all the people here, I think you can help by doing what you can do better. Tracking. Maybe you know how to track. And then maybe as indigenous peoples, we know how to involve communities. And then that can give us the bridge of when you track, you share your information with us. And when we do not have also this information, or when we know how to involve, we share it with you. So that can help to coordinate, to do not do the work in silo. Most of the time, when we do the things on silo, we do not coordinate, so we do not help each other. So we work together. This is the first thing to set up in order to help us. And of course, I have some details, and will be happy to catch up with you later and explain how concretely we can do that.
Thank you very much. And of course, you can stay here and continue discussing. I will give you the opportunity to maybe to Rehab to also to react quickly, and also Twitter-like mode.
Yeah, actually, I don't have a specific answer for the question related to finance, but I want to say that the CGE is doing a very enormous work in terms of training, in terms of preparing of knowledge sharing and training materials and handbook and hands-on exercise and even webinars. I'm quite sure that they might face budgetary limitations and they really need help in the area of finance, and that's all I would like to say, and I don't have more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I was saying, please, Pilar, I think it was also saying you can talk offline with the panelists. At least I think for me, at least I have the feeling that there is a clear identification of where the gaps are, a clear identification of many priorities and opportunities to do that. Very good examples of how these problems are being addressed and overcome, but at the same time, so much to do. I mean, there's a long way to go still before we have a clear integration of gender perspective in all these fields. So I hope that was an interesting conversation for all of you, and please stay on and maybe feel free to approach some of the panelists. So thank you very much for attending, and thank you also to all the panelists for the participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for moderating.
No, no, está bien. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome again to the last quick session on these bodies, entities, and processes day during the third capacity building hub. What I would like to introduce to all of you is what I call a teaser, a preview of a product, a very important product that the PCCB, Paris Committee on Capacity Building, is currently working on, and that is the PCCB Toolkit to assess capacity building gaps and needs in developing countries to support the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Just a bit of a background, we all recall that one of the core mandates of the PCCB is to identify current and emerging capacity building needs and gaps in developing countries, and also to seek ways to enhance coherence and coordination of capacity building. It's against the backdrop of the first part of the mandate, which relates to capacity building needs and gaps, that the PCCB, as part of its previous and current work plan, decided to embark on the development of a very concrete product, something that could help assist countries and other stakeholders in identifying and assessing their capacity building needs and gaps. As part of this exercise, the PCCB, as a first step, commissioned a technical pilot exercise which sought to have an overview of what PCCB members had in terms of available materials regarding assessing capacity building needs and gaps, to get a flavor of what's out there and what could be the shape of this toolkit. Using that as a basis, this technical paper, the PCCB then, together with the support of our team in the Secretariat, in the Climate Change Secretariat, commissioned the development of a full toolkit, which is still in the works. It's pretty much advanced, and the PCCB expects to launch it quite very soon. So here the intention is to present just an overview what this toolkit will be about. So, like I mentioned before, it's against the background of the realizing the vision of the Paris Agreement, particularly Article 11, and focusing on the main instrument of the Paris Agreement, which is NDCs. Has become evident that for developing and implementing an ambitious NDC depends on an honest assessment of a country's capacity to act. So it's important to, when developing and implementing NDC, to understand what are those capacities that will allow a country to develop, but more importantly, implement their NDCs. It's in this sense that the toolkit will seek to provide a reference, a useful reference for officials in developing countries to assess their capacity building needs and gaps and look at tools and methodologies available that could assist them in that, with that purpose. The toolkit, what is it? Basically, based on the discussions within the PCCB and throughout the design process, basically the toolkit is both a collection of resources, but also a description of stages or phases for assessing needs and gaps. So it gathers a lot of experiences from development agencies, international experts, and also from country experiences themselves. To make it as interactive and grounded in the real world, the toolkit includes a series of case studies which provide examples of capacity assessment related to the different areas of focus. So, for example, finance, technology, transparency, etc. During this exercise, we found that there's not a comprehensive single methodology for assessing capacity building needs and gaps, but rather it depends a lot on national context, institutional context, but there are very good resources and references on different stages of assessing needs and gaps. That's why taking experiences from the example technology needs assessment or assessments related to transparency, we were able to extract some useful inputs and steps that could assist government officials in doing their own context-specific needs assessment. So why is it useful, this toolkit? So the toolkit will be in itself a publication, but it will be placed in the capacity building portal, but it will also have a dedicated page in that portal where this publication will be associated with resources on assessing capacity needs and gaps that will be updated regularly and constantly in order to provide a solid repository of examples and best practices and tools developed to assess capacity building needs and gaps. So again, it's useful because even though there's not one single methodology for assessing needs and gaps, the toolkit provides or intends to provide clear options with multiple entry points depending on a country's national circumstance. For example, there might be case studies that are focused on small island development states or in least developed countries, from which countries in similar situations might extract hints, suggestions, some tools or methodologies. So that's the proposed usefulness of this toolkit. Like I mentioned, the toolkit is still in the works. It's quite advanced. The PCCB is still having a review of it under the leadership of its working group 4, which is dealing with the issue of needs and gaps, and it's being dealt by the PCCB member from Indonesia. So at the same time, the final design of the document is taking place. So once the PCCB, the committee has reviewed this toolkit and the design has concluded, it will be shared in the web pages of the capacity building portal. As I mentioned, it will take the form of a document, but it will be enriched by a series of resources to be posted in capacity building portal. So please stay put for when this publication will be made available and its associated resources, and we look forward to any additional resources that any practitioners or capacity building experts could provide to the capacity building portal to continuously enriching this repository for information and tools and knowledge. So having said that, that's the last short session of this day. So without further ado, I will now proceed to the wrap-up of the day. I will start maybe just a quick recap of what were the goals of this day. The day focuses on UNFCCC bodies, entities, and process day. So the goals of the day relate to the fact that climate-related capacity building must be approached in a more systematic and coherent manner to ensure that capacity building initiatives are targeted, consistent, and continuous, and bring about long-term effects. The PCCB has a mandate to foster coherence and coordination in the capacity building activities implemented by bodies, entities, and processes under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and also to learn from other processes. This day, the UNFCCC Bodies, Entities, and Process Day sought to increase the visibility of capacity building efforts undertaken on the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and showcase coherence and coordination efforts supported by the PCCB, particularly the work of the Informal Coordination Group for Capacity Building under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, ICG, and through dedicated sessions today. Also, the day allows us to look at, for example, identify and discuss the gaps and needs related to coordination of climate-related capacity building, but also a very particular set of actors. When, for example, we were looking at earlier today about the needs and gaps of small and medium-sized enterprises. The day also sought to explore and display the capacity building efforts being undertaken under the Convention and Paris Agreement by other constituted bodies, and highlight the work of this informal coordination group for capacity building. So just to provide a quick overview of what we what we could consider the key lessons from each session. The first session, which was about rethinking and reorganizing action for climate empowerment, focus on African youth. The key messages revolve around a high-level need for finance technology, need for finance technology, tools, knowledge, and capacity building in general still remains in the context of youth, and particularly in the regional context of Africa. The United Citizens Organization and other similar initiatives are working to address this by creating a platform for organizations and groups to provide or receive resources in a transparent manner. So a very concrete initiative trying to address the needs and gaps of a particular group of stakeholders, in this case youth, but focus on a very regional context, in this case the African context. Then we had a session on called Are SMEs Ready for Climate Action? Sharing Global Experiences on Capacity Building. Here we learned, or we reaffirmed the fact that SMEs represent a significant portion of the economy and therefore play a key role in climate action. But SMEs also face gaps, capacity building needs and gaps in various aspects, including on how to undertake climate risk assessments, how to access finance. And we also were able to learn that there are already several initiatives addressing or supporting SMEs to engage more actively in climate action. But there's still very much opportunities for enhanced collaboration and coordination to scale up these efforts and build the capacities of SMEs in various regions based on the findings of the regional studies that have been carried out by the UNFCCC Secretariat in collaboration with the International Development Research Center of Canada. So a lot of interesting discussions, high-level panelists, and a lot of food for thought in terms of following up the outcomes of these studies with their recommendations. Then we moved to the technical session organized by the PCCB on coherence and coordination of capacity building, where it was well taken note that significant climate-related capacity building is already underway, a lot under the aegis of the constituted bodies, other constituted bodies, but efforts need to be better connected and amplified in order to maximize synergies, minimize duplications, such as through the informal coordination group established by the PCCB with other constituted bodies and operating entities of the financial mechanism and processes as well. Then we had a very encouraging session about the AGYLE initiative, which is about strengthening youth capacity for transformation. Basically, it was a launch of this initiative, which was very much welcome for those by the participants. So basically, recognizes that their youth around the world are engaging in innovative initiatives to build climate capacity through starting businesses, education programs, and communication outreach. And the AGYLE initiative is expected to contribute to this and enhance the efforts already been undertaken. Then we had a constituency-led event by YOUNGO, which is Youth in Capacity Building and Intergenerational Conversation with YOUNGO. Youth engagement with the UN processes is growing, but there's still room to expand engagement by including youth in genuine positions of power within discussions, negotiations, and implementations, rather in merely token roles with limited impact. Acknowledging that youth is both a recipient of capacity building, but also a provider of capacities within their constituency, but also with other actors in society. We also had a session organizing collaboration between the Adaptation Committee, the least developed countries expert group, on strengthening, and the PCCB, on strengthening gender sensitivity in adaptation under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Here we recognize that although there has been great progress, gender inclusiveness still has room to grow within adaptation under the Paris Agreement, specifically by including women more within leadership and decision-making processes at all levels, not just for beneficiaries, and by ensuring that climate finance goes to women in an equitable and inclusive manner. So those were a brief recap of the sessions of the day. Some common themes that emerged during these bodies, entities, and processes day is that there continues to be a need to mainstream cross-cutting issues across capacity building efforts. 3 events today highlighted the role of youth in capacity building and the need to enhance the engagement of youth through UNFCCC bodies, entities, and processes. We saw the need to continue building capacities in order to mainstream gender perspectives and responsiveness throughout the whole capacity building landscape throughout 2 of the events held today. Finally, at the last session, we saw the importance of a need for mainstreaming or building capacities to further mainstream indigenous voices and knowledge across all work streams of UNFCCC bodies, entities, and processes. The importance of coherence and coordination was a common theme across all sessions today, especially in order to ensure that capacity building efforts are not duplicated and benefit from collaborations that are effective, efficient, and can maximize impact. The role and importance of networks and regional collaborations, for example, the PCCB network and the UNFCCC regional collaboration centers, was also called upon and referred to throughout the different sessions. Collaboration was a key word today in terms of synergizing, complementing, and scaling up what's already there in terms of capacity building efforts. So as you can see, we had a very rich day with very different perspectives, but we realized that a lot is happening under the bodies, processes, and entities under the convention, and a lot is happening outside. So the importance of coherence and coordination within the convention and with other processes outside as it comes to capacity building is something that is of high relevance. So again, thank you all the participants and all those who follow virtually for a very productive day, and we would like to close the session today, and we'd invite you tomorrow to the next series of events in the Capacity Building Hub. Tomorrow will be the focus on the UK Presidency COP26 Catalyst initiative. Thank you very much. Wish you a good evening, and see you tomorrow.